Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you. Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you. Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Introducing Mograph TV from Mograph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. Mograph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
Mograph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
Mograph TV, television for the design community 24/7.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back here in studio in Los Angeles, California. I am Matthias Omotola, aka Major VFX, host of the 3D Motion Show, and we're back. It has been a couple months. I can't believe how quick it has gone. First of all, I missed you all dearly. I miss my nerd creative family. You guys are my favorite. I wake up very excited every time I get to interact with everybody on the chat, with all the amazing artists that we have lined up. We have some big news, but before we dive into that, I just wanted to say I hope everybody is well and healthy. I know it's a crazy world and there's a lot of different hardships there. So I just wanted to make sure everybody's okay. Check in on your friends, family, loved ones, and sending our love to all those in the most conflicted areas around. But as we get started, hopefully this can brighten your day. And we have some news, big news and announcements. You have not heard from us since some big news and announcements. And to kick that all off, we have the one, the only Paul Babb. Hey, Paul.
Hey, Matthias, how's it going?
It's so good. I got people from Italy chiming in, Istanbul, Turkey. We got Sarah Gibson is always in the house. Hey, Sarah, it's always good to see you. So many people chiming in again. I love it. It's just our global community, our creative family is back online.
Me too.
Yeah.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Oh, and Matthias was talking about how great it is to get together with the nerd family, and we're all super excited about upcoming NAB in what's that? Just a few weeks. Holy crud!
Dude.
So
Yeah.
excited! Oh my gosh, we're actually going to get to see real live human beings, and oh, I can't wait. It's going to be so much fun. But yeah, let's get to some of the news. Top of it, this last week, I don't know if anybody keeps up with the BAFTAs, the British Academy of Film and Television Awards. This is the British version of the Academy Awards. The visual effects award went to Dune. So one of our good customers, Wiley VFX, worked on that. Used a lot of Redshift. Amazing work, and so keep your fingers crossed for them. This Sunday is the Academy Awards, and so since they won the BAFTAs, we've got our fingers crossed that they will pick up the Academy Award as well. If you haven't been keeping up, I always like to give you a little roundup of all the things that have been coming out. It's been since December. We had Track Code 17.2 come out. We had Universe 5.1. There was a new version of Forger. They added multiple languages, lots more stuff coming for Forger. There have been ongoing asset releases inside of Cinema 4D, some really valuable, great assets coming on. I think Chris Schmidt might be tickling some other assets that are coming up, capsules that are be coming soon. And please mark down April 20th for yourselves in the calendar. We might have some news on that day. Just keep that date in your pocket, April 20th. We might have some news for you, but just sort of stash that.
420. They'll be tuned.
420. I mean, I know everybody keeps that date in mind for other reasons, but keep it in mind for us as well.
So hang out with Maxon.
That's right. So and there's been news with products. There's been all kinds of news, but of course there was a little bit of news in December, January, that little acquisition of ZBrush. And that's why you're going to see we're featuring 2 ZBrush artists on the show today. Very excited. And I thought it might be a good opportunity to bring in a little ZBrush feel. So I'm going to bring in Paul Gabori. Boy, I said it wrong, didn't I, Paul?
No, you're good.
Right after you said it's Gabri, but it's okay to say Gabori. I went right back to Gabori.
You're good. Gabori's good. Like I said, it's the French way to say it.
That's right. Welcome to the 3D Motion Show. Welcome to the community. You got people from all over the world checking in. I'm sure they're going to have questions. There's going to be a lot of interest. We can probably dispel some of the crazy rumors that are out there. No, ZBrush is not being merged into Cinema 4D. Even the technical concept of that is absolutely ridiculous. But the idea of capitalizing on each other's technology. For instance, like we had, Magic Bullet was brought into Cinema 4D last year. So cross-pollination of great technology is certainly something that is a possibility, but completely putting ZBrush into cinema is not something that's on the docket for the next 50 years, I wouldn't think.
Yeah, it'd be tough to try and merge the two. So
yeah, that's right. Tell me a little bit about what's been happening with ZBrush since the acquisition happened in January.
Well, it's always busy too on our side for the ZBrush team. Like we're doing today, we have live events constantly happening on our side, where we have our own channel called ZBrush Live. So you can go to zbrushlive.com, and that channel is pretty much live every single day, where you can actually sit and watch artists work and then actually communicate with them. So we're actually rolling out some new streams on that channel. We just had our first one last week, and we got another one coming next week, which is called the ZBrush Central image breakdown. So ZBrushCentral.com is a place where any artist that uses ZBrush goes and posts their work and show how they've been using ZBrush. So what we're doing with these streams is we're actually inviting the artist, just like what we're doing right now, and then showing the image that they put up on ZBrush Central, and then we're breaking it down with them. And like they're showing tips and tricks and things of how they use ZBrush to get to that end result, because that's just valuable information for any user, any person, also even just trying to learn ZBrush as well. So we have some other exciting ones coming down. We're doing some industry spotlights where we're going to be inviting people from specific industries to really show how ZBrush is being used, because also Many people might not be aware of this, but ZBrush is not just the film and game. Like, that's not really everything in ZBrush. ZBrush is really deep into, at least, I would even say, I always say at least 10 industries, if not more, where we're in like 30% to even up to 100% of the pipeline workflow in these industries. Like I'm going to have, for example, one of my spotlight people that I have already booked is a medical illustrator. The medical illustration as well, using Cinema 4D all the time.
We have a lot of medical animators these days. Absolutely.
Yeah, and they're using ZBrush to do a ton of that stuff. So I'm excited for that. He's going to be showing a lot of just unique things that are going on. You know, collectibles, toys,
jewelry design. I saw there a lot of that. And as far as the toy collectibles, there was just a show in Japan where they had the people have their own booths where they create little booths and they create their little maquette characters, and you can buy kits that they've 3D printed, or you can get the files so you can 3D print it yourself. I saw that there was a whole show based on just the making toys and maquettes.
Yeah, we're in automotive, aviation, even product design stuff too for us, multiple companies. It's surprising, and it's why we're doing what we're doing on ZBrush Live and why we're doing these special streams as well. And then we're also working on what we call multi-stream, kind of like this, where we're going to have like 6 to 8 artists from a studio jump in, and they're all just going to be sculpting. And then we're going to just bounce around from screen to screen, talking to them, seeing what they're sculpting, and we're giving them a theme. So we've done these already with our streaming team. We've got at least 30 artists, to give you an idea, that stream on a regular basis on our channel. So we did a couple of these, and they were a lot of fun. And just having 8 of us all in there, and 9 of us all in there talking and sculpting and working on stuff. And they shared a ton of tips. So these are all a lot of things that we have going on that you definitely want to tune in for and check out. So
a lot of synergies with the way we've been approaching the markets, the shows that we've been doing, and start, for everybody, add this to this, what Simon and the training team are doing with the webinars on a weekly basis, Ask the Trainer, VFX and Chill, Maxon Color, now ZBrush Live, ZBrush Central, the 3D Motion Show. We're going to have so much content on an ongoing basis, a daily basis, that anybody who wants to learn or be inspired by what other artists are doing is going to have a ton of content to access and see what, to learn things and have fun with the products. Really cool.
I'll be joining one of the Ask the Trainers. I want to say it's next month, so you have to keep an eye on the calendar. We have so many events, like you said, you got NAB coming up, so
Paul will be at, will be at NAB. We'll have a representation of every product in the booth. It's gonna, we're really looking forward to it. And I guess that this will be our first NAB together. I don't know if you ever attended any of our parties or the pinball party or any of our events. That we definitely are having the pinball event, and we're being cautious about how crazy we go with the show. We're not sure what the attendance is going to be like, but from what we're hearing, it should be a decent trickle back into real shows.
Like I said, there's a bunch of shows I see coming back live in person. And it like you guys said, it'd be nice to,
to actually communicate with people in person. Have a drink, shake a hand, give a hug. We're really looking forward to it.
It's a great place to network too, meet people. That's a great way to put the name of the internet name with the face too, and things like that as well. People that you communicate. So it's always fun to see people in person and have conversations. I'm excited.
Yeah. For me, it's also there's something inspiring about hanging out with people and creative people and talking about creativity and talking about the things that they're doing, and you come back inspired from a show. These are great. These shows are these online shows, but you don't get that same give and take that you have when you're in person with people. And I know I've heard from the artists that we bring to the trade shows that when we all get together for dinner or when they're hanging around the booth and they're sharing what they're working on and talking about things, that they get a lot out of sharing tips and techniques or just inspiring each other with the work that they're doing. So I really hope that this is the first step to us kind of getting things back to normal. It's fun. It's pretty funny. After 2 years, you go, I never thought that I'd be craving to go back to a trade show after 20 some odd years of back to back events. Now I'm craving going back. So it's going to be a lot of fun. I don't see any questions coming in from the audience. Are there any questions coming in from out there, guys? It seems pretty quiet. I guess everybody's just kind of catching up.
They're just having a great time.
Awesome. That's what we want. That's what we want. Well, like I said, Paul's going to be appearing on the Ask the Trainer. He's going to be at the NAB booth. We're going to be incorporating everything ZBrush, all the good stuff that those guys are doing, and all the good stuff that we're doing. So I hope everybody enjoys all the content and the fun that we're going to be bringing to the community. And we're going to take a little break, and then we'll come back with Matthias, and he'll bring on our first presenter, Chris Schmidt.
Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you. I get down, I get show me just what you got. Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you. Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Introducing Mograph TV from Mograph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. Mograph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
Mograph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
Mograph TV, television for the design community 24/7.
So you heard me on the stereo, and it's so smooth. Got that rhythm, got that groove. Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. I want my baby back. Yeah.
Shake it up, be cruel, work it out, do you.
You're down. Yeah, show me just what you got. Turn around.
Welcome back, everyone. Here in studio, I am your host, Matthias, aka Major VFX on all the socials. We have a longtime community member and builder. I miss the days of traveling the world with this gentleman. He has helped us present more than just about anybody else. He's been with us from the start, at least from my start, the one and the only from Chi-Town, Chris Schmidt of Rocket Lasso.
Hello everyone, it's Chris Schmidt from Rocket Lasso, where we make plugins, tutorials, and live streams. And speaking of live streams, it's important to note that next week, a week from today, on Wednesday, is going to be episode 1 of season 4 of Rocket Lasso Live. And Rocket Lasso Live is a show where I tackle questions straight from the audience live on Twitch and on YouTube, where we just try and figure out different parts of Cinema 4D as we go on the fly. Again, a week from today, and that is March 30th. But today we are going to be tackling practical uses for nodes that you can do right now. There are a lot of different elements to dive into here, and we'll even be doing a little bit of Redshift as well. So with so much to cover, let's dive right on into a brand new scene file inside of Cinema 4D R25. Some important context as we get started here. For the last several months, Rocket Lasso has been working closely with Maxon in regards to the scene nodes. We've been diving really deep into them and giving our feedback about the places we'd like to see it go and the types of things we'd like to be able to create. And while doing that, we've been creating some different assets for Maxon, and you should have been receiving those if you have the newest version of Cinema, R25, and that's because we're using the newest nodes, which means it needs the newest version. So in your assets browser, Maxon has been shipping every month new objects, new models, new materials. And along those lines, they've shipped 2 of our tools so far, and you can find them by searching FUI. And we've got 2 of them so far. We've got the grid and we've got the brand new FUI graph, and that should have only shipped in the last week or so. So to start out today, I will be stepping through some of the parameters and options and power of these new tools that we created. I think they're actually pretty fully featured and very powerful. So starting with that and then getting into some Redshift rendering and then using nodes directly as capsules and then eventually making our own capsule is the goal today. So to begin with, let's drag a copy of the grid in as an object, and you'll see that it is essentially a spline primitive. In its most basic form, the grid is a series of lines going across to create a final singular spline object. If I make this editable, you'll see it's returning a single spline object. But that is made of a series of segments that right now is a full line going from one side all the way to the opposite. Currently, it's set to endpoint mode. I'll shift that over to per step, and I'd like these to be 50 by 50 by 50. So every one of these cells is exactly 50 large, meaning I can change the count by increasing the X count or decreasing it. And then we have the Z count, increase or decrease it. It starts getting more interesting though when we add in some Y count as well. So this is 0, but we say there is 1, and now we have a 3-dimensional grid, increasing that all the way up to something like 10. Let's go default, default. And now we've got a 10 by 10 by 10 grid, making it fully 3-dimensional. We can make that 2D again, a different orientation by dropping one of these down to 0. So now it's on the X orientation if you were so inclined. And then let's jump that back down to 0 so we can look at a couple of the other options. Currently, we are in the type of line. It is the most simple mode that we've got, where the line goes all the way from the left to the right. But we can shift that over to segment mode, which out of the box is not going to look any different. But if I increase the gap parameter, we can put a gap in between the lines, and you see, instead of one giant line from one side to the other, they are split apart everywhere that they crisscross each other, everywhere they intersect. So with that gap, we can now see the spaces in between, see every individual segment, and of course, still make it 3-dimensional if we're inclined. Set that up, and we can see the gaps there. Make the gaps even larger by increasing that, making the lines really thin and small. And we can see how that fills out this entire space. Let's simplify by dropping back down to 0, and I'll get rid of the gap again. You can reset your parameter always by right-clicking on the arrow on the left or right. So right-click sets it to default. Switching this to the final mode, or the final type of box, every cell now, instead of being an individual line, is now, and you'll see it as I increase my gap, is now an individual rectangle. So the entire space is filled by individual rectangles. Again, we can make that 3-dimensional, filling up this overall space. and creating a lot more opportunities, in this case for extruding or creating a loft, just filling up the overall volume. Simplifying one more time, let's drop this down and take a look at this return setting, in which I can say I only want to see the outside of the grid. And I can also do the opposite of the inside. So yeah, the outside, kind of like a Monopoly board, the inside being everything except for the outermost one. But these behave even more differently depending on if you are a 2-dimensional grid or a 3-dimensional grid. So if I were to go back to full and increase the cell count a couple here, now when I click, I would like to see only the outside. You'll see that only the outer walls are revealed and the entire interior is empty. The opposite being, let's go to a different mode. Let's do the segment mode, and you can see only the outer walls of that one as well. I could say, how about just the inside of that? And we get the exact opposite. So now instead of the walls, now it's all of the interior, and all of those can be combined in any way that you can see fit. But in order to move forward and see this kind of visualize a little bit more, we need to move into Redshift. First, I'll give that a save, paste that in here as basic grid. And now let's pop open some Redshift. First of all, we'll need a material. So clicking on the material flyout, then create Redshift, materials, material, brand new Redshift material. Let's apply that directly. And then open up a Redshift render view. As that pops open and we hit play on that, we see that there is still nothing being rendered. And that is because currently that's a spline and splines don't render by default. By right-clicking on it, I can add a Redshift object tag onto it. And by default, if this is a spline, it will detect it and open up this curve tab. With the curve tab, I can say the mode should be enabled as, let's say, hair strands. And the instant I turn that on, now it is actually able to render at that spline. And I do like rendering at splines because it can actually render incredibly quickly depending on your setup. Let's go and start making this a little bit more complex. Making a second grid. This one, I'll say I would like to see it from the outside. And now we've got an outer and an inner. If we wanted those to be different colors, though, we'd start needing to make multiple materials. But here's a trick I really, really love doing inside of Redshift. Instead of making multiple materials, what if I grab both of the grids, go to the basic tab and say the display color will not be material, but instead be custom. So selecting the first one for the inside, let's make this sort of a orangey color. And then on the other, let's make it a pinkish blue color. So we got two different colors directly on the object. But of course, that's not reflected here in the render. To do that, we need to go into the Redshift material. I'll make that nice and big. And let's search for the word user. There is a color user data there. Dragging that in, I can set that to output something about the object, an attribute. Which attribute? Well, that will be the object's display color. So that is now outputting the color of the object. What would we like that to feed into? Well, into the Redshift material. Currently inside of here, we've got some basic color and the diffuse. I don't want that. And we've got some reflection. I don't want that either. So now it's just a fully black material. But inside of overall, I would like it to become an emissive material. So that can be fed directly in to the input as the overall emissive color. And now if I move this away and we take, let's refresh that. And take a look at, we need to give this some weight. So let's set that up to 1. And now instantly we can see that we got exactly those colors on the object. So one material, and let's just call this glow. One material, two objects, but we're able to see them clearly just by changing their display color. But here's something that I like to do. I like to get a little bit of glow going onto these materials. So let's make it overly bright. And sometimes I can go overboard. So let's try going a little bit easy on it. I'm going to say an emission strength of 10. So it's 10 times brighter than normal. Now, immediately you see these start getting oversaturated. They're getting really bright. Now, what we could do is let's grab that outer one and make it darker. So I'll select it and start pulling back on this color. You can see we can get back into a reasonable range where it's not blowing out. But we'll leave the inner one nice and bright. Closing down this material window, let's open up our render settings, Controller Command B. And inside of there, renderer will be set to Redshift. And right-clicking, I'll create the Redshift post effects. So it won't look any different out of the gate. And I'm not an expert in these, but let's just play around and see what we can get. Under bloom, that should give us a nice looking glow. Enabling it, it won't look any different because currently the threshold is all the way up at 20. And we know that that's glowing up to 10. We can try setting that down to 10. Yeah, we get a little bit of a glow going on there. We can set the threshold even lower if we want, something like 5. So at that halfway point, we're going to start getting a really solid glow depending on how bright the object is. Now, that can end up overly bright. So just playing around some more, underexposure. I can enable that, and mostly playing around with this tone mapping. I could increase the black crush amount, and we can begin pulling back on how dark certain areas can be. And let's go to the crush threshold as well. I can crank that up more. And now this is starting to feel like a pretty nice glow overall. Closing that down, let's just play around with making some additional grids, giving that a quick save. We'll be fighting for a bit of screen real estate here, but I'll scoot that up to the upper right corner, shrink it just a bit, and let's play around with the grid. So with the different colored grids here, let's start layering them up. Keep it nice and simple. Delete that. Let's just go with a single grid that is full and set it to 0, so it's just laying there on the ground. And we can even go back to the basic line. So there's a basic line grid. And now, let's see, how would I like to do this? Let's make a duplicate. And this one, I'd like there to be way more. Let's make this be divided by 5, which would set it to 10 by 10 by 10, which means this has to jump up times 5 instead of divided by 5. And now you can see I've got 5 times as many grids there. So those are overlaying each other, looking identical, but let's change the way those look. Let's make the secondary one a different color, make it a bit darker, go into the red, maybe into this bluish color. And let's make the line a lot thinner. So set that down to 0.2. Yeah, look at that. So now we've got 2 layers of grid on top of each other. Now in the viewport, those are going to look barely distinguished from each other. But now when they overlay inside of the render, we're starting to get something a little bit cooler looking. So creating a duplicate of that very first one again. What would I like this time? Well, let's make it a box outline. I'll say just the outside. Shrink that in via this gap. And yeah, look at those begin to layer up, and just starting to make different, like I said, FUI elements. We can layer these up however we like. How about making a giant copy of that one? Let's set the we'll set the color late. Let's add a couple of additional layers there. Maybe only a little bit of a gap. Actually, let's change that to a segment. Add a little bit, like a little distance in there. And now those are layering up nicely. We got that right in the middle. Then on that, I would like, let's make the line thinner. So we'll go back to another 0.2. So those get nice and thin. And let's go on the opposite end of the color spectrum and set the color to a darkish purple. Just have it barely show up there on the outside. Then if we wanted, let's make some interior of a grid. Make another duplicate, set it to the opposite. That one will be the inside. That's filling in the inner part. Put no gap in there. And let's go with a lighter blue, just for fun. And yeah, we get those inner lines. And that one I want to be very faint, so I'll make that darker. And just fill up that space a little bit. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. And possibly even thinner, so 0.1. And right now, I'm just going through and playing around doing different looks. We've got this outermost grid there. Make a duplicate of that. And let's say that should be just boxes. And now we've got boxes filling up the outside. That looks pretty good. I would like it to be thinner, so set that to another 0.1, just barely filling up. And now let's actually full screen that, take a look and click the bucket render, see what the final style looks like. So just by layering up a couple of these different grids on top of each other, we can create a lot of different looks, like a lot of different FUI elements that could be really fun, and just used in conjunction with other things could become really, really powerful. Let's stop that render for a little bit and even close it. At any point, this could become real geometry. Let's drop this just back to the original grid, set that to a box. That could be fed into a loft. So now we've got that as geometry. Instead, that could be fed into a extrude, and now we can get thickness on that grid and continue to layer them up as actual geometry. And of course, I love throwing these types of things into, let's do a volume builder and a volume mesher, and drop that down to something a little bit more detailed and a little bit thinner. Set that to 5, set that up to 10. And now we've got a flat blobby grid that should be eating up all the space. Clear to select and add additional volumes to it and create these different cages. So yeah, pretty fun to just play around with this. We can see just the outside to make it hollow, just the inside and get the interior of that shape. That's the box shape. It's changing that over to the line, giving a completely different look. Lots and lots of fun ways of layering these things together. So that is the grid. Let us delete all of that. I'll just keep the original grid so we can steal some elements from it and move into taking a look at the other FUI tool that just came out this week, and that is FUI Graph. I'm going to be making the assumption that you haven't seen too much about the FUI graph, so let's step through it and see it in some detail. Close the asset browser. I'll steal these tags for later, and we don't need the grid, so I'll delete that. And take a look at this graph and see what parameters we have to play with, and there are quite a few. The core concept when it comes to graph is the ability to generate some random data, modify the data, and then display it as a graph. And we'll begin here. There are 4 different types of graph. We've got the bar graph, and then jumping up to the line graph, and you see that perfectly matching the pattern, and then a step graph, again matching. And finally, the pie graph, which is really cool, but we can visualize the data best if we stick with bar graph, even though pie is my favorite. We'll get to that a bit later when we're playing around. So sticking with the bar graph, we've got some basic settings here, the exact count here. And because we're seeing a noise represented, this essentially is like the resolution of that noise, like how often is it being sampled. Then we can change the alignment, left, middle, right. Then the straightforward width, and it's always going to be exactly that width. Then we've got the set height of the data. Then we've got some rounding, which was a suggestion by a beta tester, which I really like. Really adds some style to these, like just a little bit of rounding. I feel like, stylistically goes a long way, and then you can crank that up and cover all of them, just making it feel nice and rounded and bubbly. Then we've got the gap here, spreading that out. We can set that up to, let's say, 5, and there's exactly 5 units in between each piece of data there. Resetting that. We have shift. Currently, all the data is starting from the axis and moving up, but I can shift that downward, and now the data goes down. And even more fun is leaving that in the middle. If I crank up the resolution, with different noise types, you can actually visualize some cool looking waveform type things. Setting that all back to default. We've got the plane that it'll be laying down on, and then output, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. Let's move on to some data. To begin with, we've got a manual mode, a noise, a random, and a spline. We're not going to cover everything because there's just a lot of settings, and I should have a full video covering all the different parameters on here on the Rocket Lasso YouTube channel. So for now, let's do a simple one like random. Inside of random, we are generating random numbers. Those are doing the full width of 400 and the full height of up to 100. So we can change the way those look by changing the seed, changing the minimum value that those might be, the maximum value they might be, shifting the values all up or all down, and then biasing them, essentially increasing the contrast of that. So as I crank that up, even going beyond 100, we're saying they're all at 0 and all at 100%, pretty much no in-betweens. And of course, these all combine on top of each other. And then there's a width variation. So as I drag that up, we're going to get variation in how wide each of these are. We still have exactly 100 data points, but they can have different widths applied. So let's just jump into the most fun one, and that is the noise input. So by default, we even have some settings turned on that make this animated by default. By hitting play right out of the gate, the graph will animate. Now, the first thing to point out is we've got a different random seed. We can cycle through those. We've got the different noise types. So I could jump this to any type. Let's jump this to a Luca, which tends to be nice and messy. We see that moving across. And then we can start moving into the different specific settings like the noise scale. So I can crank up that noise scale, make it way larger. You can see it scaling there from the left. And as we get larger, we can see that be a little bit more consistent. Meanwhile, I could set that really small, let's say like 0.1, and now it's so small that essentially we don't see any continuity between any of them. Where at 1, you can usually see a decent amount of continuity. Next up is the octaves. Drop that down and it'll be less detailed, and you can crank it up to have it be more detailed. But usually the default of 5 is what cinema noises typically are at. And next up is the speed. The speed is the speed that this is currently animating at. So I could set that really slow, like 5%, and it's just barely moving. And we could crank that up to 500, and it's going to be going so fast you can't even see what's going on. But where things get pretty fun and interesting, and this took a bunch of effort, is we've got the loop frame. So we can type in a frame that we'd like to loop at. So right now you see a pop right there. You see right when you get to 90, there's a big pop. But if I set that loop frame to frame 91, which will be one frame after this ends, then now you'll see as this gets to the end point, it'll perfectly cycle back around and we get a perfect repeating noise. So that's pretty exciting right there. Next up, we have an offset of the data. Let me simplify this back to something like the Perlin. And This offset speed, let's set this up to say 25%. And now we're going to see it moving to the left. Now there's no way to loop this value. We tried really hard. There's no way of getting that perfectly looping. So keep that in mind. But yeah, now that is offsetting to the side. We could set this up to larger values, say 180. Let's loop up at 181 on the regular noise. And now you can see the pattern traveling to the left. So we'll just leave it at that. We could change the speed to be something negative, traveling the other direction. And any noise that we feed here can look pretty cool by getting some different noise animation and some different speeds going. Like I said, we get some cool looking waveforms. If I stop the speed from happening there and let's quantize the speed, you can see that data starts moving across really smoothly. So then in the graph, if I set that shift to 0, we now get this pattern traveling just to the left. But if we wanted it animated, let's reset that up. And now we see those animating. Crank up that speed even more, really get those moving up and down. You can immediately start seeing some possibilities and crazy combinations you might be able to get with this. Setting that back to the default, turning off that offset speed and slowing it down. And let's change back to a basic Perlin noise. Next up is the same settings we saw inside of the random. So we could change the minimum and the maximum and the shift and the bias. We already covered those in the other one. And then moving into horizontal, I can crank up the horizontal randomness. So you can see here, and actually let's go slow. This is sampling the noise to create some random width. So scaling all of these. So if I give this same noise on the horizontal some speed, let's jump that up to 25%. You can see those waves traveling left and right. It visually gets a little bit trippy because the large ones will start eating up a lot of space. And then the tiny ones will start eating up a smaller amount of space. So you kind of get this exponential moving left and right. Where I think this starts looking cool is if we set that noise scale to be really small, let's say 0.1, then now they're essentially all randomized and we get this really nice fluid motion, just kind of like waves shifting around. Now, this also has a loop point, so I can set that to 181, and we should again be at a perfect loop point. So when I hit 180, there isn't any kind of a pop, and it's just continuing to generate that data. So yeah, I really like the noise. There's so many different combinations we do just by changing this to different noise types. Now let's go and just start, well, I guess there are some additional settings. Let's move into modify data and we can sort the data. So I can sort by the width, and now you can see that we get the wide ones on the right and the skinny ones over here on the left. We could instead sort by the height, and now they are in perfect order moving upward. We can shuffle to completely randomize them. And something I do pretty often is set it to shuffle. Flip will just reverse them. Flip will flip it up to the top. So it's inverting the data, essentially 1 minus the data. And then reverse will flip it left to right. And we can offset the index. Let's not worry about that for now. And we've got a seed for the shuffle. So we can just randomize how that looks. And then let's give that a pause and look at, well, let's go back to regular. And then twirl down our data multiplier spline. And with this spline, I can go and drag down these different points and multiply the final value that we're seeing by this spline, which actually adds a lot of power. If you want things to fade out left to right, it really can clean that up for you. And it's really any pattern. And it's really any pattern that we want to put in here. Let's mirror that, right-clicking and say, let's deselect all, right-click and say flip vertically. And that's going to do the inverse, and now you see it dips in the middle, and that will still animate with that down on the bottom. So let's pull this all the way to the top, and there we go, looking awesome. So at this point, let's just have some fun with it. You've seen some of the basic overviews of the way that this works. Moving into the overall graph, let's take a look at some additional options. Right now, we are just seeing this bar graph as a bar graph. But we could say, you know what, instead of seeing thickness on here, let's return it as individual lines. So now we just get those little lines. Instead of lines, let's say I want to see, actually, here's what I'll do. I'm going to duplicate the entire graph. And the second copy of it, I'm going to set the output to be a rectangle. And now you're going to see that there's a perfect rectangle sitting on the top of the other graph. By grabbing the V line, I can push that all the way to the top. And now you can see I've kind of got this topper shape that is resting perfectly on top of the bar graph. Now I could push that a little bit beyond if I wanted to. We could pull it down. I can add some rounding. Actually, wrong setting. I can add some rounding to round those out. And immediately you can see how these can start combining in some pretty crazy ways. Selecting that very first one again, let's set that to line mode. Now we got lines, each one with this rectangle sitting on the top. Instead of rectangles, what if they were circles. And now there's a little circle sitting on the top. Let's change the V align to be at 100. And now perfectly sitting on that line are those circles. Continuing to combine these in different ways, we can change the number of sides on the circle, drop that down to 3, and we get this perfect triangle sitting on the top. Jump it back up to something larger. We could generate just a line, a perfectly flat line on the top, which is going to be good for cloning onto, like cloning onto the center of the line or the start of the line or the end. But even just by itself, I could turn off that first main graph. So just turn off that checkbox. And now you see we just get these dashed lines as our final data. Moving, I'll select both so that they're synced up. Inside the data, let's start giving it some speed off to the side. And now those will be traveling along. Maybe the second one goes back to being a circle. So those will be circles, and those circles will look like they're traveling to the left side. And these two should still be perfectly synced up on top of each other. Selecting both, so the settings are changing together. I could decrease the count of these so we get larger or smaller. Grabbing the data. Let's turn that first one on because without, you can lose the data. That's why I like the bar graph. It really shows you exactly what the data is doing. So if I turn that bar graph back on, you can see these perfect circles sitting on top. Again, we've got the V align, so I could center those directly on here or even move it down so they're pivoting inside of the grid. Having done that though, we could do something like select both and set the data to just be maximized, or even let's grab the max and pull it all the way down to the bottom. So now you see all of those are lined up perfectly. Hitting play, we get all these little circles now that are just perfectly lined up with each other. Meaning if I grab that second one and say the graph's V align is at 0, they'll all be perfect circles all lined up on top of each other. By changing the data types or even the horizontal data's variation, we can start making some of them larger and some of them smaller and start making it like way crazier. Like I have no idea how I would make this otherwise. Turning off that first graph, you can just see these nice circles filling up the overall space. So much fun to start combining these into different crazy graphs, just generating different random datas. Let's turn that off and go back to the original one. We should increase the max so we actually see the different data going. Let's slow down that horizontal movement and even get rid of all of the horizontal. I'm just playing around now, just messing around and seeing what types of things I can make. So yeah, with all of those aligned, that's looking good. Let's move on to a different chart type. I mean, there's a lot of different combinations we can do here by creating this step. And then let's go back into the data and put a lot of that random variation again. And if you start putting in enough variation, you could almost start getting like a skyline look. So let's move into the modify data and I'll shuffle those so they're now random. And look at these kind of cool looking buildings that we end up getting. Maybe we don't want so much variation. There we go, pull back on that a bit. And then when it comes to the line graph and the step graph, I am able to click this close button and it's going to seal that off. So it's something that could be extruded or that you could feed into a loft and actually turn into a piece of solid geometry. So there is a skyline, and in the data, I could just keep on hitting a different random seed and get different looking cities laid out. By remapping the data in all sorts of different ways, we could shift all the buildings up, we could pull them down, so we just see the tops poking out, so you get this nice flat level ground on the bottom. So many different combinations there. Back into the graph tab. You already saw the line mode. Let's not randomize the data, so I'll put that to none, and now we can see that nice clean line starting to emerge again. Don't close it. We could increase the resolution and now you really see the way that that noise is being displayed. And that is a Perlin noise with a lot of variation in the width. So let's get rid of that variation. And you see that nice smooth line traveling along. So yeah, now we get that nice smooth line, decrease the resolution a bit and then make a duplicate again. And that duplicate, we could again put that as a circle. And now we get these perfect circles on the line. So many different combinations. So we don't want to spend all day just on the graph. It is a lot of fun to play with, but let's just spend a moment, of course, in the pie graph. So shifting over to pie, it looks kind of crazy starting out. So if you want it to be like your kind of standard pie graph, let's decrease the count to be pretty small. And then with the data, you'd probably want to maximize, let's pull the min all the way up so we get the full radius. And you see we now have a radius of 200. So with that full pie graph, if we randomize the width of the data, the horizontal, now we can get different random slices. So it's kind of like your basic pie graph. And keep in mind that this is the same data no matter what mode we're in. So if we click on the bar graph, this is what we're kind of mapping around the pie graph. Moving in, let's add some of that height variation back in again. And now we end up with something like this. hitting play, we can see those animating around. And man, that starts looking so cool so quickly. Like, look at this as sort of a random FUI element. Now we can get rid of that horizontal, so now we just have an even, each of these has an even width back into the graph. We've got the ability to change the start and end angle, so I could pull back on here. We could remove 180 degrees and just get them up on the top, increase the count and get a whole bunch of those. Back into the modified data, we could shuffle those and get total randomness. So many ways of combining these things. I love the bar graph. I love the pie graph. We can, there is an inner radius setting. We'll see that a little bit better if I decrease the count again. And now everything's butting right up into the center point. But if I add some inner radius to it, you can see that they are now starting at a set radius, in this case of 57. So we get that nice inner ring. We can then shift the data to their outermost point, and you see that will shift. So instead of pivoting from the inside of the data, it'll shift to the outside of the data. It's behaving exactly like the bar graph. It's shifting from the center point being at the bottom to the center, or the axis being at the top. So doing that in the pie graph, you can see how this is now pivoting from the outside. Very, very fun. Increasing the count as much as we want, shuffling, changing the noise type. Let's go back to Luca to make it super crazy. So many crazy combinations. And in the output, we've got all those same options still. So I could turn on that line mode. You see we get these dashed lines shooting in. We can set that to just the rectangle. And actually, they need to be pivoting from the outside to see if, so now you can see all these lines moving in and out. Let's, again, duplicate the graph and say one of them will be the line and then the other one will be these rectangles on the outside. Tell them to be pivoting from the outside. Now we get these perfect boxes on the ends of the line. Selecting both of them, let's add in some of that random horizontal data. And now you get these nice wide, let's slow it down a little quick. Yeah, because it's Luca. So slowing those down, you can see how each of these can get way wider, way smaller. Look at this crazy combination of data. Selecting the second one, let us shift that to be a circle. So now it's creating circles on the tips here. And then, of course, we can create the lines, which in this case will be little arcs on the end. So many crazy combinations. Now, opening up a folder that I've got. There are going to be some demo files included inside of the asset browser. They haven't shipped yet, so they're not quite there yet. But I've got some renders of some of the different layouts. So these are some different scene files that are going to be included in the asset browser. So let me make sure they actually open up in the proper window. So here is a bar graph example set up already with Redshift. And then let's pop open this pie graph. That scene file included. Next up, we've got a line graph. I really like this one. Very simple setup with a cloner. That one perfectly tiles and loops as well. Then we've got a step graph. Here's a bunch of step graphs inside of another cloner. And then finally, another step graph that I just kind of like the look of. And you already saw a couple things that looked a little bit like that. So yeah, combining Redshift along with these graphs, a lot of opportunities to create some pretty crazy, unique combinations. And there's a really fun tool. Like, there's a lot going on inside of this asset. So many different nodes to create this and the different types of data and the different types of graphs. So I hope that as long as you have R25, you should already have it there. It should have already downloaded inside of your asset browser. Just search for FUI and it should be there ready to rock and play and make some crazy random data. So that should wrap up the actual assets that Rocket Lasso has already created. Let's open up a new file and then, oh yeah, actually, when I was stress testing the graph, I also made this render. I just want to show that. It's kind of putting all those different types of graphs behind kind of a tinted pane of glass, and the combinations and the ways that these combine are just so much fun. I love these little circle ones, and this is using just 180 degrees of it and layering up different types of noise on top. This is putting them into a cloner and then having them push back slightly, and then the glass is blurred, so they blur as they go further back. A lot of fun to combine these things. Anyway, before we get into individual nodes, let's move into the asset browser again, clear out our search, and then let's move into nodes. So here's all the different node types. Much in the way that Rocket Lasso has put together that grid primitive and the new graph primitive, there are a sprinkling of other ones that already exist. And we can find those by going into the geometry generator inside of nodes. And the way I actually find this, you can actually go into the geometry primitives, but there's a lot going on in there. So if you go into a geometry generator, I can grab this spline primitive and pull it in. And this is an unusual object as far as the way it works in nodes, where it's sort of the master object. It's like, this is every type of spline. So you'll see that there's a primitive type. If I click that, we get a drop down of every type of spline. So there is a couple in here that are pretty useful, and there's a good way of finding them. So now we can see that there is something called a 7-segment display. There's something called the circular arrow. You can actually see that here is the FUI graph and the grid. But in addition, there is also the segment. And here's a test spline that I made. So there's 3 different types that we should check out. We've got a segment and circular arrow and 7-segment. So instead of making it from there, I'll delete that. And under the primitives, we can find those individual objects, but you can also search for them. So I found one right away. So here's the 7-segment display. It's been in there for a little bit, I believe put together by Rick Barrett, and only a couple controls, but you can make the 7-segment display. So we can type in any numbers we want inside of here, and it's going to display that number. We could set the time, so set to 3:33, and you could put the colons in there, and it will create the 7-segment display for you. So that is a primitive already there, ready to go. You just wouldn't know it because it's not living inside of this spline dropdown yet. I'm looking forward to the point when the nodes are mature enough that all of the stuff gets migrated directly into these menus so that they can become useful there. So that's a 7-segment display. Another one we saw was the segment. And the segment is just a standalone spline. I search for segment, drag that in, and this is just a straight line. I'll hit S to zoom up on it, and yep, a single line pivoting from the center, 1 point there, 1 point there. Something we've never had in Cinema. We had to change a bunch of settings, but there it is. We can set the length of that. We can change the offset to be pivoting from the negative X or the positive X. We can change the point count and heavily subdivide that. So there's now 32 points making up this overall line, so that can be pretty handy. This is currently set to linear mode, but there's also a Bezier mode. Setting that to Bezier, let's default that back to the middle. And now we get a start angle and a start strength, so we can add a bit of a curve there. You have to imagine the tangent line, you know, when you're playing with a basic spline. Let's just draw one. So let's draw that here. So if I were to draw that handle out and this handle out, hit escape and just select this. If you were to be moving that handle up and down, rotating it, that's essentially the parametric version right here. So we can set the angle to point it up or down, and then we can set the strength to push the handle out further or shorter, and we can do that both for the start and the end. So it's a parametric workflow now that we could feed into any rig, blend between different ones. In fact, let me show you. If I put that into a cloner and set the cloner to linear, so we should get a series of them cloning as they move upwards. So I'll just separate them a little bit. So I had a bunch of copies. I can now add 2 of them and put different settings in them, and as long as I set the cloner properly to blend, then now we are blending between these 2 different shapes and however we want to lay them out. So yeah, having this line be parametric does open up a lot of opportunities for very controllable rigs. And then the last one we had, let's see, what was it, arrow? Yeah, circular arrow. Needs an icon yet, but yeah, here's a circular arrow primitive that we were able to set a start angle and an end arrow and set the width. And there's a bunch of different ways that you can set the tip to look. So yeah, additional tools that are already built in, new spline primitives that just haven't been integrated into the menu, but for the most part, they are ready to be moved over there. So keep in mind that that type of thing does exist. Deleting the arrow, let's get set up for diving into some geometry modifiers, or these are just geometry nodes. The first thing I'd like to do is set that to be a list view, and usually they're a little bit larger. I like shrinking it all the way down so we can just read it as a list. In order to see the modifiers in action, we need some sort of geometry. So in the polygon objects dropdown, I'll create a platonic, change the type to a buckyball, which has always been one of my favorites. Hitting NB, we can see on the edges that even though each of these flat faces is 5 or 6 sides, we can only display quads or triangles. So there's going to be these subdivisions. That creates a problem if you're going to do some sort of parametric modeling, or maybe you want to clone onto these and clone onto the center point or something like that. So let's do it via a Mograph extrude. And this is a parametric extrusion that can be driven via effectors. Dragging that as a child, you're going to see that every single polygon is extruding out in 4 extrusion steps, but it's every single individual polygon, and that is not what I want there. So turning that off, we can parametrically clean this up via going into the geometry modifiers. In here, these are nodes, but when I select, let's say, untriangulate and drag it in as the first child of the platonic shape, we can turn on create n-gon, and now procedurally, parametrically, we've gotten rid of those and created the n-gons. Now that that is happening as a modification to the direct geometry, now we could turn on that Mo extrude, and you see we get very nice clean extrusions. Now, inside of these modifiers, you'll see a lot of different modeling operations that you're probably familiar with. A bunch of these we already have. Some of them we don't. One we're familiar with maybe would be smooth points. Drag that in as the third one, and you can see everything's getting smoothed out. I could pull back on the strength or the iterations, making it nice and smooth. Very similar, although not identical, to the smoothing deformer. They have slightly different algorithms. But then there's other ones that we have never had before. And one of them is this very handy geometry axis. By grabbing that and making it the last modifier in the stack, you're going to see that what it's doing is looking at the bounding box of the object, and we can now offset all of the geometry. In this case, I'll pull the geometry way up, and now you see that the axis is at the bottom. This is now sitting properly on the ground with all the geometry moved up while being entirely parametric. So we can always go back to that original object, make any change to the radius, and it's all pivoting perfectly right from the baseline. This is not something we were able to do inside of vanilla Cinema 4D, and now we can by dragging in a node as a capsule. For the next modifier, I would like to talk about geometry resize. For this, we're going to need several objects. I could, let's just grab this one and scoot it off to the side a little bit. I could create a cube and shrink it way down, and let's scoot that off to the side. Just for fun, I'm going to open up some gemstone models that I created. So searching for the word gem, here's a list of gemstones by Rocket Lasso, and we sell those. So selecting all of these, I could say load them into the scene file. So here's a whole bunch of different gems. You'll see they're very small. Going to object mode, I can select all of them and line them up nicely by typing in num, which is the index of an object, times 3 because they're really small. And now you can see all these nice gemstones all lined up in a row. So here we got a bunch of different objects of vastly different sizes. Some very close, some huge. So how about we create a node, clear out the search. We're going to want a geometry resize. To do this, I'm going to make a null, select everything and make it a child of the null, and then drag in the geometry resize into the null. And now everything should be getting modified. I would like to say that the target size is 2 based on the Y height. And now if we zoom up, we can see that every single one of these objects has shrunk to be exactly the same height. We can select the cube, scoot that over, and now we've got all these individual objects all exactly a height of 2, all thanks to this modifier. Each object, it's their actual physical geometry that is shrinking down. It's not modifying their coordinates and their scale. It's like, no, the geometry is what is changing. If we were inclined, we could drop this individually as children into each one. So those could be directly set each. Let's drop down to the giant object. We'll make it the last modifier. You see that shrunk down. I'll get rid of the cube. We don't need that one. So yeah, that has shrunk down to be exactly its size, but the original object is not modified. Delete that object. Let's take a look at maybe one more modifier. In this case, let's grab one of these. Let's grab the diamond shape. And what I would like to do is, let's reset that to 0. So reset transform, zoom up on it. So here's a diamond, and I put nice UVs on each of these. And there's another modifier here that we can use called UV to mesh. If I drop that on the object, we're gonna see it kind of disappears there. But if we hit the letter S, zoom up on the selection, you can see here is the actual final object. It has taken the final UVs and translated them to the actual geometry here in the scene. There is one input here, which is the overall scale, so I can shrink that way down. But now that is the UV translated into the real geometry. Very fun, very powerful. This can be applied to anything that's got nice looking UVs. We could search inside of here for, I don't know, let's search in the model category. So I'll say objects, and I would like to go into food, and let's see what's a good one. Let's grab the walnut. So we'll drag a walnut instead, and let's steal this and put it onto the walnut. And you can see there's the UVs for the walnut. Again, just a nice little tool that I wouldn't have known how to do that otherwise, and now that opportunity has opened up. Back into the nodes menu and into the modifiers, geometry modifiers. again, what is important to note here is that all of these exist independently as a node for working within Neutron. But in R25, they unlock the ability for those to be dragged directly into the object manager, creating direct usefulness right now that we can directly be jumping into. So why don't we take a look at just a little bit more when it comes to maybe making multiple modifiers and also add in the concept of selections. I want to step through a little bit and talk about the way you should think about these though. Right now, if I were to select the polygons of this object, you can see that whenever you make a new object in Cinema, be it a cube and you make it editable or any other shape, when you make it editable, nothing is selected. But if I were to hit the letter D for extrude, and extrude right now, oops, let me not click so that there's nothing selected. So if I click off the object, you see that everything is extruding. If I hit MS, the shortcut for the bevel, and click with nothing selected, everything is affected. So what that means is when nothing is selected, you should also think of it as everything is currently selected. As an alternative, of course, if I had one thing selected, only that gets applied. You have to keep that in mind when you're working with some of these procedural modeling techniques that are unlocked with capsules. So hitting undo, let's say we just want to do something real simple. Let's say I want to do an overall inner extrude on everything. Let's deselect all the polygons and then select a inset. So with the inset, you see every single, even though nothing was selected, it's like everything was. The current selection is default being nothing, but nothing still gets everything applied. Let's not do proportional. Let's instead make it an absolute, make this really small, like 0.1, very small inset overall on this very small object. Awesome. So now everything's done in inset, but now I want to delete. Let's delete everything that's on the inside there. Now delete, get that as the second child. Everything disappears. Why did everything disappear? Well, we had nothing selected. And if nothing is selected, then it applies everywhere. So how would we change this order of operations a bit? Let's turn off those modifiers and now move into the geometry selection. What I would like to do is select something. So let's say I would like to select, what would I like to select? I would like to select all. So now every polygon is selected. We don't get to visually see that. We can't tell that it is, but we know we just said select everything. Now, when I do an inset, the exact same thing looks like it happened. Everything got modified inward, but that's because everything is selected now. But now when I hit delete, this time we are left with just these holes and the rest of the geometry is remaining. So what is the difference there? Why did that work? Well, let's step through what that would have looked like otherwise. If I select everything, hitting I for inset, let's scale these down. And now you'll see that only those polygons are selected. And when you're using this via the nodes, via the capsules, the exact same thing happens. If these are what are actively selected, then that means that the delete, when I hit delete right now, will leave everything else behind. So keep in mind the way selections work because it's actually really, really important. So far, everything we've done has been very meticulous, very straightforward, step by step. And the reason we're doing it that way and keeping it simple is if you pop open an existing node setup, it can look really complex and intimidating. For instance, all of that graph stuff I was showing earlier, if I open that up and we actually go inside of the nodes and I show you, let's move inside here. Here is everything needed to some of what is needed to start making this graph. And inside of here, there's a lot of groups that are containing even more information, more controls. So there's groups within groups. It can get super crazy. That gets intimidating. So that's why instead we're keeping this nice and simple as we step through. Let's go back to our standard layout. And I would like to deselect everything so I don't have any polygons selected. Let's delete those modifiers we already created. Pop open that asset browser again and shrink that to a nice readable list. So how do we go about creating our own modifier capsule out of nodes? Well, over here inside of our nodes folder for asset construction, here is a bunch of different capsule types. The one we are specifically interested in is the geometry modifier group. I'll drag that in directly as a child and nothing's going to happen. And that's because if I double click on this modifier group, you're going to see that it is empty. There's nothing inside of it. It has popped open a node editor window for us. And what do we get when we see this? Well, there's geometry being fed in and there's geometry being fed out. So we need to interject some nodes in here to make it actually do something. So let's essentially recreate what we just had before. We'll begin by going into our geometry modifiers. And what would we like to do? Let's do an inset. So dragging that in, here is a node. Now before we were dragging that into the object manager, which turned it into a capsule, but here it is represented directly as a node. Now what does this node want? It wants geometry, and it's going to output geometry. As soon as I do that, move this window, you can see the inset has appeared on the object. This is a single node modifier, and we could stop right there if we wanted to, but of course, let's make it more complex. The next step was we want to delete that inner polygon. So we can drag the delete, but remember we need that proper selection going on to make that work. But let's do it wrong to start out with. If I select the delete node and drag it in, I can actually drop it directly onto this wire, and it will interrupt that. And now geometry will flow in and then out of that because the nodes were smart enough to know where to put that. So pulling this up, everything disappeared. But we were expecting that because currently, based on the selections, everything would get deleted. So doing the exact same steps we did before, let's go into the geometry selection, find a select node, interrupt this wire. And what do we want to select? I want to select all. So with everything selected, the inset properly works. And then only that inset was selected, which means it then gets deleted. Now, at this point, nothing is selected because we deleted everything that was selected. But let's add a little bit more onto here. In this case, I would like to add on a geometry modifier. There's something called solidify, and essentially that will add thickness onto a model. So in this case, adding a solidify, I missed. Let's connect the geometry in and the geometry out. And the instant we do, it's going to kind of explode, but that's because there's a lot of thickness and this is a very tiny object. So let's set that down to, let's say 0.1. And now we have a model that has thickness. So stepping through here, we've got a single modifier group that is containing a bunch of nodes that do a whole bunch of different things to our geometry. And we could just keep on adding to this chain, changing and modifying the geometry as we go and creating crazier and crazier effects. Let's try pushing this even a little bit further by creating some controls for ourselves. I see two obvious controls that we can do. And one will be this inset percentage. So how would we propagate that out? Well, selecting this inset, you can see we've got this little dot that we can click, and that is going to ask what do we want to do, and I would like to connect the node. Where? I would like to go to an existing, and then say I want to add a new input to the root. So by clicking that, it's going to create a brand new wire that propagated out into this input bar. Now, under solidify, we've got this thickness. I would like to do the exact same thing again. So selecting that, I would like to connect it to an existing root, add new input, and now it's created a brand new one there. Selecting the geometry modifier group as we've made it, we now see we've got two different controls that we can click and drag. And as I modify, you see that these are going to get larger and smaller. Now, currently the slider is like way overdoing it. We want to be really subtle with those changes. So we can spend a moment if we want to and go and edit the resources to change the way these are layering out. We can do that by right-clicking on this input bar and say edit resources. Now, this is going to look a little bit intimidating. There's a lot going on here. And as I select things, you're going to see it looks even crazier. Right now, we've got an input called thickness, and then here is our inset. I'm going to move this inset up next to the thickness. Actually, we'll put the inset first. That'll be the first thing that comes in. Selecting the thickness, you can currently see that there is a slider, and we are limiting the value from -50 to 50 with a step of 1. That's way too huge for our purposes. So let's say that this can go anywhere from -1 to 1, and it does tiny little steps of 0.1 as it goes. So now you can see that these two sliders have lined up. We get a nice preview of the settings up here. So now you see if I click the thickness, I can only drag it from -1 to 1 in much smaller increments. Closing that down, I would like to save the database. Now this slider should be a lot more reasonable for controlling this thickness. So let's close down that node for a second and look at the two controls we gave ourselves. We can shrink that and grow it all the way up to 100. And we can change the thickness of this overall. And keep in mind, we only clamped the slider, so we could push that beyond that amount if we want to. But we want to keep this nice and subtle, nice and small. So that is all working great. We've got these nice simple controls in our own modifier. So what would we like to do with this? Well, first I'll rename this to inset with thickness. And then why don't we save this into the asset browser? We can do that by double clicking on our nice little modifier group here. And then with nothing selected, I will go to asset, convert to asset. That's going to pop open this save asset. It's going to have the name that I titled it. We can save this into my preference folder if I want to. We can give it a version number. We can put it into a particular category. In this case, it is in a category. So if I click on these dots, I could say this is supposed to be a node, and it's supposed to be a geometry modifier. So we've now given it a classification. Hitting OK, that should now save it. And the instant I just saved it, it has now created this inset with thickness inside of this menu. It now exists directly inside of this group with everything else. So closing that down, I could delete this. In fact, let's just open up a brand new file and open up a different model. Let's make a figure. I'll make it really small because we were working with a small scale before. So there's a tiny little person. We'll set that to 10. That seems reasonable-ish. And then drag this inset with thickness onto it. And now inside of just my Cinema 4D, that asset now exists to apply onto any object that I want. Let's turn on some limit on the Fong, and there we go. It's applied automatically to this character. Selecting the inset, I am able to change the percentage, and we can change the thickness as it's applied onto this figure. And that is the entire process for creating my own modifier that can be used on any object anywhere I want to put it. As a final detail of creating our own assets, we could right-click on this new inset with thickness, show the details, and add additional information if we want to. So dragging this up a bit, we could change the name, we could add annotations, we could add in some keywords if we want to make it even more searchable. We could modify the version number as we make different versions. But something I think is really cool is if you want to add your own custom icon, we can do that however we like. In this case, why don't I modify this to be nice and subtle, just 0.1 on the thickness. And let's even make that a little bit skinnier there and zoom up on some part that should pop out a bit. Let's say the head there, and then take a screenshot. So I'll hit Windows Shift S is a shortcut on Windows to create a little screenshot. I'll try and make that about square. And now if I were to right click on this blank icon, I could say update preview from clipboard, or if you had it saved somewhere on your computer, you can update from a file, but I'll paste it from the clipboard. And there we go. That is now the icon. And you'll even see if we get rid of that, that is an updated icon on the actual inset. So you could design your own ones really, really easily. And that just sort of completes out making this nice and clean and ready to be used. So just a nice way of completing the entire process of making that asset for myself. And with that, that wraps up my presentation about practical uses for nodes right now. I would like to remind everybody that Rocket Lasso Live is back next week on Wednesday. I'll be answering questions live on Twitch and on YouTube, all about Cinema 4D, tackling all sorts of crazy things. Looking forward to that. It's always different every single episode, every single season. It's a lot of fun to dive in and just answer questions when we don't even know it's going to be coming. A big thanks to everyone for watching, and a thanks to Maxon for having me again as always. And finally, you should of course follow Rocket Lasso on all the different platforms at Rocket Lasso. And if you go to youtube.com/Rocket Lasso, that's where you can find a whole bunch of live streams, the upcoming live streams, and presentations and tutorials from the past. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see everybody next time.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here with the one, the only Chris Schmidt. Chris, thank you for blowing our minds. It's going to take me a while to process everything that I saw, and I know there is a lot of people that are going through the same process I am. So bear with us as we catch up.
Yep. Well, thanks for having me as always. And yeah, diving into the world of nodes can be scary for sure. So
yeah. Well, the cool thing is, for those of you who are going to be joining us in Vegas, if not, tune in. You know, we'll still be broadcasting 3D Motion Show from Vegas, and I just tossed in that code as well. Chris will be joining us again, so live in person, so you can meet the man himself, and we can talk shop. Usually, a lot of times, we're just hanging out. Well, number one, I'm working there, so I'm hanging out at the booth the whole time. But often, our whole community is around the booth. We have a new booth this year, so it's super exciting. If you've been to any other shows, you're not going to want to miss it. So we have a whole section for demoing and being able to, you know, talk with artists and kind of just lounge in the back and just, you know, really let it all soak in. So that'd be a great time to connect. But while we're here, we got a bunch of questions, and just type them in. You can just @ me. Or just put like question, but just @ me so it shows up nice and orange, really bright, and then my team can toss it in my list of questions, and we can get all the questions for Chris. Chris, you ready to dive in?
yes, sir. Let's do it.
All right. First question is, what attributes did he use for the color user data node?
Pretty straightforward. There's a bunch of different ones, and honestly, a lot of them work. But when you're inside of Redshift and you want to pull in the color of the object, I just use the display color. And you even see in an object when you open up the basic tab of any object and you say use, let me even look, it says, there's display color and you say use custom, and now you're using a custom display color. So really easy to remember because you can just look at the one you set.
Just use the right there on every attribute. Just basically in the viewport.
And the reason that's even better is because when a cloner sets the colors to a clone, it is also setting the display color. So it works for both, which is why I like it.
So then if you're using any randomization, the color that's pulled from the cloner is also transferred over.
Exactly. So yeah, the Redshift will change the color of the material to whatever that is as well.
That's super powerful. I got to play with that more.
Yeah, well, it makes it so that instead of needing to make dozens of different materials with different glows and different brightnesses, you just make one. Where just by changing the darkness and brightness, you can set like how bright is it supposed to be by multiplying it by an extra bright emissive material. So
very cool,
very fun workflow.
All right, here's one that I know is big for everybody. Change access on primitives? Question mark?
That actually kind of blew my mind. That entire section of the presentation was, well, it goes to, I understand that nodes are overwhelming, and these nodes are still being developed. Like, things are changing a lot every single version. So I wanted to go through all the nodes and be like, okay, now that we can drag a node in as a capsule, like they're kind of one and the same, what nodes do we have that have abilities that we didn't already have inside of native Cinema? And there were like 3 or 4 different ones. I was like, wow, we couldn't do this in any sort of parametric way whatsoever. So the ability to change the axis of the object to pivot, so essentially you make a cube or a sphere and you drop this node in and drag it, and now it's sitting perfectly on the ground. Your axis is on the ground, but the object is sitting on top of it, which is so great. And on top of that, you've got the automatic scaling. So yeah, those nodes just were like, oh, wow, okay, I'll be using, when the live streams start up again, it's like, I will often be dragging that in because it's just useful now.
That's one of the things. It's always like, oh, I just want this at the bottom of a pyramid. Is that all? Like, is that too hard to ask? I just want it at the bottom of the pyramid.
And it's treated, it's treated as a deformer. So it's not even like this big parametric hierarchy, complicated thing. Like, no, it's offset now. You don't have to think about it. So I guess I haven't done it, but I'm 100% sure that you'd be able to drop that into a cloner, and now it'll be sitting perfectly on the ground instead of doing some giant offset. So that's
very useful.
Great one.
Very useful. And now here comes the questions that I had. Well, a lot of these are the same questions, but is there a way to load actual data via Espresso? So yeah, working with your grid and data system.
Yeah, the FUI graph. We intentionally named it. Would you say FUI or FUI? What's the better way of saying it? I've heard both.
I like FUI.
Yeah, me too.
Just because it like FU just sounds like I. Yeah. Oh, okay, it's fine. It's like it's not that it's okay. It's almost controversial, but yeah, FUI. FUI just sounds like it's a bunch of FUI.
Yeah, exactly. I guess, or FUI. That actually kind of sounds futuristic.
Yeah. Oh, UI is in it.
Yeah.
there's UI in it. Sounds expensive.
But anyway, when I was building it, I originally did have the CSV importing on there, but it didn't quite work the way I wanted it to. So I'm hoping a future iteration of that node would work better. So keep an eye out for like a 2.0 of Graph as new versions of Cinema come out. So I have no idea when that might be, but that would open up a lot of opportunities to have actual original data. What's funny is it actually started out that way. The concept was going to be like, okay, they'll bring in a spreadsheet. And then later I was like, well, I'm going to put a random mode and a noise mode. Right now there is manual mode. And I don't know the answer to the Espresso version of the question, because I don't know how Espresso would interact with that. That's an array data type, which is not something that we had traditionally. And an array data type is essentially a whole list of a type of parameter. And I don't know if you can access that from a higher level. So like literally haven't done it, but it would be interesting. So
are these available right now? Are those like that's another thing, is like, how would people be accessing these right now?
Yes, and that is the best part. As long as you have R25, and you have to have R25 because literally, Neutron became so much more powerful in R25. As long as you have R25, this is already in your asset browser. Like it should have been uploaded, I think, yesterday or even Monday. And if you just search for, click your asset browser, search for FUI, and both the grid and the graph are going to pop up as options. And there's even example files in there that are even using like the Redshift materials I demoed. So it should all be there ready to go.
Just in time. Look at how that works, folks. Like just as smooth as ice, right? Just slides right in there. Perfect timing. It's available. Go ahead and just jump into that content browser and check it out. You said it's under the UI elements?
If you search FUI, it'll just pop up.
Yeah, FUI. Don't search FUI. Search FUI. There's
Exactly.
a difference. All right. So yeah, somebody was wondering if you can plug in real world numbers to control each bar or pie instead of just random. In that manual mode, is that what you're talking about? That you'd just be able to plug them in?
Yeah, well, exactly. The manual mode, like it's, I don't know of a dynamic way of doing it. So instead of us being able to do the CSV, I did add the manual mode in, and you could say, I want there to be, and you manually click like add, and now you've added additional elements in the array, and now you can set a manual height and a manual width. So if you do want a manual one and have very specific data, you can do it right now. But, like I said, hopefully in a future version, we can actually do the proper CSV imports.
Is that keyable? If you wanted to key that data, so you could change it from one number to another per cell.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be a good idea to change the number of cells, but as long as you've got set cells, that should work just fine.
Then the values within the cell is fine.
Yeah. Otherwise, I'm not sure how that would work. I don't know if you can keyframe adding like a new element or not.
Yeah, maybe not that. Just use a bool. No, don't use a bool.
No, don't use a bool. Spline mask. Spline mask is okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. We did a whole show on spline masking.
Yeah.
That was back in 2019, folks. We did a whole show on it. It's great. All right. Let's see. Somebody's wondering. Now we get the really interactive folks coming out of the woodwork. Can you input sound?
I wish. I would love. I mean, everybody wants the ability to do sound input. For the most part, with nodes, we can't do something that doesn't exist in the system yet, and there is no neutron sound nodes at all. As soon as they were there, that would become an instant option to be able to do. And, in the future, I would love to have some sort of plugins that tie in and do more audio things, but I don't have any specific information.
Special request to programming, audio node, audio input sound data node, MIDI input data node.
Yeah, always MIDI. I would love
MIDI.
it. Yeah.
All right. Next question. Wait, what? Can I use the geometry access on every default C4D primitive object?
Yeah, any model. It's a geometry deformer at that point. It's a geometry capsule, but it acts as a deformer. So if it has geometry, that will just automatically work on it. And it can work on multiple objects. If you put them all in a null, it'll apply to everything, or you put it on individual objects as a child, and that will automatically offset everything as you want it.
I wonder, can you set it up so your primitives will default to having that node attached?
I don't think Cinema has any way of saying, like, if you create a cube, there's no way to tell Cinema load in a sphere at the same time. Like, that doesn't happen. I mean, a plugin could be written that would do that, but I don't think anybody would necessarily want that.
Somebody in tech, let me know if there is. If there is, go ahead and hit me on my back channel, internal chat, and we'll get that to you.
The only way I could think of, and it would be the worst thing ever, would be you would go and make a cube and then drop in the axis capsule, and then you would drag that into the assets browser, and you would do that manually with every single piece of geometry, and then you would edit your palettes, delete the existing geometry one, and then bring in your now custom assets in as those, palette. And then as its own custom palette, and then that would work
from the content browser.
Yeah, you'd have to do it on every single primitive, but it would work.
Okay, so maybe you guys have homework tonight. Homework tonight, folks. Homework. Yeah, but that is a workaround, and there it is. And then I just got no, you cannot, just from tech support. So do the workaround. Then.
Yeah, the workaround.
Yeah. Do your homework, and then you have it. All right. Question: is it possible to capsules to a limbic? Bake capsules to a limbic. Is it possible?
I know. Let me find out right now.
It's a button. Let's find out.
Yeah, it is a button, but I'm going to assume that it would just work because, well, once it. yeah, a capsule is a Cinema 4D object. And no, I'm not sharing my screen. I don't think I'm going to, but I'll answer audibly.
Well, you can hit the buttons behind the screen and just look like you're working diligently, and we can just.
I'm actually working diligently. Let's see what we can
actually do it.
Bake as Alembic. Where do I want to save? Desktop. That's fine. Go. Baked and turn off the original. And there it is, and it's animated. Yep, you can bake anything as Alembic.
So the answer is yes. Done. Check off that question on my list. Thank you, sir. So yes, you can bake capsules to Alembic. It is possible. The other one is back to that import on that graph data, and that's, can you import CSV data, linked document?
Yeah, we covered that. Obviously, a major request. We were running a small beta on the Maxon forums for it, and that was obviously a big request as well. So definitely planned. Like I said, I already prototyped, but just waiting for the next iteration of it.
Yeah. Now, you've worked pretty extensively with this. So what? This is a question actually, but I'm curious as well. Are there any nodes in the future that you would like to see? Any node system in the future that you're desiring? I know we mentioned audio.
Yeah, audio ones are obvious ones. Anything you can import. I mean, for myself, what I would personally love would be a suite of node-based particles. Like that would be absolutely. It's such an obvious killer, awesome thing that would, if a node-based system is built for anything, it's built for a particle system. So that's what I would want to see.
When in doubt, throw in node particles.
Exactly.
There you go.
I mean, I used to be crazy about thinking particles for like years. I was that's how I met Maxon, was a giant tree generation rig that I made with thinking particles. So anything node-based would be pretty cool.
I mean, for me, like other things would be like phone data. Like if you could actually like pipe your phone and you have your your camera.
Oh, I see.
Like camera position data and all that data actually come over as a node. So then you can have that kind of act as a controller for other things.
Yeah, that would be a live. The interesting thing when it comes to live data, like I remember as a techie demo, we had done a thing where we plugged in a Connect, and the Connect was outputting data, and we were trying to get the data in the cinema. But the only way that at the time, who knows now, but the only way we could think to do it was tell the Connect to write everything to a text document, and then have the text document get instantly read by Cinema on every single refresh. So you'd get a tiny bit of lag, but it did work. I bet you there's way better ways of doing it. But that was our one day hacky version. Was like, okay, it's kind of neat. We got more important things to do, but
yeah. Well, I just think of like the gyroscopic data that you could use that now for full animation. So you can, I just think of when I was a kid and I was just, playing with like cars and making them fly, or airplanes. And now you can just animate like this and be like, oh, I want this to do this. And now you get just a bunch of spline data and the, keys of where the locations are. It's like, cool. Now I have that, because I don't know. Exactly. Somebody do that, not me. I just want to play with me,
well, exactly. But the tricky part goes into it's good, right? Be a different API for Android, for Apple, and then let's say you were doing it from like your Kinect, or from all the different from an Oculus and all the different controllers, and then a PlayStation controller, and how about this, and how about a Wii remote? It's like every single one of those is a completely new, unique process. So as soon as you come out with like let's say the iPhone version, now everybody's like, I want the Android version. It's like, oh, that's a completely different development environment. So
well, give us one. Just like the input node. That to me, I think would be really interesting. Yeah. Unless we're going to do like full mocap node. It's like, all of your mocap data.
That's true. No, I agree though. It would be great I'd be super happy if it was in there. I just don't know how that would get implemented, but.
That's once again, there's nerds and there's nerds of a higher order. For me, that's a nerd of a higher order. I'm like, I can only go so far.
Yeah, at a certain point you become an ideas man.
Yeah, it's like, all right, we got more questions coming in. When Chris first previewed nodes, he had a node that added Gaussian blur to the Maxon guys. Gaussian blur that the Maxon guys had made. Has that been added to the node asset? So I guess there was a Gaussian blur.
I vaguely remember that. For a while, I was trying to get into the node-based materials, which obviously predated the full-on Neutron implementation. And there was a blur node, which made me very excited because I always wanted things to be able to blur. Well, first of all, you can access all of the material nodes within Neutron, but I don't know how that translates and what you would want to do. The specifics matter there, and I'm definitely not an expert when it comes to the material-based nodes. So sorry, don't have a better answer for that one.
Yeah. Let's see. Moving on. All right. Yeah. One limitation I've had with these is I could not find a way to feed a spline into a geometry modifier. Is there a way to do it, or can we add that feature?
Add a spline to a geometry modifier. A geometry modifier, I think, acts upon a spline just as much as anything else. It depends on, it might end up being different on every modifier because you can modify like polygons or you can modify points. Splines have points, but they don't have polygons. So if it was acting upon the polygon, then it wouldn't work on the spline. But if it's acting upon the points, it probably would. So yeah, there might be specific spline ones that work with splines.
Different ones.
Might,
okay.
Yeah. So maybe some do, some don't.
Yeah, depends on what it's adjusting, point mode or poly mode, basically.
Yeah, that's my assumption.
All right. Another question. Are you planning on creating new nodes like the grid and sharing them in the Maxon Asset Manager? Well, you've just done that.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Is more on the way?
Exactly. Well, what's the best way to put this? Like, yes, they're already there in the assets browser, so that's the way they're being shipped. That's because we contracted with Maxon over the break. We got the seasons of Rocket Lasso live, where I answer live questions. We were on the break in between, and then so we dove in to do consulting on nodes and to create those assets. And creating the assets was the best way to do consulting because we're trying to make real world things that would actually be useful to people. So I'll say we are wrapping up one more capsule. Like we have one more that's coming out, so we will have made 3. Total, but Maxon is very interested in us continuing in some capacity. But we're wrapping this period up as the live streams start up again. So if and when it happens, it'll be a bit, but we are interested in continuing that. But it does go to, while we're focused on those, we're not so much making as much progress on our own plugins. So it's kind of a push and pull.
Yeah, and if you guys love them. If you love what he's making, then come to NAB and harass our team because our product team say we need more. So, but that's awesome though. So one more on the way, perhaps, and maybe more if you guys do a good job bothering our team. Say how much you love it. All right. So another question: would it be possible to have some different preview icons in the asset browser? Okay, I guess this is more a question for us. A little bit different from the scene nodes that aren't draggable in the object manager.
Yeah, because right now, like all the geometry modifiers, they pretty much all have the same generic icon.
So that seems like a UI thing, not an FUI thing, just a regular UI thing. So special request to, I think that there's definitely some things to make the asset manager and a little bit more defined, just being able to find things easier.
Yeah, no, totally. It's very searchable right now, but yeah, I agree. The icons would go a long way to making things more distinguishable.
Just so you can, it's just one of those things where if it's recognizable, just super quick out of the corner of the eye, you don't have to read into it.
Yeah.
But that's, So good one. I agree. I think, yes, let's make everything better. These are the
make
things,
everything better all of the time.
Yes, keep making this better, please. Let's see. Ask, please, of Maxon's roadmap for scene nodes. I don't know if you can answer that one. But
even if I could, I wouldn't be allowed to.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know. If it hasn't been announced, it hasn't been announced. If it has, someone give it to me. I'll toss it to you in the chat. So whatever I can share, I will. Look, I care about the community. This is what I do. So I'm gonna get you what I can get you. All right.
Yeah.
But not anything more, not anything less, but exactly what I can get.
Well, the only thing we could say would be that traditionally, especially for the last couple of years, Maxon's been doing 2 big releases every year, but there's stuff coming out constantly for the asset browser, like every month.
Yeah, now that's crazy.
But ever since Neutron was introduced, it's been improving every single version. So it would be my hope that would continue.
Yeah, so. The roadmap is more better all the time. That's that's it. Make it better next time and next time and next time. Yeah. So if there is one, somebody can toss it to me. I'll toss it to you guys. If not, it's something that is in development and continual development. It wasn't just like a one trick pony. Like there's still more going on with it. Let's see. Hey, Chris, how did you arrange a group of objects typing num or something in the coordinates? I guess they missed that part.
Oh, yeah. It's super great. I'm not going to bring up the visual, but anywhere that you can type in a number, any parameter, anywhere, if you type in the word NUM, it stands for number, but the better way to think of it is like the index. So if I had 4 cubes selected and I type in, let's say in the X coordinate, I'm going to say NUM, that means your index, and I say times, let's say 200. And that would make every single one of them offset 200 from the previous one because of their individual indexes. There's also, I think there's also a variable for typing in a random number. And it's the same as like, you type in, if you hit X, it's going to take the current value. So if you had a bunch of cubes and they already have, or let's say spheres, different radiuses, and you want them all to be what they were, but larger, you can type in X plus, 25, and now they'll be what they used to be plus 25. Very useful. You should totally do it. And yeah, definitely rewind to that part and watch me type it in because it's very useful.
What is it again? One more time, just the code?
It's an NUM, like number, NUM. And then any math you want to do, like times, multiply, divided. Maybe you can do num times num divided by 2, like, any equation you want. Modulo.
Do your geometry homework in the in the cell. This is what you do.
Who needs a graphing calculator? You just type it into a parameter.
Yeah, there you go. All right, let's see here. Are you able to make your own shader as a noise? I'm wondering
shader as a noise. I'm trying to think of the context there.
Is that for your graph? I'm wondering if that's for your graph.
Oh, you're probably right about the context of that.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
context, folks. Context matters. Give me as much detail in the question.
There's a good chance I had that. Well, I guess probably a new one. But if it was while the presentation was going on, it had temporal context. But anyway, I wouldn't necessarily recommend this to anybody if you are not already very familiar with nodes. But a lot of the assets that have been created, like even Maxon's assets, because there's like the global pins and even things like the 7-segment display, and those are capsules, but that means that you can edit them. So you could actually drag it into the node manager and then go into the asset dropdown and say edit asset, and you will go inside of it and see its component parts. So right now you could open up my FUI graph, go inside of it, see all of the nodes, go to the section where I made the noises and then swap it out with something else. You would be doing it manually, and I exposed every parameter that I thought was at all useful in the most intuitive way. Like throw it out there, making tools is an incredibly complex process, not just for putting the nodes out there, but if you know the number of hours that were spent designing the interface, like lining everything up, thinking of the right name for a parameter, there being too many parameters, how you organize the parameters, and even now that tool has like a bunch of parameters. I think it's pretty organized, but trying to make it a somewhat intuitive user experience is definitely not trivial. Maxon has always had a really good kind of like design philosophy where everything, you open it up, there's a certain order of operations, there's a certain way that things are named, everything is intuitive and clean and separated out. And when I've opened up something, it's like, you opened up somebody else's scene file. It's like, whoa, what am I looking at? It's all super crazy and disorganized and whatnot.
Hey, don't talk about my scene files like that.
So designing an interface in such a way that it kind of matches Maxon's aesthetic is really challenging. And I'm just saying that like hours and hours and hours went into just rearranging parameters and renaming them and being like, wait, this concept is too complex. It needs to get simplified down from 5 parameters to 2, and completely rebuilding things based on that. So a lot of development time ends up being that type of thing. Of course, if you're making something for yourself, you just need it to work right now. You don't even build controls. You just put the parameter, the final values directly into the nodes. Like who needs an interface at that point? But I also really enjoy that process. So
can you make your shader a noise?
It does go into like there are 3 different noise shaders, and we are extracting from that, and our own parameters are plugging into that. So it's able to change to different noise types because we're plugging into said parameter. But even along those lines, in a way, we kind of did make I don't want to say we made our own noise because there's a lot of code happening behind the scenes that makes a noise. Right. But then we did it where we want to make a looping noise. And the nodes didn't have looping. So we built in the concept that the noise could circle back in on itself. So we took the raw information, modify it, and send out that output. So if somebody wanted to input some other way of inputting the information, like it can be opened up and you can get into the guts and change where everything's plugged in, like add new nodes, make your own systems. So it can get pretty crazy.
Yes, but you're going to need to know what you're doing.
Yeah. Yes, but it's dangerous.
Yeah, if you want to live dangerously, then go ahead and make your own shader noise in this. Somebody's asking, I don't think this is for you, why Redshift has 2 node systems. Anybody in Redshift wants to talk more about that, they can. I don't think that's
to throw it out there, it's not that Redshift has 2 node systems. It's that Maxon, Redshift had their own node system and Octane had their own node system, and they were all different. And Maxon went and made their own node system. So there's the material nodes. And then they opened it up so that third-party developers could plug into that system so that everybody's more working in this unified system. So everybody can, and like in theory, should be doing that. So you're more in the native world. So essentially Redshift was ahead of the curve, and they went and fully implemented their things into the cinema version of the interface. So and along those lines, if you built things in a particular way, in theory, you'd be able to shift from like a cinema based material to a Redshift based material. And let's say a different third-party renderer like also implemented it. If you did, like I'm saying, like in a very particular way, you could shift between them. It's not a universal translator, but it is a more unified system.
Yeah. In a perfect world, if everybody used the the same system, and everybody built upon it, then it would be a lot easier to translate the data. Yep. Don't live in a perfect world, folks. I'm sorry. Not yet. All right, let's see here. Can you add objects in the tracer in TraceLink dynamically using Espresso?
No, well, 2 things. No, you can't using Espresso because Espresso itself doesn't have any way of connecting to the in-exclude parameter. And that's a type of parameter that there's a link parameter, and Espresso can do that. But a link list, right, an in-exclude is the giant list that has a whole bunch of objects in there. So I don't think that those can be overly directly controlled. Although saying that, you can make an in-exclude list in Espresso and link that. You'd want to be careful though, because the way a tracer works is it's time dependent. It's really dangerous because it's time dependent, where it says, here's where this particular point was at a particular point in time. And I remember that from the previous frame, and it's going to do that over and over again. If suddenly that point doesn't exist anymore, then what was that supposed to connect to? And all the indexes get rearranged, and suddenly your line's going to jump to something completely unrelated. It's going to look crazy. I mean, the exact way if you like keyframed it, it would look crazy. Something to keep in mind that you can always do from an object manager point of view is drag a connect object into your tracer, and now you can just drag and drop things into your connect object, and that would automatically update inside of the tracer. And if you wanted another workaround, you could, let's say, drag in a series of different instance objects into the tracer, and now through Espresso, you could drive the object that's linked in that instance, if you're following.
And if you were lost, just go back and rewind.
Yeah. Well, if you're lost, keep in mind that in 1 week from today, I'm going to be starting up Rocket Lasso Live again. If you're not familiar, it's a big, giant live stream I do every week where for at least 2 hours, I just take questions from the audience. But in that context, I'll be doing my screen sharing. So these questions will be coming in, and it'd be like, I don't know, let's find out. And we'll test it out, tinker, try a different way, finally figure it out. And then, if somebody's following a Patreon, I even save out all the scene files and put them up there. So
nice. Yeah. So if you don't figure it out by Wednesday, join Chris. And if you do figure it out by Wednesday, join Chris.
Yep. Exactly.
Either way, you get more Rocket Lasso here. Somebody's wondering, can you recolor the capsules icon?
As I briefly mentioned,
customize, right?
Yeah, as I briefly mentioned in the presentation, if you go back, there's a point where I'm like, here's how you make the icon. So essentially you can put anything in there. So aesthetically, they're blue because we made them blue. They could be, you could make any icon, anything. Like, it's not about changing the color. It's about what do you want the picture to be of. So yeah, you could literally take a screenshot of something and paste it in as the icon of anything.
Yeah, so you have much customizability, and this is This is another request, and I think this is just to us. Please ask Maxon to put a small icon of the renderer the file is using so we can see it on the Windows icon.
Oh,
that's
neat.
interesting.
Yeah, there's a little like redshift in the corner.
Yeah, just a little corner. Well, I think that's something else too. I want in the like materials, like all the in the content browser, just like
Does it
okay.
not do that?
Did they update that?
No, yeah. Even right now, I'm looking at it in R25. Like I have a bunch of
Redshift icons
of demo files for the FUI graph, and they're using Redshift materials, and all of them have a Redshift icon in the upper left.
Nice. So I guess they're looking for the project file then.
Yeah. I guess when you're in like Windows looking at the different files, it's like, oh, that one's Redshift. I can or cannot open it.
Oh yeah.
Well, you can open it, but it'll yell at you.
You'll get yelled at. Chris, great job, man. I think that got to get us through. Oh wait, hold on. I think we have one last one coming in hot. We'll take this one. Let's go ahead and let me just paste this into our questions here. Last one coming in hot. Can you expand the preparing info on the picture viewer so we know exactly what Cinema is working on to give us better choices in optimizing problematic scenes? Okay, once again, I think this is more for the rest of my team. So I'll let them work on that. You can get ready for the next and any other questions. Once again, join Chris next week at Rocket Lasso Live. So that's going to be super exciting. Always love having you on the show. And we'll see you in a couple weeks at NAB. And I'll be posting that code, or my team will post that code in there. So you can come hang out with me, Chris, and the rest of our nerd family at NAB. It's been far too long. We'll take a break, and we will see you all after the break.
I said you heard me on the stereo.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars designing and creating statistics-based Mograph templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Introducing Mograph TV from Mograph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. Mograph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
Mograph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most. And stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
Mograph TV, television for the design community, 24/7.
I said you heard me on the stereo, and it's so smooth. Got that rhythm, got that groove. Just let the heart attack.
Welcome back to the show, everyone. I am your host, Matthias, aka Major VFX. Thanks again for tuning in to the 3D Motion Show, where we bring you amazing presentations from artists all throughout the world of 3D animation, visual effects, and motion graphics. So want to thank our sponsors, Dell, Wacom, and the many different prize sponsors. And for those of you who are just tuning in and you haven't been here before, check out 3dmotionshow.com. And just under the player, you'll see a little place that says sign up. Click that link and you can sign up for your chance to win a number of different amazing prizes by our sponsors. So Keyframe, I know you just showed up. You're late. So you get detention. So you're going to have to stay late today. But for everybody else who's been here and is ready for our next presenter, all the way from our new ZBrush family, check out Michael Pavlovich.
Hey everybody, this is Michael Pavlovich, Director of Character Art at Certain Affinity. And when I say character art, what I really mean is what we call sandbox art at Certain Affinity, which could be a range of kind of a gradient between weapons, vehicles, mechs, equipment, characters, and creatures. So a pretty broad range. Essentially anything that goes into engine with a bone and needs to be animated, we take care of that on the art side. Just to give you a little bit of visual for that, I'm going to switch over here to my slides. So there's me, and there's the gradient I'm talking about. And in order to make good decisions when you're making a game, like getting things tangible, playable, quickly in context, I've always leaned on ZBrush as a crutch over the years. And what I love about ZBrush is that it's built for creation. All of its tool sets and workflows are built around creating something. So blocking out, iterating, refining, finishing, all the steps in a pipeline to create an asset, ZBrush is super helpful for that. And here we have an example of like, hey, if I'm just going to get something in the engine quickly, it's representative, it's performant enough, we can kind of judge if it's going to be worthwhile or not to pursue this endeavor, all the way up to the finished product. There's no surprises, and everybody's looking at the same thing on the screen. All the departments are evaluating it in context, in engine, in the end experience, and again, just rapid iteration and rapid workflows. Now, I'm not going to get too heavy into this. There's two presentations here where if you want to watch an hour of me talking about just that with more and more examples, you can watch the GDC 2015 and the ZBrush Summit 2018, where I do that for an hour and change. Now, as far as getting into this content, I've been using ZBrush since I was a junior in college, about 1,000 years ago. And since then, I've put out a number of Intro to ZBrush series. So if you're new to ZBrush, I'd start with the Conan O'Brien looking one up there. It's just 50 videos, 10.5 hours to get you up and running with all the basics of ZBrush. And as a supplement to those intro videos, you can check out the playlist for the What's New release features. So every time there's a major release, I take a deep dive into those features, and then create a playlist that breaks everything down, along with a couple demos to showcase the features and example asset scenarios. And for this presentation, I thought it might be fun to take a jaunt down memory lane for those releases since 4R8, showcasing some quick examples, just enough time to kind of scratch the surface a bit on those releases. And the good news is, if any of those pique your interest, there will be some extra resources for you to deep dive on later. And right off the top, we'll start with 4R8. The big additions in 4R8 were the gizmo, packed with a bunch of extra features besides just geometry transposing. There's a ton of deformers in there too. Live booleans, which super useful, super powerful, especially in ZBrush, which can already push so much information. Adding booleans to that just really frees you up for exploration. Vector displacement meshes, Alpha 3D, 3D text, and SVG. So I'm going to hop in there and let's do a quick demo. Here you're going to see we have a hood on this object, so we're going to recreate this. On the original 4R8 demo, I did a pistol, and those are easier. It's basically a side view where you go through and you knife out a shape and you boolean a flat surface. I thought this would be a little bit more interesting because booleaning shapes on a rounded surface and having to resolve rounded objects and getting them to smooth correctly is a little bit more challenging, but we can let ZRemesher do a lot of that heavy lifting for us. So I'm going to go down here to append, and we're just going to make the overall volume of that shape we're looking for. So if I go down here, we'll turn on transparency and we'll scale this on down. I'm just going to kind of place this here. So this will be the overall shape of our hood. And then if I want to, put a little bump out here, we can say, you know what, let's control drag this out using our gizmo, and we'll scale this down. And now we have just the overall basic shape of that hood. Now, if I go out of transparency mode and we take a look at this, let's go in here and just do an auto groups. You're going to see me doing a lot of custom menu stuff just for speed during these demos. Of course, all this functionality is just taken from these menus here, and if I use it a lot, just put them in a custom menu here for quick access. But again, we have our volume here, and we just need to kind of shape this up. So I'm going to hold down Control-Shift, and well, if I go in here now and try to slice through these, I can, but these aren't really welded yet. If I do Control-Shift-A here, you're going to see this is all still one solid object. So instead of slicing through here just now, let's hit W, and you have a gizmo that you can move, scale, and rotate, but you also have a bunch of functionality in this little gear icon. You can drop in new primitives. You can go in here and use your deformers, and you also have this remesh by union, which will run a Boolean on your visible objects here for that subtool. So now these are all one solid object here. So let's go down Control-Shift, we'll go in here, and we'll start cutting our shape for our object. So I'm going to go hold down Control-Shift. You can do a straight line through. You can also do a curved line through. You can tap Alt once. That'll do kind of like a Bezier curve through here. And then if you hold down Control-Shift and then Alt twice, that'll put a sharper angle in there. So I can hold down Control-Shift, and we're just going to grab the pieces that we want and then delete hidden. And here we have our object here. So let's go ahead and say Z-remesher half, keep groups, and then that's going to put a line right here where we made our new geometry. There's a ton of functionality and a lot of really fun, easy stuff you can do with Z-remesher to kind of get the topology that you want quickly, as opposed to having to worry too much about how to get, again, these curved surfaces to resolve correctly. So you'll see me using Z-remesher a lot to do some of that heavy lifting for me. Now I'm going to demo some Boolean functionality. In order to do that, I need a solid mesh. So I'm going to go through here and say extrude all polygons. I'm going to pull in a fairly thick mesh for just this section of the demo. I'm going to flip my normals there. So now we have this object, and let's say I want to cut something into it. Well, I can pretty easily just put a cylinder on here and cut something in. And you may be thinking also like, well, if I want to cut something in, I can go in here with my Z-modeler brush and just do like a Q mesh polygroup all and just punch holes through here. So if I hit D for dynamic subdivision, this is the dynamic preview. So Shift D to turn it off, D to turn it on. I can go into my crease menu and say let's crease PG or just run a crease tolerance. Let's uncrease all and just crease our polygroups there. In fact, if these are a little harsh for you, you can say, it's crease level of 2, smooth subdiv of 3. That'll give you a little bit of a fall off there. So you can use the pre-existing geometry because it is pretty nice. It gave you nice geo. So you can go in here, maybe do an inset polygroup all, and then maybe do like a Q mesh polygroup all and hold down Shift and pull along that surface normal. Get pretty decent results. However, you're kind of beholden to the geometry this has, which in some instances may not be overly helpful for your design. And that's where Booleans can come into play. So you can still hit D for dynamic and, again, crease PG if you want to, crease your polygroups. But we can go in here and I can put in, for example, a cylinder, put it on here, and we'll go ahead and split those off into their own subtool. So I can push this cylinder through. And then if I turn this cylinder into a subtractive mesh and turn on our live Boolean, these are super powerful. It works with millions of polygons. You can use it with Dynamesh and surface noise and all sorts of cool stuff. And in fact, you don't even have to stick with the shape. You can go through here and anything in your IMM brush, you can just swap it out. And if you want to see what I'm doing, literally it's just swapping these shapes out. In fact, these shapes are pretty lame, or tame, I should say. There's nothing much to them. If we go in here to BI brush insert IMM Boolean, you'll see there's a bunch of, these shapes come with ZBrush, but of course you can make your own really cool shapes, and you can go through here and again pop in your own shape. So if I take this out here, and then we'll turn off polyframe so we can see what we're doing. As I cycle through these, you'll see we're getting a bunch more interesting shapes here. And the complexity is really up to you. You can go through and get in some really complex shapes in here. Is a cool one. So all you got to do is hit W on your gizmo, and you can go through here and you can swap these out. And if you want to, you can control drag off a copy. And again, if you need to see what you're doing, just turn on polyframe here, and you can kind of go in here and estimate where these things need to go. However, you can also make your own cool shapes. So if I go again back to our cylinder shape and we punch this all the way through. Let's turn on local symmetry so we can scale down this axis here. So here is a cylinder shape. Let's go back into that gizmo, and instead of using a new primitive shape or Booleaning anything, we can use this extender here, and that'll put, again, let's see what we're doing. You can put an extender through here. It'll extend through, and now we have a pill shape. So again, I'm going to punch this all the way through my object, hold down Control, and we'll drag this over. And hold down Control, we'll drag another copy over here. And again, these are live Booleans, so you can go through and you can modify these however you'd like. And again, we'll turn off polyframe so you can see this. So this is the result we're getting. We're not beholden to the geometry we have. We're making design decisions based on, you know, whatever we want, basically. And let's go ahead and resolve this. So I'm going to take these shapes, and we'll go ahead and just turn on dynamic to get a smoother result here. And if you want, you can just leave it that way. I mean, it'll even render fine. And it's fairly non-destructive. If you want to make any changes to this, feel free. But we're going to go ahead and apply this. We're going to go down here to Boolean this time and dynamic subdivision. Before I hit make Boolean mesh, we're going to turn everything else off. So we're just going to Boolean these objects here. That'll toss out a U mesh. And here we go. We got our shapes. If I just need the shell with a thickness, I mean, I can ZBrush this. It'll do a fine job, but I can simplify this even more just by grabbing these pieces, which are the ones I really want. We'll say half, and then just ZBrush. There we go. And again, you can keep ZBrushing half to see, you know, what kind of geometry I'll end up giving to you. And you could get low enough to where you have almost a working game res depending on your shape. So let's say we like this. Again, we'll just Q mesh all our polygons in. We'll go ahead and flip our normals back. And because we have nice clean geometry, again, we can go in here and say inset polygroup all. And it'll do it on all the polygroups here. And then again, we could say Q mesh. We're going to pull along the surface normal. Using polygroups as like a visible representation of basically like selection sets or face selections. It's so much easier. I wish every modeling program was as visible and on the screen as ZBrush is with those selections. And again, we can say, you know, it's crease PG or run a crease tolerance, crease level of 2. Smooth subdiv of 3, get a nice little fall off there. So we have some armor going, and I'm going to go hop back in here. We'll go ahead and append this shape back, and we'll get rid of these working shapes here. Now this isn't real geometry just yet. If we do Shift D, that'll go back to our low res, and then D is our higher res. We can go ahead and apply those subdivisions so it's real geometry. Another thing that came out in 4R8, if we go in here to BC Brush Chisel, are these vector displacement meshes. So if I go in here to a really obvious one like this one, you can pull on here, and let's go ahead and subdivide one more time to get a little more resolution out of here. Unlike regular alphas, which would be like these, which are just basically, here's a multi-alpha brush, by the way. You can load up geometry. It'll turn it into selectable alpha. So you can take one of these and then pull it on here. So alpha brushes don't have, 2D alpha doesn't have any undercuts. It just goes straight down. However, vector displacement, which ZBrush has all sorts of undercuts. So you can do really complex alphas, create them really easily on the fly. And you can apply them. In fact, you can change the stroke over here and turn it into like a repeating element. If we turn on like our lazy mouse, increase our lazy step, we can use this as a repeating hard surface element if you wanted to. But there's also another one. We can go in here to BC, the chisel brushes here. So you can choose different tips on your chisel brush. And again, it's just using that same technology. You can go through and you can cut panels really quickly. Another option, and we're skipping ahead a little bit. I'm going to go down here to delete lower. And this is a newer thing that came out, but here's knife curve. So if I also wanted to just cut panels right into here, I can go through here and just turn on brush radius, drop this down a little bit, and then I can go through and just literally slice through panel lines in our object. And that's cutting all the way through these objects and leaving behind geometry here. And if I want, I can separate out this little piece here. We can go ahead and say split hidden. And then on top of all this, if you want to infer functionality, you can go and grab some hard surface alpha brushes that you've downloaded or you've created in ZBrush. Again, we can have multiple meshes in here, so we can just grab some basic shapes. Let's turn our Z intensity down just a little bit. So you can go through here. And I think I did this on the top of the original one too. You know, you can go through here. Now that you have real geometry, you can make some interesting shapes along here. Or again, like I said, just infer some functionality through here. Let's put like a bar along here and then maybe an inverted bar along here. And since this is a separate object right here, again, I'm just going to go ahead and just pop this into its own piece here. You can put this up underneath here. Maybe get a little layer differentiation between those two. And basically just hard surface the heck out of your object here. And at the end of the day, after doing a bunch of that and a couple other fun ZBrush creation techniques, you'll have a whole bison. And then basically from here, I just went through and I literally decimated it down, auto UV'd it, and then, you know, throw it into your texture program. Texture it up. And if we hop back into ArtStation, you can check out the bison here. And you can see the making of here, but you can see you can make a whole scene and animate it and light it and render it. And if you want to dig a little bit deeper, the 2021.7 videos, here's the making of the bison, but it also goes a little bit deeper than that. When you come into this playlist here, here's all the new features starting at number 84 of all the 2021.7 stuff that's more suited toward that bison. But like I said before, here's the ZBrush 4R8 What's New playlist. Here's the 61 videos that make up what happened, what was new in ZBrush 4R8. So we'll hop back over to our slides. So in ZBrush 2018, and I want to run you through the resources just one more time, as maybe the last time I do it. But again, here's the 2018. It's a 56 videos for the 2018 releases, and what I'll usually end up doing is a little bit of demo stuff. So there'll be time lapses and quick demos of just little projects for each of these. So here you're going to see the project primitive at work along with Sculptris Pro, the automatic tessellation. So I won't spend too much time on this. Let's hop right into that demo. So one of the staples of ZBrush is Dynamesh, which allows you to kind of manipulate geometry and still maintain a sculptable surface. But it's kind of a two-step process. So let me show you what I mean by that. So I'm going to go ahead and isolate this down. This is one from one of my live streams here. I'm going to narrow this down to just looking at Lumpy Space Princess here, and we're going to turn on polyframe so we can see a little bit better what we're going to be doing to the geometry. So if I go in here to BSH, which is our snake hook brush, you're going to see, hey, this brush performs really well when you use it with Sculptris Pro. You can hit OK. It won't turn it on for you, but Sculptris Pro is basically right there. But before I turn that on, I'm going to show you if I stretch this geometry out or just grab some of this geo, as I begin to pull away, it's going to really stress and tax that geometry that exists there. Now, however, I can go in here to Geometry Dynamesh, and there's some Dynamesh settings in here. In fact, before I Dynamesh, I can grab this resolution slider, just click and pull off, and then hover over my geometry. It'll pick this resolution for me, so that when I go over here and turn on the Dynamesh button, that's going to Dynamesh my object, essentially re-project all of my geometry here. So now instead of having that really stretched geo, we have nice, evenly spaced, mostly quads to play with. So now I can go through here and I can say, like, you know what, let's smooth this and maybe inflate this and then control drag to re-Dynamesh, and I still have a really nice surface to work with. However, if I go over here to say the fingers, and I look at these fingers now, you're going to see these fingers, which if I go back to our history, were previously unwelded. When I Dynamesh them, again, drag off and then Dynamesh, it's going to weld all of those together. But it does allow me flexibility with my geometry to, you know, sculpt whatever I want and then Dynamesh. To avoid both of those, one thing I can do, if I go back here to my start, let's go to here to BSH, back to my snake hook brush, and I'm going to turn on Sculptris Pro. And now when you see when I use this brush and I pull off my geometry, it's going to be tessellating on the fly. So as I move my brush, depending on my brush size, it's going to be tessellating as I go. To show you this in action with the brush size, let's go in here to BSJ, or the spiral brush, and you're going to see with a brush size about yay size, I can pull out a spiral like this, and I can zoom in and then make my brush size smaller, hold down Alt and we'll go the other way, come in here, make my brush size smaller, hold down, let go of Alt, go the other way, and you're going to see as my brush gets smaller, so does my detail. My brush size controls my detail size of my object here. And of course there's settings in here that'll control that underneath your brush and under global. And you can go through here with your smooth brush and you can actually pinch pieces off and delete geometry. So you can move and add detail on the fly and tessellate on the fly with Sculptris Pro. So as you can imagine, if I turn all my people back on here, going in here with my snake hook brush, and of course you can also, I'm going to hit C to sample this, you can use Sculptris Pro with color if you want, or BSK, which is snake hook 2, you can actually have it come straight down, straight to the camera if you'd like. And if I go in here to BS, and I'm typing in B for the brush menu, S to narrow it down to my S brushes, and you're going to see we have snake hook, snake sphere is another really fun one. So if you're doing appendages or just kind of, again, taxing your geometry and you want it to tessellate on the fly, a really, really good option. And there's also some snake curves in here. So these are really interesting for fish fish fins, so you can drag a curve on here, and then as you pull off, it'll start adding some turbulence. So as it continues to go out, that curve will start reacting, and you get some really, really nice results with that. If you want some more control than that, there's another option here for like Snake Curve 2. You can basically pull out a curve, and then depending on where you grab the curve and which direction, you can have a nice controlled surface being generated from a curve. And again, Sculptris Pro is tessellating that on the fly. And this is kind of a non sequitur here, but if I go in here to our tools and just grab a polysphere, and we unmask the top, and I go in here to dynamics. We'll get to dynamics in just a bit. I'm going to turn on expand and inflate. Let's turn that inflate down a bit, and then the expand up a bit. And then when I run the inflate, you'll see you'll get really quick Krang brains. So that's how we ended up doing this section right here on Krang. But let's keep talking about Sculptris Pro. I'm going to hop over here into the mechanical skull, and this time we'll switch back to our startup material. So let's say you've decimated something down for 3D printing, but you realize you really want to add some more detail on your object. So if you remember, you know, if we wanted to, let's go back to our standard brush here, and I'm going to say, let's go ahead and clone this brush off. Let's change this to a dot stroke, grab an alpha, focal shift down to -100, and let's say I want to stamp in some screw ports. So if I hold down Alt and try to do that, you're going to see it works surprisingly well. If I turn on polyframe, you're going to see that's because Sculptris Pro is turned on. So as I'm going through here and stamping that detail, it's updating and tessellating that geometry on the fly. If you want to, in fact, if we turn off Sculptris Pro and then try to do that, you'll see how limiting this geometry is. There's nothing really in there for it to grab onto and stamp. Another thing you can do is hold down Shift with Sculptris Pro turned on, and we'll have Z add down to 0. And now we can literally just go through here and smooth, quote unquote, without any Z intensity. It's just tessellating that geometry. So if you want to put in some detail in this area, feel free to go through here, make your draw size whatever resolution you'd like. And then you can go in here and spot add detail. And in this case, you know, you don't even need Sculptris Pro. You just go in here to standard brush. You've already used Sculptris. So now if we go in here and again, let's crank up, there's the intensity here. So if I go through here and just start stamping in our screw ports, you'll see we get plenty of detail here. Now again, if I go over here and try to stamp no detail, if I go up here, plenty of detail because I've added in and tessellated in that geometry. Now another thing you can do, and we'll get to project history in later videos, but I can hold down Control and tap in this, and that'll go ahead and store these vert positions in history. So if I wanted to, we talked about Dynamesh before, so let's go down here to Geometry Dynamesh. I'm going to crank this way down. I'm basically going to voxelize an envelope for this, just to kind of seal up all my geometry, make it one contiguous mesh, and I'm doing that with Dynamesh. However, you're going to see I lost some of that detail. However, if I go in here to Brush, so BHR for History Recall, it's going to look at those stored points in history, and we can turn Sculptris Pro on. So as I'm going over this detail with and projecting that detail back, let's go ahead and turn off X symmetry here. We can go through and we can add geometry and get back and project back the detail. So if I do this without my polyframe turned on, you'll see I'm tessellating this on the fly and I'm projecting that original detail back from that point in history onto my mesh. So you can very quickly create an envelope and then just spot check or spot go get your detail back into your scene, just by using a combination of Sculptris Pro and in this case the History Recall brush, which again wasn't released in 2018, it came a little bit later, but we'll get more into that. If you ever run into any technical limitations, Sculptris Pro does work with the visibility, so you can actually just grab a little chunk, slice of this area and go in here and just get your details back with just a small piece of your mesh showing. Or if you just simply want to just focus in on an area and not have anything in your way, again, Sculptris Pro will work with visibility. So just a couple quick cool things that you can do with Sculptris Pro, and we'll head back to our slides. And 2019 was one of those releases where ZBrush came out with stuff I didn't even know I needed in the form of ZRemesher 3.0, the hard surface Z-remeshing, which I do a lot, and then the Spotlight Snapshot 3D and NPR rendering. So instead of PBR rendering, for example, we have non-photorealistic rendering for sketchy kind of examples. So let's hop back into the demo. And for this one, I went ahead and pulled the 4R8 demo, but that's okay. So basically we have this object here, which is just going to replace this one here. Just show you how I made it really quick, or one way to make it. I can go in here to ZRemesh or half, adapt the size down, detect edges for me. When it does that, it'll give me nice clean geometry regardless of how the original looked. I can go ahead and subdivide this a couple times, and I'm going to delete lower, and then I can go in here with my knife curve brush, and we can literally just make this shape really quickly. So again, Alt tap twice to go and slice through all these different component parts. And I'm not overly concerned about the shape because, as we know from previous demos, all I have to do is go through here. I can do a quick ZRemesh half, keep groups this time, and just get nice new geometry. Can't beat that. However, instead of using booleans like we did, what we can do now, or what was introduced in 2019, I should say. If I hit the comma key to go to my light box, we're going to go in here to Spotlight, and we're going to grab some of these hard surface options in here. So I can grab any of these shapes, and we just happen to have a pill shape in here, which is great. Of course, I can go in here and I can hit this quick select button, and I can go through and cycle these. But if I'm looking for just this shape, I can go through and I can use this. A lot of really fun, cool stuff you can do in here. You can tile multiple in here. You can go through and like extend vertically and horizontally if you want to, based on this midline. So we'll snap it to the center and we can extend horizontally. All sorts of, you can Boolean alphas together, you can paint any number of things. You can even create clothes with this. However, what I'm going to use this for is Snapshot 3D. So we're going to go down here and we're going to turn off our pistol. And we're just going to, we can either move this into place, or I can hit Z to go out of this mode, and I can move my object into place behind it. Once I'm ready, if I have Live Boolean turned on, I can hold down Alt and hit the snapshot button. And when I turn this off, you're going to see it punches a hole right through my object. And again, this is just a Live Boolean. All it is just an object sitting here. If I go into solo mode, it just creates an object for me using that alpha that I can then go through and I can just use my gizmo and control drag off multiple copies of this. And because it is a Live Boolean, I can go through and I can see like, okay, does this look cooler? Do I need to scale these things up? Maybe I could go up to the top here. Actually, that's legit cool. Pretty neat. And then from this point, what I would normally do is basically what I did in my ArtStation ZBrush Summit 2018. I went there to ZBrush. We did a summit here, and basically here's the making of this weapon and multiple ways to very quickly make weapons in ZBrush, and then eventually get them decimated down, thrown in through Painter, and then get those animated out just as kind of a preview of what the weapon could be. So very, very quick, rapid iteration using ZBrush, which I do all the time. However, what was introduced in 2019 is also super cool, and that is, if I hit the comma key again, and we're going to hop up here into our render sets. If I double click this black and white thin outline, you're going to see it doesn't seem to do too much in my scene here. However, as soon as I hit that BPR button, the best preview render button, let's go ahead and turn on Live Boolean again so we get those chunks taken out. You see we get an awesome pen and ink render, and where you find these settings is up here in render. Go in here under BPR filters. Let's go ahead and turn on perspective, and we'll turn on the floor so we get a nice shadow here. And now when I hit BPR with these render filters applied, and you have a bunch of render filters you can go through and change. Again, if I want to go through here and turn on a new one, and we can set this to say, let's do some screen tone dots. And for this front color, I'm going to change that to white. And then I want this to just be in my shadow here. So I'm going to put it in my shadows, but I don't want it the shadow of my object, just the shadow on the ground. I can change my mask here to -1. So now we have a screen tone print in the shadow here. I can go through and I can make the dots bigger or smaller. I can invert that so that it's black with white dots or white with black small dots, whatever you want to complete your NPR or non-photorealistic rendering. And again, it's simple as just going in here and changing your filters and your blend modes. If I go into my light box again and just grab this blueprint here, another really cool one. Let's go ahead and turn off perspective. We can get a nice orthographic render on a blueprint, and you can see all it is just taking these filters and doing, finding edges and dropping in grids and changing colors, all in your filters here. So you can go through and do really, really cool, quick renders that aren't completely reliant on anything being photorealistic, but more stylized and illustrative. So we'll hop back over to our slides. And 2020 was a pretty monster release. It's things I'm not going to cover like thumbnail and cam view, but a lot of this I am going to cover, and we're going to go ahead and use, I think, one of my live stream models, the Oogie Boogie there, to show off some of this functionality that was in 2020. So let's hop back over to the demo. And I'm really not going to be able to do the 2020 release or the 2021. Any of these releases, I'm not doing them justice, so please feel free to dive in there a little bit deeper than I'm going. But for example, here's a couple cool features. So we've got our object here from one of my live streams, I think. And in case you don't know, if we go in here and we start poly painting and we turn on RGB for our brush, we're literally painting on the vert. So if I drop this down in our subdivision history, it's going to be lower resolution painting, and then more verts equals more high resolution painting, which really frees you up from being able to color something or paint on something without having to worry about UVs. And you can do both, and they're really powerful, and I'll show you what I mean. But while we're talking about poly paint, let's go down here and just adjust our poly paint. Again, there's no textures, no UVs, just a poly paint on here. I'm going to go in here to adjust colors. And in this case, let's go ahead and adjust this over to the blacklight version of this character here. So I'm going to go ahead and crank up that saturation, maybe the intensity just a bit, and just get a cool blacklight version. So again, it's going to adjust those poly paint colors. And notice that's just vert information in space that holds also RGB information. Now, let's say I did want to convert this to a texture, or ZBrush this. So essentially, let's say this is the Dynamesh version of my character and it's all poly painted up, but I want to transfer this information to a ZBrush version. So I'm going to hold down Control and tap this point in history, and it's going to store these points of data, the verts, along with our RGB information. And then I can go through here, and I'm going to say just delete higher now. So let's say I went through and I ZBrush this like we did in the previous videos. Put a poly group on either side, ZBrush this result, and this is what I have. To get that poly paint and detail information back from my high resolution sculpt, all I have to do is go over here to project and say project history. That's going to project those points that I have stored in history onto these new points here. We can hit Control D, project history, Control D, project history, and what that's doing is subdividing and then projecting the color information and the vert position information. So I have all my detail back from my original Dynamesh sculpt and all the color information. And the super cool thing about having subdivision history now is I can go up here to say Z plugin, down here to UV master. I'm going to turn off symmetry because it's not symmetrical, but I'm going to turn on polygroups because again, we do have a front and a back polygroup here. I'm going to say work on clone because that's the safest thing to do. I'm going to go ahead and unwrap here so it'll look at my polygroups and put a seam there, and then when I hit flatten, you'll see these are the UVs that I have. Perfect. Unflatten, copy my UVs, we'll head back on over to our original mesh here, and we'll just paste those UVs right onto my object. So now that I've done that, I can go down here, to get a little burlap texture on here, we can go into surface noise. And by default, I do already have the burlap texture on here because I've already been working on this object here. But if I had just had it in 3D mode, that would give me a planar projection. So it would project it from, whatever I came in as, and it would start stretching as it projects planar on my object. But now that we have UVs, we can go ahead and put UV option on there. And now we have a nice imported burlap texture on our object here. As a displacement map, it's not even applied to our object yet. You can just have it as surface noise. Another cool thing is now that we have UVs, I can sculpt and paint on my UVs in a flattened state. So I'm going to go down here to UV map, and I'm just going to say morph UV. That's going to morph our object into just UVs here. But they're just going to behave exactly like geometry. So if it's easier for me to go in and paint and or sculpt on my object while it's flattened, if I want to put in a seam line, it's totally doable. In fact, while it's flattened, I can go in here to say texture, import. I'm just going to grab like a color texture here. We'll go ahead and add it to our spotlight. And I'm going to hold down shift, and we're going to tile this a couple times. And now instead of this green pattern, I can turn on RGB. We can go in here to brush, samples. We can turn on spotlight projection. So we can spotlight project RGB or Z-add information or sculpting information, height information. But in this case, I'm just going to go through and just paint. So I'm just going to paint these colors right into my object here. And we'll go into morph, we'll turn off morph UV, and then we're back in our original state with our poly paint on our object here. So super easy again to sculpt, paint in the flattened state with our UVs. Another thing we can do, I'm going to go into my Damien standard brush, and we're just going to put in like a little divot here, so we can sculpt. We can do Z sub and RGB information. So I can go through here and I can just kind of put in a little divot, and then I'm going to switch back to RGB and Z add for my standard brush, and we'll put in some stitches. Let's go ahead and raise our intensity up. So here's some stitches on our object here. So again, I can do this in a flattened state, or I can do it in this state. Another really cool addition in this version, if I go in here to BX, that gives us our extractor brushes. I'm going to take this extractor T brush, and I'm going to hit I'm going to make my brush size so that it kind of fits over the entire object. Then I'm going to hit the G key, and that puts me in a state where I can literally just drag over anything that I've sculpted, and it'll pick up height and color information. Now, one thing I kind of want to be careful of is that, you know, I'm keeping track of my undo history. This worked fine. However, if I don't need those points in history stored anymore, I can just control click on the latest and then control click again, and that'll go ahead and get those points out of my memory. But since I've used the extractor brush, I now can extract this data that I have here, and I can put it anywhere on my mesh, just sculpting along. And again, if I wanted, you know, put this in a flattened UV state, if it's easier to, you know, create a seam along here, or on the inside of a leg, or if it's difficult to kind of sculpt, you can just morph your UVs and then go ahead and morph them back. And if you want to change anything, again, you can go in here to your poly paint, adjust your colors, and you can even specify, you know what, I just want to darken these stitches up. Just go ahead and drag out onto the brown. That can unmask those, and if you hit OK at this point, you can just have a mask and you can go in here and paint if you'd like. But again, while you're in the adjust colors mode, you can literally go through here and be like, you know what, I want them a little more saturated and a little less intense. Go ahead and darken them up, hit OK, control drag, and there you go. You've adjusted not all of the poly paint, but just the specific areas of the poly paint that you want to change. Of course, if you did want to put these to a texture, it's super easy to do. All you got to do is go in here to texture map, create new from poly paint, and there you go. It's applied to a texture. And from that point, you can go in and you can, you know, texture it up or transfer any of that with any other data from a texturing program. And then again, back on here, you can kind of see the making of. Again, this is a live stream, so you can kind of see how a lot of this stuff was created. Again, using ZBrush as that backbone. So we'll hop back over to our slides. And the 2021 release was the gift that kept on giving. If I go up here, you know, to the ArtStation page, it's actually 106 videos breaking down the 2021 plus all the point releases, which we're going to break down separately next. But even in here, if we just, you know, click through these videos really quickly, there's a tremendous amount of cloth simulation and dynamics that allows you to do all sorts of things, retopology, snapping edges, you know, and when we come into like dynamic simulation, there's so much stuff you can do outside of cloth. You can do transferring body topology, you can do snapping face topology, running that on fiber mesh, hair cards, stuff like that. And again, you know, even just creating clothes using Snapshot 3D, which we covered earlier, you know, you can create quick clothing based on that and just, you know, simulating things around. And in fact, if I go back into here, here's all the demos broken down. But even going through here and making a car and then wrecking a car and then banging around barrels and stuff. There's so many crazy things you can do. Again, just introducing some functionality in the ZBrush, you can get really, really creative with your solutions. But enough about that. Let's head back over to our demo. And the monster release of 2021 was, I'm not going to be able to cover everything, but just really quickly, some highlights. If I go in here to Subtool, let's go to the very top here, and I'm going to say Insert a Polyplane. And so we have our plane here, and if I go to the side with this plane selected, you're going to see it kind of disappears because I'm in an orthographic view and it's flat. However, I can go in here to Dynamic, and this is something that was added. We can go in here to Dynamic, and of course that'll give us some smooth subdivisions, but also a thickness slider, so I can put in some dynamic thickness. And when we were creasing earlier and adding smooth subdivisions and crease levels, again, that's dynamic. That's a preview of what that mesh would look like. So I can do Shift D to turn it off, and it's just back to this, and then D to turn it back on. That'll add thickness in any subdivisions or anything that's in here. So for example, I can go over here to our Dynamics menu, our new Dynamics in 2021 menu, and I can go in here and I can scale this out. And I want to drop this plane onto this head, so I can go in here to the dynamics menu, we can turn our gravity down just a bit, and I'm going to turn on a collision volume. Anything that's not selected will become a collision volume in this case. So then I can just go through here and literally just run the simulation. Let's crank that strength up just a bit, and it'll go ahead and fall on our head. Of course, we're not beholden to just letting gravity run its course. We can go in here and we can say BTC, which is transpose cloth, and then I can literally just pull this thing around the object in this way. So this again is using that collision volume of the other objects that are in the scene, and then we're putting cloth on top of that. Now, don't think for a minute that this is only able to be used on, you know, nice quad meshes or anything like that. You can literally turn dynamics on for anything and use dynamics in any number of ways. Again, I can't cover them all, but we can certainly talk about some. So I'm going to hold down Control Shift, and we're going to go in here to slice curve, and let's make it so he can at least see out of his hoodie. So I'm just going to slice this off, and we'll go ahead and delete hidden. And we'll zero mesh this. We'll turn on half and zero mesh this down. So now we got a, I don't know, a little cloak here. So Dynamics also works with subdivision. So if I hit Control D, that's going to basically add a subdivide right here. And if you remember, I also do have Dynamic. So I can turn Dynamic on. It'll add an extra 2 subdivisions on top of that and thickness back on our object. So again, if I go over here to gravity and run the simulation, it'll go ahead and snap to his collision mesh and then gravity around. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to turn off smooth subdivisions. And if I want to get finer wrinkles, I can hit Control D. I can just keep subdividing and I keep running the simulation here. Or going into my move brush, you know, just kind of moving it around on his head here to position it, using him as a collision volume. If I'm done simulating and using him as a collision volume, I can just turn that off and I can focus in on the cloth here. And I can go through and I can, you know, sculpt in any wrinkles that I think should be there. And then I can enhance these wrinkles with cloth brushes. So I can go in here to like B, C, K for cloth hook, and I can go through and I can move cloth around. And again, it's basically a brush with built-in, if I go here to elasticity, built-in simulation iterations, and I can do that with any brush. So for example, if I switch over to my pinch brush, you can see by default simulation iterations is down at 0. I can crank that up, and now I can go through here and I can use my pinch brush, and it'll actually run the cloth algorithm while I'm using this brush to kind of enhance my wrinkles. Of course, again, I can hit Control D to subdivide. I can get finer and finer wrinkles in here, and I can also control that through this firmness here. Oh, another super cool thing you can do, if I turn off let's just turn down our thickness down to 0 here, and I'm going to go to my subdivision. So basically, you see subdivision level 1, we have huge quads, and then over here they get smaller and smaller as we subdivide up through our mesh. So if I go down to maybe say subdivision level 2, you're going to see another option down here called micro poly. So I can click that on, and if we go in here, we can turn this into chainmail. So I'm just grab a chain link, and you're going to see it's going to replace every single face on that cloth with a chain link mesh. And it's just an instance, so I literally can go back in here with my move brush and still move this around. Oops, forgot we turned off our collision volume, but turn that back on. So now as I'm moving this cloth around, it'll react with the head. And because we put chain link on, it's going to behave as if it was chain link moving around. Although in reality, again, this is just a dynamic preview. We can turn that off, and really all you're doing is simulating this low res cloth against this collision volume, but with dynamic on and micro poly on, it's showing you what it would look like if you went in here and you had a chain link mesh being subdivided. And again, it is respecting those distances between those verts because it is a cloth sim. So if I bunch this thing up, it will continue to react and behave like cloth. And if I want to, I can up the subdivision, and again, it's every face gets an instance. So they'll get finer and finer, and you can always swap these out at any point. If you want to turn this into a weave, you can go and put these put a weave on here. And of course, you can make your own custom micro polys to whatever kind of surface you're wanting. But again, super flexible and fun to play with. And again, dynamics is tied into a lot of different systems within ZBrush, so you can use it just as turning stuff into a collidable object and then running a simulation on it, or using simulations with your brushes to get an effect. And I'm going to hop right into 2021.5, so I'm going to go ahead and turn this off here. So we'll talk about this. So you can see I have a lot of detail on this reptile head here, and you can use the cloth, dynamic cloth on wrinkles as well. You can just treat it like a surface. So if we drop this down to maybe just level 3 and we go in with our pinch brush, And again, that pinch brush has simulation iterations turned on. Let's go ahead and turn off our collision volume here. So now you can see I can kind of pinch geometry over here and it'll behave like cloth. And if I want more resolution, I can go in here and like subdivision level 4. And if you're starting to hit your max points over here, which we're getting close to, always remember you can go in and you can just hold down Control Shift and just lasso a selection in here and then go through and use dynamic simulation as much as you want. You don't have to have the entire object showing. But since we're not to our max points yet, we can go in here and again use pinch to kind of enhance these wrinkles. However, if I go in here to like say brush cloth hook, like we played with earlier, I can go through here and I can kind of pull his skin around, but like I kind of want to move his flesh, but I want to kind of limit the range of motion for this particular brush. So I can do that by going down here to this 2021.5 feature, which is thick skin. I can turn that on, and then you have a little preview here. So as I inflate this, that's going to show you the limit that this brush is allowed to go to. So if I turn it up just a bit, and then I go in here with my cloth hook brush, now when I go in here and pull the skin, it's actually going to pull across only to a certain amount, in this case 9.48 units, and you're going to see it's like I'm pulling skin across a bony understructure. You know, we got a skull underneath there and we're pulling skin across it. So you can use thick skin to kind of go through here and kind of push areas in here as well. And kind of go through here instead of using just pinch or anything. You can go through here and you can again move stuff around and limit the effect. And of course this works for any number of or any brushes really. So if I turn off thick skin and we go up to subdivision level 6 where we got a lot of detail, we can turn thick skin back on and again give us a, you know, dial in that preview here. So if you go into like the clay buildup brush, as I use this brush, eventually it's going to cap out only to go to that amount. I can switch over to my standard brush. I can use my standard brush, any brush in here, or hold down Alt. It'll dig in only down to that amount. Now another brush that was introduced in 2021.5 is BC brush contrast. We have contrast delta, which is just going to continuously add contrast, and then contrast target, which if I go in here, I can literally just go in and just give these things a little pop. You know, there's not quite enough contrast in these details, just use this brush to kind of drag over. Or if you want to do it to your entire object, you can go down here, let's turn off thick skin, deformation, and you can just run contrast on the entire object. Just pull this slider up and you can add contrast as you go to the right, or in fact you can even go negative contrast and just kind of smooth your object out. So a lot of different ways to use those features, but also there's so much more you can do with them. So again, I'll give you some resources where you can go and check those out. So that was kind of a twofer. We did 2021 and 2021.5. Heading into 2021.6, again, I'm just going to jump right into the demo. The only thing I don't think we covered is the ray trace AO masking, but everything else should be there. So we'll hop right into that demo. 2021.6 had some good additions as well. I'm going to go ahead and take this head here and we'll just turn everything off except for these two. And if I hold down Control and we go to the mask options, you can see we have some mesh extrude options. For example, like mesh balloon, I can go to the side here and I can draw out a balloon shape, and we can hold down Shift and we can add to this balloon shape like so, and then hold down Alt and delete from the balloon shape. So a lot of really cool mesh extrusion techniques. And one we're going to use is mesh project. So I can go through here. When I hold down Control, I'm going to drop the Z intensity down a bit. And I'm going to go in here to stroke lazy mouse and turn that off. So while I'm going through here, in fact, we don't even need X symmetry on. We just go through here and I'm just going to draw leaves on the surface of this object here. And again, the thickness of the leaf is dependent on the Z intensity. And I can go through here and I can hold down Alt and I can delete any areas of the mesh, or I can hold down Control Shift, Control and then Shift, and that'll add to areas of the mesh. So again, I can just go through here really quickly and I'm just basically putting a blanket of geometry down, going in here and cleaning it up like so. So now that we've done this, we basically have leaves like onion skin on this head. So I'm going to go through and I hold down Control Shift. I'm just going to grab these top poly groups here. I'm going to split those off. And I'm going to go in here to ZBrush half, which we've done a bunch of different times. I guess we don't need groups on. And we're just going to get those a little bit simplified. So just like we did before, I can go in here to our dynamics menu. going to turn on our collision volume. Hit BTC for transpose cloth. And now again, we can go through here and these leaves will automatically collide with the cloth, and I can go through here and I can kind of scale them in and maybe scale them back and wrinkle them up a little bit, maybe move them back this way. And if I want, again, I can go in here to dynamic subdivision, turn this on, maybe give them a little bit of thickness through here. There we go. So we got some more leaves on this head. So if I turn everything else back on, you can see how quickly mesh extrusion can help you just kind of block things out. Another really interesting one, if I go through here and go into, we have curve alpha. So for example, it'll take any alpha. Let's go into solo mode here. So any alpha, and we can pull this out. If I go to the other side, let's go ahead and turn off dynamic for a second. You're going to see it's taking this star alpha and it's just generating its own geometry based on the alpha. So if I update this alpha to be the arrow, it'll generate that geometry, the ring, etc. So again, it's going to create geometry for you and then give you an alpha extrusion down your curve path here. There's another one. If we go ahead and tap off of here and we go in here to BE brush extrude profile, instead of allowing an alpha to control it, you're allowing geometry to control it. So you can pick a piece of geometry and then you can go through here. Of course, you can make your own custom geo. It's not relying on just any one of these, but we can go through here and you're seeing it's taking this geometry up here and then applying it to that curve. So again, I can pick any one of these and apply it to this curve. And speaking of curves, we can go in here to our stroke menu. Let's go ahead and go out of polyframe here. So we have a bunch of curve options in here, and the ones I'm going to change are bend start and bend end. I want those off or on, and then I want lock start on or off. And then repel strength down. So I can treat this like a basically a tentacle, just like these little arms here. And I can increase the size of this. I can drag this out. I can tap S to change my brush size and tap it again to update the size of this object. In fact, I can even flatten it out. If I take the Z intensity down, I can flatten it a bit. And where the tapering is coming from is this fall off right here. So if I wanted to go from big to still big to very small a little bit faster, you can do this, or you can do the opposite. You can just go in here and change this curve and then tap to update, like so. And you're going to see it's able to curl in on itself a lot. What we can do is we can go down here to our brush modifiers and we can say max bend angle. If I turn this down to 0, you're going to see it's going to kind of repel off of itself. So, you know, if there was like a vertebrae or a railroad or something like that, where you wouldn't necessarily want it to touch itself, you can turn that up. So again, we can treat this as if it was just a little tentacle arm in here. And again, we can tap S to increase that size just a bit. And very quickly and easily, we can position a little tentacle arm in our scene. Heading back over to our slides. And again, just a quick transition here, 2021.7, we cover a number of these features moving forward. So again, let's just hop right into that demo. And here we're getting a little more recent, and this was made right around the time of ZBrush 2021.7. So you can see we got an entire scene in here, all ZBrush created for the modeling. Even got a little bit of animation on the arcade back there. And speaking of the arcade, and I could really choose any hard surface thing for this demo, you know, the skateboard or the arcade or this little waterproof tape player, but we'll go ahead and stick with the arcade for now. So again, here's the entire scene. Any number of techniques that we talked about you could use on these, but if I hop over here to the arcade, and go out of perspective mode, you can see we have this little panel right here, and we can recreate this fairly easily. If we go through here, I'm just going to drop in a cube right on top of here. We'll go ahead and drop that off. And again, I'm not going to worry too much about, you know, while I'm in here, you know, moving verts around and, you know, painstakingly moving geometry to get what I want, because I can let ZBrush do the heavy lifting for me. Another one of those examples of, you know, zero mesh half, adapt the size down, detect my edges, give me new geometry. If I'm going to be slicing through this, maybe I'll subdivide some time, a couple times, delete lower, and then again, I'm just going to grab my knife brush here. And oops, looks like we need to scale this out a bit. Not a huge deal, but again, you know, cut in your shape, and we're recreating this. It's kind of a basic shape, but you know, obviously feel free to cut in whatever zany shape you want. And remember, you can go in here to BB A, which is your bevel arc brush. I might talk about this too. If you hit BBF, that's bevel flat, and that's literally just going to give you a flat bevel across. But BBA does that arc based on the radius that you dial in, so you can go in here and you can smooth these borders out here. So instead of, again, moving verts around to get the shape that you want, you can just as easily go through here. And again, I can ZBrush the entire thing, or just take this top piece here, delete hidden, ZBrush half. I guess we don't need to detect edges for that one. And we have a new mesh here, so we can go through here, Q mesh, polygroup all, pull out some thickness. If I want that rubber border, I can just, duplicate this off. I suppose an easy way to get this is hold down Control Shift, select lasso. If you run that on a border, we'll go through and select these entire edge rings, so I can invert that selection, geometry, modify topology, delete hidden, and then go in here and just say Q mesh, polygroup all. We can pull that out. We still have our, if we go to unmatch mesh center, we still have our pivot set, so we can make this bigger or smaller. And in fact, if we want to kind of bubble this out, we can go in here to insert multiple edge loops, interactive elevation. I can click and pull, and we can kind of just round that out just a little bit here. Let's make it all its own polygroup. So now I can go in here to, again, crease PG, crease level of 2, maybe smooth subdiv of 3, all things we talked about before. And now we have, our entire panel shape with the rubber border. And then on top of here, it's just a simple matter of going in here and just, grabbing a cylinder on here, splitting those off. We can really quickly, group by normals, go in here, Q mesh, polygroup all. Just kind of push that down along its surface normal. Maybe we'll do an inset here. And if I want this button to kind of dip in, I can invert this. So flip these normals around. We can close a convex hole, just kind of pull in a little bit here. We'll go ahead and make that its own polygroup as well. In fact, we can take this, Control Shift S to shrink, Control W, and we'll flip this on back. And then if I want to do, this rounded out thing here, we can again insert multiple edge loops. We can round this out, or we can go through here and we can just put in a bevel along here. And we can say Q mesh, polygroup all. We can hold down Control and pop out a copy of this, and we can put in that little plastic ring. Again, we can say, thin this out. Let's do polygroup island for that target. And then again, insert multiple edge loops, interactive elevation. We'll just pull that out here. I'm going to go do a quick group by normals. Let's make these both the same. And then we can go in here to say, again, we can increase our PGs, dynamic crease level of 2, smooth subdiv of whatever. And then we can have our little button here. And you could turn that into an IMM brush if you want to, or you can just duplicate this thing around. Just Control Drag, unmask, and then Control Drag mask these ones out and just move them into place. So again, super fun and easy to, just kind of model this stuff. And again, any number of things or techniques that we've learned to extrude pieces off or go through and Boolean things or knife brush and bevel arc and ZBrush to really, really quickly make not only an arcade, but also, an entire skateboard was made the exact same way. Nunchucks, an entire Ninja Turtle, sunglasses, this whole Pizza Hut sign was all made using, just a few simple techniques out of ZBrush. Simple techniques added up for a complex object. And then back in here, we've talked about extractor brushes, which I used on this guy to kind of clean him up. Let's go ahead and say all high. But one thing I didn't really talk about is stroke interpolate. So we can go through here with our standard brush. Let's go in here to B, S, Scribe Chisel, and I'm going to turn on RGB. And you know what? We'll just drop in a texture through here. So now when I pull this out, you're going to see we have a curve. Let's go ahead and turn on Polypaint here. We can have a texture. And as I drag this out, you're going to see we can have a texture applied and a 3D alpha applied, as well as we can go in here to Z-add and tap to update the stroke. We can pull on this curve. Again, it's just a stroke applied to a curve. And if we go down here to alpha and texture, you see we can control a transition between 2 different alphas and 2 different textures if we want to. Now, I don't have time to get super deep in on that, but one really quick and easy one is if we have a stroke here and then another stroke here, we can go up here to Stroke Interpolate, and then I'll go ahead and interpolate strokes between those two. And in fact, if you remember this history that we used a while back, we go back through our history to where we have nothing, and then we control tap this point in history. As we move forward, all these changes we've made up to this point, we can go in here and we can adjust them. So I can pull them in, I can push them out. So instead of just adjusting last, I can adjust however many strokes I've made up to this point at the same time. And again, if I'm done with this, I can go ahead and tap off to get rid of that curve, and then control tap this point in history to come back out. So here's the ZBrush 2022 new features, and we don't have time to cover everything, but I picked a couple things in this next demo to at least kind of show you some base functionality. So let's hop back over there. And now we're caught up. We're in ZBrush 2022 now, and there's a lot of really cool things you can do with this one. The first one I want to bring up is underneath Alpha. We have an Alpha bas relief section. In the olden days, what you had to do, one thing you could do is Alpha grab dock, and that would grab a Z depth grab of your asset here. So if I take this object and I drag this out as a drag rect, you're going to see, let's go ahead and turn on focal shift -100 so we get rid of that artifact at the top. We don't get a whole lot of details in here because again, it's just depth from the front part of the object to the back. Not great. So what we can do now is with this alpha, we can create, we can apply a bas relief, and that'll convert that depth grab to a bas relief with detail on it. And you can even skip that part if you just want to, let's get the backside here. If we just go in here and say make bas relief with whatever object's on your screen, it'll go ahead and make it for you. So now when we go through here, it'll go ahead and drag out what it captured. Now, if we wanted to, put it on a commemorative coin, for example, if we just want to limit it to just this section right here, just control tap that polygroup to unmask it, and then we can go back in here and again drag this alpha out, and now we have our coin. And remember, you can also adjust last. You can go through here and you can even push it in if you want to. So you can very quickly just dial that in. However, you can even skip that step. If you go in here to your asset here, go into subtool and append that coin mesh to the bottom of our stack here. And then we'll tap the coin, alt tap the coin to select it, push it in the back here, and I'm going to scale this up just a bit. So now if I was to go to, instead of alpha bas relief, we can go down here to subtool, project bas relief, and now if I project it onto the coin is selected, and anything that's not selected will project back to that coin. In this instance, we accidentally grabbed the legs. No big deal, just undo that, control tap this section here, go out of solo mode, and then again, you can dial in whatever settings you'd like, that will just project that back to our coin here. So now when I go out of solo mode, control drag, you can see we got our nice projection here. Let's also head back into our text, because there's one more thing I want to talk about. So we'll make a new text like we did earlier. I'm going to go ahead and say, again, let's turn on our resolution so you can see what we're looking at here. I'm going to crank up the resolution a bit, turn off adaptive, maybe crank up our extrusion, and let's go ahead and switch this to bold. So we got a nice bold lettering here in our scene. So I'm going to go through here and first we'll scale this down, and we're going to stamp this right onto our coin here. So let's go ahead and hide everything but this. I'm going to push this back in here, and we'll go ahead and get this to fit a little bit better. So I'm going to scale this down, and we're going to go in here and do a little bit of a bend arc, and we'll curve this in, change this radius a bit, and move this into place. So now this can be, if we turn this to subtractive, we can go in here to live Boolean, and now you can see again this is a live Boolean, so we can just punch this right in there, and we're in good shape. And if we want to apply this Boolean, we can go down here to Boolean and go ahead and say make Boolean mesh. And if we go grab that, you're going to see we're looking at 1.436 million polygons, which for ZBrush, as we all know, is nothing. That's a easy street for ZBrush. However, you may notice that, like, oh, dang it, I wish we had a bevel around the outside of these this text. That's going to be kind of difficult to do, especially with 1.463 million polygons. It's not a huge deal. We can grab these polygroups, hit Control W, and then invert that visibility, Control W. So now I just have a polygroup border between the letters and the coin, and now I can hop into right underneath Boolean. We have Bevel Pro, and I'll put this window in here so we can see it. There's a bunch of settings in here that you can set, but essentially what it's showing you is the polygroup border, the thickness of the bevel amount that's dialed in, and if we want to see it, we can hit auto apply. And there we go. So now we're getting a preview of what it'll look like when we hit this OK button down here. However, if we want, we can turn off auto apply, and then when we send it over by hitting OK, that'll go ahead and in our scene drop in a Boolean object here. So if you turn on live Boolean, you're going to see this is the geo it created, and that's what's going to allow this to be beveled. Now, instead of doing that, if you want to, let's go ahead and turn off live Boolean here. We can hop back into Bevel Pro. And this time, if you hit auto apply and say OK, that'll hop back in. It'll add those bevel, that bevel geometry for you. And again, this is on a 1.5 million polygon or point object, but we can still go in there and get the bevels that we need at any point. So pretty cool in my book. And we'll hop back over to the slides. And that's it. So you can find me on the internet. Just Google my name, Michael Pavlovich. You can find me at @PavMike on some of those other places. The big two I want to show you here and the differences between them is the ArtStation page and the YouTube page. The YouTube page has pretty much everything and some other odds and ends that don't quite make it on the ArtStation page. But here's for example, the full live stream episodes. These are all in here. So every month I stream on my channel and ZBrush Live. We cover all sorts of any new features or any kind of demo stuff. So if you see like, hey, how did you make the Ninja Turtle? It's all in here. And then in the case of the Ninja Turtle or the Bison, or if you just want to watch the Pizza Hut sign, all of these things are in here. So again, if you click on anything in here, there's going to be more resources for you available outside of just, new features and stuff. There's also all sorts of fun breakdowns, anatomy or Star Wars stuff. Just kind of going through here and creating things in ZBrush, either during the live stream or just one-off recordings. So let's head back over to the camera. And just want to say thanks. Thanks for having me out here and letting me go down memory lane and revisit some of this ZBrush functionality, which is interesting to go back and revisit some of that because some of it I'm like, oh, you know what? I should use that more. So again, thank you for having me, and hopefully it's helpful.
Welcome back to the show, everyone. I am here with Michael Pavlovich. Mike, amazing job, man. So much good stuff there. Welcome to the show, brother.
Awesome. Thanks for having me. It was fun.
Yeah,
it was a lot, but it was fun.
Yeah, it's a ton. It's a ton. And we love having you because, it's our first, ZBrush presenter on the, 3D Motion Show. We've had other artists use it in their workflow, but this was the first full intensive. So thank you for volunteering your time to jump in. The chat's lighting up. Everybody's loving it. So it's super amazing. Everybody's like, oh, I'm never going to model anything in cinema again. I'm just all pure ZBrush. It's just it's great that you give away so much content too. So thanks for those links too, and we'll repost those too. And if not, just go back. If you guys tuned in halfway in, he went through a lot of the different resources available that he's shared on YouTube over the years. So thank you for that. That is extremely powerful. And now I don't feel so intimidated as I once did when I first started. But why don't you tell us a little bit on the creative side? When did you get started? Were you always sketching? When did you pick up clay and start sculpting, or did you just dive into ZBrush? What was that like?
Oh man, I mean, I've been doing art and creating stuff forever, ever since I was a little kid. And then the usual story: Star Wars comes out, and then Jurassic Park comes out, and I'm a kid, and I mean, I guess I was a little bit older than being a kid, but when I saw that stuff, I was like, wait, how are they doing that? And then I'd go watch the making of, and I'm like, people can do that for a living? They can get paid to do that? That's crazy. And then also video games. All of the creativity that can go into making assets for video games. And then when it came to, going to college and, figuring out what I want to do, I'm like, whatever allows me to just create. And then when I was early in college, ZBrush came out, and I watched, because usually when you're modeling something, it's like, okay, you're going to NURBS model a face, or you're gonna poly model an ear, and it's the biggest hassle in the world. And then ZBrush came out 2.5, I think, and I watched some person make a fish with little things coming out of it and just model a fish, and I was like, what is this? This is insanity. You start with the high res. That can't do that. It's impossible. And then God, ever since then, it's just been like, you know what? ZBrush is so fun to make stuff in. If I can do it in there, I'm going to do it in there. But, you know, it also works great with ancillary programs too.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. So was it just like the sci-fi and all that? Did you get to work in Hollywood? Did you set a goal for yourself, like, hey, I'm going to make video games or I'm going to make movies?
Not really. It was basically
I'm just going to make things.
When I graduated college, it was more like, who's going to pay me to pay off these student loans? And then after that, it was it became more about like, it seemed like at the time I would get more mileage. Like video games needs lots of content. And on the source side, making stuff, this isn't completely true, but making stuff for movies on the source side and making stuff for video games on the source side, they're not that different. Now, of course, how you process them down to get them performant to run real time is very different. And you're not doing it for the shot necessarily, depending on what you're working on. But at the same time, like if, you know, you go watch any ZBrush Summit, it's like, hey, this is how we make Godzilla. And they make Godzilla the same way I would make Godzilla. Granted, I probably wouldn't split it up into like 70 UDIMs and have 1 billion polygons per mesh, but generally speaking, it's the same process. So games gave me more content, just more content to do and churn on. So I'm happy as a clam.
Very cool. Very cool. So we'll jump into some of these questions. Once again, folks, if you have questions, just go ahead and at me in the chat. I see Scott shooting something over. Cool. So we will get those loaded up and we'll get to all those questions that we have. So first question is, what does the circle button do in the resolution slider of Dynamesh?
Gotcha. Do you want me to share my screen during this or just have my face up?
if you want to, if you already have it ready to go, we can get you switched on over.
Sure.
Let us know when you're up and ready. So look at that. You guys are going to get to see behind the curtain. Here we go.
So we go
all right.
Real time.
We are here.
You see me?
Yeah.
So one thing that did come up in the chat just recently was you can anything in ZBrush where it's like, what is all this? What does it do? I mean, just hold down the control key and it'll tell you. It'll tell you. I mean, if you hover over something, it'll actually give you the name and a hotkey if a hotkey's assigned to it. But you can hold down control, and it'll give you a little deep dive and also where the button path is where you can find it.
Nice. Little help, just contextual help, just through control. You guys are used to right click on Cinema, so it's just control while you're hovering over. New things to learn. Just giving reminders to our crew here.
And even up here in the help menu, there's even ancillary support for that too. But what I was hoping to do would be like simply hold down control and it'll tell you. And of course, the one thing in ZBrush it doesn't tell you is what that little button does. I don't think in here. Anyway, so basically if I do Dynamesh here, it'll Dynamesh at this resolution. Of course, you can drag off from the slider. It'll pick that resolution as well. But if I go through here and I just grab a sphere and drag it on and split that off. So basically this inherited the Dynamesh resolution. And if I control drag, it's that resolution. Well, it's so small that a lot of times when you're working on a small object, sometimes it's like, hey man, obviously give me more resolution if you can. So if I go in here and do open circle and then do Dynamesh, if I do just control drag, sometimes it won't pick it up because I didn't actually change any vert positions. In this case, it doesn't. It did. Another thing I want to bring up just really quickly, sorry, YouTube here. For things like this that I don't do a lot, if I go in here and just do Dynamesh circle, there we go. Video 81 of 2021, it will tell you all about it. So even me, the person who recorded the damn video, if I don't do it a lot, I record it, I put it out there, everybody enjoys it, and then I completely forget about it. So it'll tickle the back of my brain of like where that exists, but you can just go to my YouTube channel and just type in what you want, and it'll pop up. So anyway.
You've just been leaving yourself sticky notes this whole time, basically.
The whole reason I do that content you just thank me for is literally for myself, really. It's like, hey, what do I do again? I forgot. Keeps me honest.
All right, so moving right ahead, let's see. Do you want the cues alpha or numerically along the experience axis from a noob to a Z god? I'd like to know how to create a primitive sphere, please.
However you guys want to do the questions is up to you guys. But this kind of goes back to what you were saying, where just starting out in ZBrush, and to go back to that. Here's my ArtStation page. It's all here. So this intro to ZBrush. ZBrush, in making a primitive is actually not an inconsequential task in ZBrush, because people who are new to ZBrush, actually, people who are new to computers, I can show them ZBrush and they're like, oh, I totally get it. You know, they have no baggage. They have no preconceived notions of what 3D is. So they hop into ZBrush and next thing you know, like at the end of the first class, they're over there making like cool little sculpts. If I take somebody who's been, you know, using, you know, doing modular architectural set building in 3D Studio Max for 25 years, and I show them ZBrush, that's a difficult transition because there's a lot of preconceived ideas about how things should work. Not to say there isn't improvements or things that could be done differently in ZBrush, but it's a beast that's created more around creating. What's on your screen is what you are one with, as opposed to it's going to sound weird, but like in ZBrush, you're creating something. When I go into other programs, I feel like I'm authoring something. You know, I'm not creating an object. I'm not one with the object, making it happen. I'm over here in menus. I'm pulling sliders. I'm gizmos. I'm component selections. And it's a little bit more authoring something than it is being like, man, let me just go in there on this object and just go at it. You know, just take this object and make it happen. But there is some weirdo stuff in ZBrush, I'll be the first to admit. So one of those, if you can get over like the first 4 videos in this, that's the hardest part. Everything past this is just downhill easy. It's those first 4 videos that's going to throw you. But hey, sphere primitive, there you go. Down here underneath initialize, you can go through here and you can change any of these parameters. And this is a primitive, so you can't sculpt on it. It'll yell at you. But once you're done, you can go up here and you can say make polymesh 3D. Now it's sculptable or insert meshable. And to throw you a little bit more, there's a new initialize option in here. So here you can actually go in here and make a Q sphere. And even to throw you a little bit more, you can go in here, the gear icon, and you can make a polysphere in here. Or if you don't like polyspheres, you can do the, let me see, let me back in there. There we go. Sphere 3D. So this is the capped, and then there's all sorts of cool settings in here you can modify on the fly. So anyway, creating a sphere in ZBrush.
Several ways to make it a sphere.
But I get it. Yeah, primitives. There's a little bit to them, and you have to. There's a few hoops to jump through at the beginning of ZBrush.
Yeah. And when we go to the commercial break, I'll make sure to grab all of Michael's links and I'll just repost those so you can dive in and get through those 4 first videos, just like me. I'm in the same boat, folks. So don't feel like too intimidated. Like I have a tablet now, very excited about that, and really looking forward to like just putting it to the max and really just sculpting all the things. But until then, the first 4. Get through the first 4.
Yeah.
All right, so somebody is wondering, can you make your own IMM brushes that remain dynamic, like how the curve brush can update the base mesh? Gotcha. They're thinking about template assets.
Right on. So curve brushes are totally cool. You can have bullets here, and they're all. Let me turn off polyframe here. So it's fine.
Can you start that again, just so we can switch over to the screen real quick? Yeah. Just, where did those bullets come from? How? What?
So, what? The BI goes into, so cool thing about ZBrush is if you want to go in your brushes, just hit B, and that's your brush menu. And then if you want to narrow it down to like, I know it's an insert mesh brush, just tap I, and there's all the brushes start with I. And then you see these little orange letters that just allows you to quick select. So BIM is insert military army curve. So if you use that a lot, you don't even need to say a hotkey. I do for things I use all the time, but just for something like that, you can just memorize it. Anyway, so we have the IMM selected here. You can hit M on your keyboard, or you can go up here and just select something. So if I want to do a bike chain, I can just pull this out, and now I've got a curve with a bike chain. However, the cool thing is I can swap this out. So if I want to take it to a timing chain, I can just swap it out. I can go in here to bullets and swap it out. It might do a little bit something weird depending on how it was set up, but so there's your IMM brush, and the stroke menu has a ton of really cool stuff in here too. So all these curve functions in here, you can go through here and go big to small or anything like that. And also the other menu you want to keep in mind is brush modifiers down here underneath your max bend angle. If you wanted to do like the, let's turn it down to 0, like the octopus thing where you can keep it from overlapping too much, that's that max bend angle again. And also over cranking here. So here's the intensity down. You can tap, and then here's the intensity up, and then you can over crank it with the strength multiplier here. But that is to say, while we're doing this, we have a live curve. So basically we have a curve here that we can go through here and edit. Here's a cool one. You can actually hover over this and hold down Control, and you can twist along the curve if you'd like. But again, this is a live curve. There is, if we go in here to BC, brush curve, there's brush curve multi-tube and then brush curve tube somewhere in here. I don't use it very much, as you can tell. There it is. So we have a curve tube. However, as soon as I start dragging off another curve, that curve disappears, so it's not editable. There is functionality that does exist. Let's say brush curve multi-tube, where it's like you can drag out several of these and then these all stay live. You can go through here and modify these curves. However, it's not like a spline. It's not like, hey, let me put these splines and then attach a path along the spline, and then that spline is always going to update this path. It's always going to update the geometry. You know, there's no handles or anything. It's basically just a curve. So, and also you can save this. It'll save it with the Z tool. It'll save it with your Z project. But if you ever tap off, you're going to lose your curves just because the curves get deleted. So to maintain a live curve is iffy for me. You can kind of do it, but I wouldn't be my preferred method. One thing what you can do is basically, in fact, let's go back here and just type in controlling curves. Basically, what I like to do is use geometry to dictate where my curves end up. So basically, instead of using a curve path, what I'll do is I'll get this geometry set up where I want it. And in fact, I have a simpler, let me see, where's my military simple curve here? There you go. So I have a little a simple curve on here, and I can use this to dictate where my curve is going to go, because, you know, this does have a curve attached. So now I can literally take this geometry. Let's go ahead and say split mass points, go into solo mode. We can even do a group by normals. I love like the selection sets or poly groups here are just so useful. And so now I can use these paths. So I can go in here to poly group here. And so any geo path, you know, I have two poly groups here. This will always be able to have a curve on it, because all I have to do is go in here to stroke frame my polygroup's border. And then at any point I can convert, quote unquote, this geo to a curve path. And then along this path, you can, of course, you know, stroke, brush curve or brush insert. Oops. Anything that has a curve on it. And of course, you can create your own curve brushes, your own, you know, and in fact, we can even do industrial parts here. And all we got to do is go in here to stroke curve mode. And then I can put nuts along a path here. So basically, I put geometry where I want my curves to be. And then at any point, I can just have that subtool available and just stroke that curve path, and then just assign IMM, any IMM brush I want to that. You can also use, if I go in here to Z-spheres here, there's a thing called Z-sphere helper. So if I go through here and I just say, oops, back into, so we have a Z-sphere here. Go ahead and say append Z-sphere. Okay, so we have a Z-sphere, and we can put this anywhere in our scene, and we can scale it down and then add to the Z-sphere. And it doesn't even matter if you can hold down shift as you drag out, and it'll keep these all the same. And then you can put little things in here. So if you ever needed to like tie a knot or put these things in a very specific direction or go around things, like tying the knots on Michelangelo's stuff is basically how I did this. But you can use curves helper, which I think is right under here under stroke. You can say, you know what, let's scale the Z-spheres to the draw size, and then you can say create a curve, and oops, I need to copy the Z-sphere chain and then create that curve, and that'll literally on that Z-sphere path go ahead and give me a curve that I can stroke. And again, if you don't like dealing with Z-spheres, what I would do in this case too is I can hit A for an adaptive skin. I'm going to go in here real quickly and just say density down here, so we can go back out here. So just very simple geometry. We'll go ahead and say make adaptive skin. I'm going to pull this into my stack here. We don't need that Z-sphere anymore. I can delete these caps real quick here, and let's go here and then delete hidden. Control W, make it all one poly group, and then say polygroup, polyloop, U, and U. And now I have my path. And in fact, if I want to smooth this out, because it's just geometry, this is where we like polish by features and just smooth that out. And now again, just frame that mesh, stroke path, the path stroke, BI, brush insert, the curves we were talking about earlier, make your brush size, whatever size you want that to be, and then just use that. And it can be literally anything. If you want to go through here and you want to slice a path through an object, as long as you can make a polygroup and have a path, you can go through here, frame the mesh, go in, grab whatever, bullets. Oops, that one might be a little bit iffy. There we go. Bullets around this path or something like that. But, oh, I forgot I had thick to thin still turned on, so turn that off.
Yeah, that's very much like our cloner, because cloning to spline, but this is, wow, so much, so much. That was phenomenal. Thank you for that breakdown. That is awesome. One last question. This is a pretty simple, straightforward one before we go to break, and that is using a tablet or keyboard and mouse.
Oh, basically anything in ZBrush is, I use a tablet for everything. If I'm in a 3D modeling program, I use my tablet in Maya when I'm going through and modeling or moving stuff around, just because my tablet is fast. Well, number one, it keeps my wrist supple, and mice tend to destroy my wrist. So I'll use my tablet just for ergonomic reasons, but also I'm faster. And so like I would have it like, and also ZBrush is also really great for like pressure sensitivity on a lot of things that it uses. So just more faster movement, a little bit more fidelity on pressure sensitivity type tasks. And also, I would use a Cintiq for like very fine line work. If I was inking some stuff, I would use a Cintiq just for control. But as far as like speed and accurate enough and ergonomics, I like having a tablet and a keyboard, just fast moving. You can see me, hopping around here with my wrist as opposed to scooting a mouse around. I will occasionally go through here if I do like zero mesh halved upsides down to 0. Oops, we'll go ahead and say keep groups so we can get some brand new geo in here. If I am going to go through and need to do any like crazy component selection or anything like that, sometimes I will hop over to my mouse so I can,
very specific, precise.
Yeah, exactly. If I need to hover, I don't know, if I had too much caffeine in the morning and I can't quite get a vert, I'll hop over to my mouse. But
you got caffeine mouse syndrome.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome. Michael, thank you so much for coming on the show. Definitely want to have you on in the future. This was, a mini masterclass for everybody who's just getting started. I love it. And so over the break, we'll grab all those links and we'll be posting those. But stay tuned. We're going to be up next with a longtime Mographer, Matt Milstead. So stay tuned and we will see you all right after the break.
Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you. Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
I decided to come to Camp Mograph because it seemed different than the bigger conventions.
Being able to talk to people face to face.
Do archery, canoe, kayak.
Outdoor basics, getting back to nature.
Back to basics. The storytelling class was phenomenal.
Classes that feel really intimate. Drawing with EJ, that's been my highlight of the whole day.
Sometimes we get caught up in the technical, like how to make this keyframe move, that we forget to take a step back and look at the bigger picture.
Being a motion designer rather than doing motion design.
It really brings out that inner child.
I have to go to this because it's kind of like going back to what I love.
A place where you get to be a kid again. This is not crowded whatsoever.
There's not as many people. Just get out of your comfort zone. Camping isn't as bad as you think.
This is my new go-to event every year.
My bunkmate is Paul Bapp, and that's where else do you get that? You're not worried so much about the render times, just having a good time. Cut it.
Camp Mograph, we're here with you today.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here at the 3D Motion Show. I'm your host, Matthias Omatola, aka Major VFX, on all the social medias. You've been seeing some presentations from some of our new Maxon family, but up next is a longtime member, community builder, Matt Milstead from Mograph. Check him out.
Hey everybody, I'm Matt Milstead. Super excited to be here today. You may remember me from such films as the Mograph podcast, a weekly podcast that we do all about motion graphics, where we interview different motion graphics industry professionals. Or you may know me from our yearly event called Camp Mograph. It's a chance for motion graphics artists to get out into nature and do some workshops and have some fireside chats and stuff. So make sure and check that out. Yeah, campmograph.com. Sign up for updates and stuff. Tickets go on sale in April. The event's in September. And so, yeah, for those who don't know, we have our side hustles, but we also have our main hustles. And our main hustle is actually a motion design studio here in Dallas called Nexus Motion. Nexus Motion is where we do all of our 3D animation jobs, 3D, 2D, compositing, all of the above. We can handle just about anything you can throw at us. So what we're going to be going over today are some of the animations that we did for EA for their Madden 2021 game. For the Madden Ultimate Team card unwrap reveals. We are super excited to work on this job. We, along with another local animation studio called Brazen, worked on this together in order to make this for EA, and I think it turned out pretty well. We had a lot of videos that we had to create. We had to create basically unwrapping animations for every single one that they had, and it ended up being a lot of work over a short amount of time, and we were able to use Cinema 4D in order to really accomplish that. So I'll show off a few of the things, just a few pieces of the work that we did, and then I'm going to give you a breakdown of how we ended up getting some of these done. So these are the 4 animations that we're going to be going over today. A lot of really fun stuff and a lot of things that we kind of had to troubleshoot and figure out how to accomplish. So the first animation we're going to go over today is this one for veterans. You'll see there's a lot of cool debris and explosions and smoke stuff, but sadly I will tell you the debris and the smoke we did not do in Cinema 4D. That was all composited after the fact. So, but you will notice on some of this, like some near the middle, all the parts that is disappearing, that's cutting away, we do have those little pieces kind of break out. So let's jump into Cinema 4D and I'll show you how we pulled this off. All right, so here we are in Cinema 4D R25. Now, we weren't working in R25 when this came out because R25 was not out at the time, but this is what we're working in currently. So yeah, let's jump into it. What we're gonna do first, we've got this little, we had to model this little, I don't know what you call it, like this little diamondy thing. So we need to create basically a whole row of the little diamondy things. And so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and throw that into a cloner, drop that in. And then on the clone, we're going to go into a honeycomb because we want it kind of, we want it to kind of match up. Because they're diamonds, they wouldn't match up if we just did a regular grid array. So our honeycomb, we're going to, let's do 10, 10, 10 width and 10 height, and then let's size them down to where they just barely touch on the top and bottom. Now we're going to go ahead and transform these on the pitch 90 degrees. And then let's go ahead and bring our size height down. Awesome. So now we've got basically our cloner. I'm going to go ahead and rotate this real quick so that we can just kind of see it from here. So we've got our cloner of all the diamonds, and what we're going to do is we want it to break up, but we want it to break up like linearly along a path that we make. So first what we're going to do is we're going to throw this into a Voronoi fracture, this cloner, and we're going to make sure and keep it on as instance instead of render instance. So I'll show you why you want to do this. If you click on the render instance, you'll see all of our clones actually disappear and we only have one. The Voronoi fracture will not affect instances. It only affects like total geometry. So you want to keep it on instance, not render instance. So we've got the Voronoi fracture. Let's go ahead and go into our sources, and we'll make a lot more in the point amount. Let's do maybe 100. Let's do 250. So 250 there. That's cool. We want to make sure that our pieces are kind of small enough to where whenever they break up, they get this cool, you're able to get this cool explosion and like kind of a very narrow band across it. So what we're going to do now is we're actually going to create a spline, basically the spline that we want to use in order to break this thing apart. So let's go into our top view and go over to our spline tool, and then we'll just start drawing out a break that we want it to make. So let's go from here to here. I'll hit escape and go ahead and clear that out. That's great. And let's go ahead and take the spline. We're going to go into our model mode and then move that down to kind of intersect with the center of it. Because what we're going to be doing is we're going to be using the radius of this spline in order to break apart the individual pieces. Now let's click on our Voronoi fracture, and what we're going to do is we're going to add a plane effector. So this plane effector, what we want it to do, we want it to control the individual pieces that are being shot up. So with the individual pieces, what we want it to do is we want those pieces to shoot up and we want them to scale down. Now, since we're compositing everything, that's why we want them to scale down instead of like shooting off into somewhere and using dynamics. We can do that. That is possible, but we are under a tight deadline. We want to be able to get this done quickly, and we want it to be art directable. So that's why we're going about this method instead of going full on dynamics with this. So what we're going to do is we want those pieces to move up and we want them to scale down. So in our parameters in our plane effector, we're going to scale them or move the position along the Y, and then we'll scale them uniformly down to -1. Now that gets rid of everything, but what we want to do is in our fields, we're going to go ahead and throw this spline in there. So you can see the spline right now is acting on the field and creating basically kind of, think of it like a black and white gradient. So if we click on the spline, you can see our spline shape is curve, which is fine. Our distance mode is along. So basically it's creating, it's affecting it along the path of the spline. So if you think of things as like a black and white values, similar to like a bump map or a displacement map, that's how I like to think of fields when I'm putting the two of them together. So let me hop into Photoshop and I'll kind of show you what I'm talking about. So as of right now, think of this white amount as what is being affected totally when I don't have the spline on. Everything is being affected. Well, when I turn the spline on, you can see that it's creating this gradient. So Photoshop, go over here and then let me grab a black and white and then go along here, and this is basically what it's creating here. It's creating this gradient to go along with the that's being affected. Which is cool. So when you think about it that way, you can think about different blending modes and stuff like that, similar to Photoshop. So what we're going to do here is we're going to change actually our distance mode. Instead of to be along, we're going to change it to radius, because radius will basically fill a radius around the spline and then make all the things within that radius be affected by it. So right now our radius is pretty small. It's only like 4 inches. So you can see as we build up this radius, it starts to disappear, which is pretty cool, right? So, and it's just the radius. We've also got these little like stray ones that are kind of hit, but not really and stuff. So what we need to do is go into our remapping and change the inner offset to all the way. So basically it's on or it's off, which is great. So we want it all and on or off. And while I'm thinking about it, let's go into our Voronoi fracture and we're going to optimize and close holes. So that way we get it to look like actual like rocks and geometry and stuff like that. So cool. Now that we've got that, we want it to break linearly. So what we can do is in our plane, we can create a linear field. And you can see right now with that linear field, if we move it along, it breaks everything else. It doesn't do it. And so what you want to think about, again, you want to think about the order of operations and the think about it in the black and white like we looked in Photoshop. So let's move our linear field down to the bottom, and what we want to do, let's change that to normal, and we'll change this to multiply. There we go. Oh, now we got to spin our linear field around, and you'll see now as we move it, things shoot up and break apart just like that. So now if you're creating a cool animation, you can use the two and have it break up like that. And when you're doing it fast enough, you know, and you're compositing in both the smoke and the debris and stuff like that, it looks pretty good and it sells it pretty well. You know, let's take a look back at the video, what it looks like. You can see it goes by pretty quick. So when you add in those little smoke hits and the little bits of dirt debris and dirt hits and stuff, then yeah, it sells it pretty well. Okay, so the next one that we're going to look at is this one right here for heavyweights. The inspiration for this was they really wanted to feel like a really hard hit into this like rusted metal and stuff like that. And I was really excited about this one because this was, you know, I always wanted to do some like hard hitting into it and have it like depress in and stuff like that. And so we tried a couple of different things. We tried some deformers and stuff like that, and I'll show you real real quick what we were talking about. But they just weren't doing it for me, so we had to figure out a way in order to make this look pretty good. So I'll show you what we came up with here. Let's open up a new project real quick, and then I'm gonna throw down just a plane to act as like the metal, right? Let's go into our GSG hub, and I'm just gonna throw down a just a quick metal. Let's go to metal. I'll throw this iron down right on top of it, right? So that we've got it. It didn't do correct. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. All right, and then we'll just make a little cube to act as our card pack. And I'll show you kind of what we did in order to do this. So I tried a couple of different, so I knew there was like the collision deformer, you know, which I tried, and I wanted to do, so you throw that on the plane, you put the collision, colliders, and then I did the cube, but it wasn't really doing it the way I wanted, like outside stretch, inside stretch, trying all the different ways. It wasn't giving me exactly what I wanted and how I wanted it to look. So and after a little bit of trial and error, what I decided to do was actually just kind of sculpt it in a way. So I'm gonna throw actually, let's since we're sculpting, let's keep it at 10 by 10. And then let's do this. So let's do the animation of the card pack, right? Okay, so let's start here. Let's say this is the card pack, right? And we'll do a keyframe there, and then we'll bring it up, say 20 frames, right? We want it to kind of hold there, and then we want it to slam down real quick. So let's do like maybe, let's try 7 frames. That may be too much, right? And we want it to like indent into the metal piece. So let's see what that looks like, and we can adjust our, yeah, let's adjust our curves a little bit to kind of make that feel a little bit more organic, right? Okay, so I go into my curves. If I hit H, it'll show me all of them, but I just want to worry about the position Y. So what we want to do is let's have this one hang a little bit longer. So let's extend those, okay? And then on this, we want it to hit hard. So we don't want this this Bezier down. So let's, what I like to do is I like to highlight this and then come over here to my attributes. And if you look at like left time, left value, right value, these are numerical values of what this, where this curve is. So you could see if I go like, you know, 5 frames to the left, it's reading 5 frames to the left. So and then how much up in the vertical it is, that represents the left value. So left is also over here. If you had a handle over on this side, that would be the right value. So actually we just want to zero this out. So let's go to our left time, we'll zero that, and then our left value, we'll zero that as well. So then it goes up, it holds for a little bit, and then slams down pretty quick. Let's see what that looks like. Boom. Yeah, that feels pretty good. And so once we add a little bit of camera shake in there, I think that'll look pretty good. So now we have no indentation from the metal. We want to do that. So what I'm gonna do is what I can go about it 2 ways. So actually, no, this is gonna be the best way. So I'm gonna go and change this to 100 by 100. Let's do 150 by 150. So once I've got that, I'm going to hit C. Actually, I'm going to take this plane and then I'm going to create a pose morph tag. So we basically have where it's not indented, and then we've got where it is indented. And then in order to create the second one, the second value, the indentation, what we're going to do is we're going to actually sculpt around it in order to give it that more organic feel, like it crashed into the metal. So what I like to do when I'm doing something like this is I'm going to duplicate this plane because I don't want to lose the initial one before I start sculpting it. And then I like just working on a sculpting one here directly on it, and I'll show you what I can do after that. So plane 1, let's just Shift C and type in grab. We'll grab our grab tool, right? And it won't do anything because this is not editable. So let's make that editable. Do this again, grab. It's not letting me grab. Yeah, well, oh, I need to go into point mode, sorry. Let's go into our plane, and now we've got this. Let's hold down middle mouse click and go to the left, and that will give you kind of the brush size. All right, so let's go ahead and start sculpting this with the grab tool, the grab brush. I like to just start like pulling stuff down, and let's go ahead and hide this plane so you can see. And so you can just kind of sculpt around it in order to get that nice little indentation all the way around the card. And what's great is you get this really organic feeling indentation, and you can always go back and you can adjust things and stuff like that. So let's go. That looks pretty good. And I like the little, like, I don't worry too much about whether it's like perfect or not, because I like it to look kind of messy in a way. It feels more natural that way, like it was indented in there perfectly, or imperfectly, I guess. So let's go through, and I'm just gonna like move these up. And that's starting to look pretty dang good. Let's go ahead and do this. If you're interested in sculpting for Cinema 4D, I actually have a almost 3-hour long tutorial series about sculpting in Cinema 4D. It's pretty good, if I do say so myself. So you could check that out on our the Mograph YouTube channel. Let me hide this because I want to get some of these down. Well, I lost my grab tool. Grab, sculpt brush, there we go. Now let's move some of this down as well, even though you're not going to see that, and honestly you don't have to worry about it. All right, so we've done that. Okay, so now let's see, we've got that, and let's rewind and play. Boom, right? But that doesn't do us any good just being like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually pose morph between this one and this one. So one important thing to note with pose morphs when you're when you've got two different things is that it has to have the same amount of points. Otherwise, it'll get super funky. So that's why I like to duplicate this one and then work off of this one. Okay, so we've got this plane right here and then this plane, and we're going to pose morph between the two. One important thing to note is that you need to have this plane editable. So I'm going to hit C to make that editable, and then I'm going to go into my tags, I'm going to hit rigging, and then I'm going to hit pose morph. So in there, then the pose morph, I'm going to click points, and then I'm just going to delete this base 0. So I've got this base pose, and then I'm going to drag and drop this one in there and hit yes. So that moves that. So now you can see it deforms the mesh on there. So now if we go into animate, and then we scroll through our timeline, let's start with it at 0, okay? And we're going to animate the strength, basically. So let's go here, and then it's going to be, oh boy, that's really quick. So we'll go on and then off. Let's see how that looks. There you go. Okay. That could look better. What can we do in order to make that look better? Let's add some secondary action to the cube. So it's going to hit, let's see if we can change this to where, let's maybe move like 1 frame, because we don't really get anything where it's actually moving. But let's make this cube kind of bounce a little bit. So, like just some very simple bouncing. So we'll do this, do that, there, and then go back down. I'm just gonna drag this keyframe, and then we'll go up just a little bit there, and then drag that keyframe out. So you'll see it does a little bounce. But let's go into our F curves, because the F curves are really what sells it. And then on this, okay, that's 0, that's 0, that's 0. Let's S for that, actually. So I'm going to take these two, and let's just extend them both out. Let's see how that looks. So something like that, yeah. I wish, so something that we did, you know, we had a little bit more time where it would indent in there. We could slow it down, but I mean, the thing feels good. Let's move it up a little bit higher so it feels like it's more impactful. But another thing that we can do is we can actually add some camera shake to it. Yeah, that's all right. So say, for example, we've got this, let's make a camera real quick. What we can do is we can add a vibrate tag onto it, and then as soon as it hits, we can vibrate, boom, let's see, right there. We can enable rotation. Let's turn this off. Oh boy, we want 0, 0, 0, right? Want it off and then on when it hits. And we'll do like 2, 2, and 2, just a slight one. And then we will, let's do that down to 0. Oh, we need to change the keyframe, the amplitude as well. So let's do that. 2, 2, 2. Might be too much. So yeah, so then it slowly goes down. I want that off, keyframed off, there we go, and then on, there we go. So now we've got a little camera shake when it hits. So yeah, another thing that they wanted to do with this is they wanted to create some falling debris on that hit. So we had a bunch of this different debris, and we did end up using dynamics for this part. Let me go and grab some of that debris, and I'll show you what we did with it. Okay, so I just made some quick debris real quick to show off kind of what we did. What they wanted it to do was, as soon as the card hit the metal, we had some falling debris as a secondary action. And so what we ended up doing is we actually used dynamics on this in order to make it feel more realistic. I'm going to scale these up just a little bit, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw these into a cloner, and you'll see what I'm going to do with this. So I want it to feel more random and stuff like that. So let's do the grid. Let's do, okay, 3, 1, 3. That's pretty good. And then let's throw a random effector on it. And we want to, instead of doing, yeah, let's do position, and then we'll do rotation a bit. We'll rotate it along there, maybe a little bit there, and a little bit there. So we've got just these random clones all over the place, right? So what I did was I brought it out of camera shots, and I didn't lock down my camera, so it was out of camera view, and then as soon as it hits, I turned on dynamics onto it, onto these individual clone objects. And you'll see why I did clones instead of actually doing individual like dynamics with it, because I wanted it much more art directable, and so this was a way in order for me to accomplish that. So let's go into our simulation tags, and we are going to do a rigid body, and then on the plane we are going to do a collider body. And then we're also going to copy that collider body over to the cube as well. So then I'm going to unclick enabled because we don't want it to happen until frame 27. So I'll keyframe that one off, and then I'm going to turn that on and I'm going to keyframe it. Let's go ahead and play that and see what it looks like. Oh boy, my camera shake got all wonky on me. But yeah, that looks pretty good. So we've got those dynamics that are happening, but we've got some really weird ones that are happening right now, a little bit of wiggle. We've also got this one that covers up the card, which we don't really like. I don't want it to cover up the card. So what's cool about using the cloner is that you can actually, it's very art directable. And so what we can do is we can actually go through, use our Mograph selection tool and get rid of the ones that we don't want. So let's go ahead and let it fall into place. Then we're going to click on our cloner and we're going to go Mograph Effector, Plane Effector. And then I'm going to turn off the Plane Effector right now just so we can still keep everything. And in our parameters, we're going to turn off position and we're going to set scale uniformly to -1. Then we're going to go over to our clone. We're going to select Mograph Selection. And then we are going to select the ones that we do not want. So for example, that one, I believe, and this one. And then in our plane, we are going to go into our Effector tab, and we're going to drop this Mograph selection in. Now let's rewind it, turn on our plane effector, and you can see those ones disappear. And so now we've got just these ones, and the other ones aren't affected by it. So super art directable, which is really great. And yeah, so that's how we finished up that one. Let's look at the next one that we're going to be hopping into. Okay, so this one was for the captain's one. And there's a lot of stuff going on, and it goes by pretty quick. So let's kind of break it down a little bit. So we've got this piece of cloth that comes in, and it's kind of waving a little bit. And then we've got these threads that come in and create this cool little threading effect, and they're moving along with the cloth. So yeah, let's go into that, and I'll show you how we pulled that off. Start a new project real quick. And so let's go ahead and start with a let's do an arc. So with our arc, what we're going to do, we want the end angle to 180. So what we want the arc to do is basically, for the threading, we want it to come in and go down and then tighten. We want it to get a little bit bigger here, and then we want it to tighten at about 180 degrees. So let's do some keyframes real quick. We're going to start at 0. We're going to keyframe our end angle, and then let's go to like 20 frames. And then we'll keyframe our end angle to 180, which is cool. Okay, so that's cool. We've got that coming through, but we really want it to look a bit more organic. So let's start with, let's scale this up a bit. So as it gets here, to the middle of it, we're going to scale up on the Y, probably about, let's do 1.5. Let's move our camera down so that we can see. We need to keyframe that. Start at 1, keyframe. So up to 1.5, and then down. We're going to bring this down a whole lot more to, like, say, let's do 0.1. Let's see how that looks. So we've got this real quick animation of a thread coming through and tightening. Let's spread this whole thing out a little bit. So I'm just going to highlight everything. Let's make it about 40 frames so we can see it a little bit quicker. Cool. Okay, so what we're going to do with that is we're actually going to take this animation and we're going to put it along a spline in a cloner. So first, let's go ahead and take a plane, because what we want to do is we want to create that waving effect on the cloth. So let's make this plane quite a bit bigger. Okay. And then let's throw a wind deformer in there. So here we're going to go to our deformers. We are going to go to, where is it? Wind. And we're going to drop that wind deformer into the plane. And as you can see, it's super chunky and it's along the wrong axis. So let's go here. Let's rotate our wind deformer. There we go, about 90 degrees. Cool. And now you can see it's super chunky and it's gross and it moves like that. It's because we need more segments. So we'll go over to our object. Let's increase the segments, the width segments. Let's do like 150. So that looks a lot smoother. Unfortunately, it still looks really gross. So let's adjust some of our wind parameters. Let's make the X quite a bit bigger or smaller, and our Y, that's fine. Let's turn up our size. There we go. Now we get this nice little waving wind action. Let's play with this a little bit more. So that's cool. That'll work. That'll work for what we're doing right now. So I'm going to add quite a few more frames. Let's do like 500 so we can see it as it goes along. Okay. So right now we've got this. We've got the wind deformer and it's deforming that. And then we've got our single string. Now I'm going to throw this arc into a null object and we're going to go ahead and call this string. Okay. And what we're going to do is we want to match the string along with, we want it to basically stick to the plane. So what we can do is we can create a, where is it? It is a end side. So I'm going to do this and I'm going to do, what is it? A two-sided end side. So let's go ahead and remove our plane and our string so you can see it's basically just a straight line. All right, so we've got this end side. What we want to do is we want to take our plane, we want to copy the width, go over here, we're going to do that, and since it's radius, we need to divide it by 2, so we'll go ahead and divide it by 2, and then you can see the plane and the end side should be the exact same length. So now we're going to make the end side editable. And what we're going to do is we're going to subdivide it a whole bunch of times. So we'll go ahead and go into point mode, select the 2 points, and it is US, 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 US. I think that should be good. And then what we're going to do is we're going to throw the same wind deformer onto this end side. And you can see the end side matches perfectly with the animation of the wind deformer. So then we're going to use this end side spline in order to clone the strings along the end side. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So we're going to go Mograph cloner. We're going to drop this string into the cloner, and we need to make sure that the string is in the right place as far as the axis, which I'm pretty sure that is. Let's pull this out real quick. There. Let me go into this mode. All right, so there, and then, yeah, okay, it's good. Throw that in the cloner, turn that back on, and then in our cloner, we don't want to do a grid, we want to do a linear. Actually, no, we don't. We want to do an object. And then we want to throw that end side into our object. Now you can see, as we hit play, it follows along with it. Now, but you'll notice, like right at the beginning, it jumps from one side to the next right there. Yeah. So what we have to do is we need to create a second inside. I just duplicate this one. I will call this one rail so that we don't get that. And then I'm going to move this just slightly over to the right. And then in our cloner, I'm going to throw this into our rail. So that way we don't get that issue anymore of it doing that. So now we need to change, of course, our axis because it's going along the wrong angle. Let's go to transform. Is it along? Nope. Pitch? Nope. Our bank. Okay, so we'll do -90 there. So now you can see, cool. We're creating these cool little things that move along with our spline and stuff. And then let's increase this a whole bunch. Let's bring this up on count. Let's do even, and let's bring it up to, sure, we'll do that. Cool. So now we've got these that go along, and they do the animation along with it. Let's bring the scale down a bit because we don't really need it that big. So let's select all of them. I'm going to hold down Control and I'm going to bring that down to like right there. Okay, so let's make them move on a more gradual way instead of all coming on at once. So right now you can see that they all come on at once, but we want them to go on as it goes along. So let's go into our cloner. We're going to Mograph, we're going to go to Effector, and we're going to go to Step Effector. And what we're going to do here is we're going to offset, let's ignore our scale, but let's offset our time by like, say, 50 frames. So now you can see as it goes along, it's offsetting the time, which looks pretty good. That's pretty good. And then what we can do, it's good, but it looks way too linear. We want it to have a little bit of, we want it to look a little bit more organic. So let's, in our step effector, let's add a field and let's add a shader field. And in that shader, we're going to add some noise. So let's go ahead and play this again, and you'll see it looks a lot more organic and less robotic. You know, let me turn off my grid so that work plane. There we go, so that y'all can see that a little bit better. Let's rewind it. You can see, so they don't all come on at the same time. They all come on at different variable times based on the shader effector, which is pretty cool. Let's rewind that, take a look again. And let's go down here. So you can see, and it is perfectly flowing along with that, which is pretty cool. So yeah, that's how we did that one. Okay, so let's look at this last project that we've got. This one was done for the harvest, the Thanksgiving one. And you see we've got these fun little like hand turkeys. You know, we had the idea for hand turkeys because it's always fun for Thanksgiving, right? And we've got all these little individual elements and stuff, and the hand turkeys kind of have this really natural, organic feeling like someone's actually behind them, you know, holding them up and walking them across, and then we get this cool crumple effect at the end. So let's kind of break this down. This is the gist of our project, and what we've got is we've got a background layer, which you can see here. And that has everything kind of come up into place. And then I've got a Luma mat on this foreground layer, as you can see here. So it's just cutting out the foreground so that we can put the turkey in between the two. So you can see as it comes up. And then we've got this turkey, which is just a PSD file. Dave actually had his daughter, he had her draw her own hand on Procreate, and then send it to him so that he could create this turkey. And then we put some tape right there, so it looked more like a kid was doing it. So yeah, so then we've got this turkey, and we can control it however we want. So we built the whole thing in Cinema, minus the turkey. The turkey was done in Photoshop. So let's show you what we did in Cinema in order to get this accomplished. So let's hop over to Cinema real quick. And what we've got here is we've got our scene. So you can see our scene, the individual elements come up and they're all kind of layered, and we've got some lighting so we get some good shadows and stuff like that. So they all come up into place, and you got the foreground, and then we don't have any turkeys because we actually ended up doing the turkeys in After Effects. But what we needed a more natural, organic feeling of the turkeys kind of hopping around. So what we did was we used a thing in Cinema called Cappuccino. It's been around forever, and I'm not sure if anyone really uses it. Let me close that down so you can see how I get there. So first off, we're going to create a null object because that's what our turkeys are going to be linked to. So we'll create this null object, and I'm going to throw this slightly off screen. And then we're going to hit Shift-C, and we're going to type in cappuccino. You can see I already started cappuccino. So we'll bring that up. And what this does is it records actual motion. So when I start moving this null object, it's going to start recording where everything is. So you can do either a single frame, or you can start real time, you can stop real time, and then you can set your range if you want. We're just going to do project, and we're going to do start real time. But since it's off screen, I'm going to need to go into my 4 view mode, and then I'm going to go back to 0 because start at current time is selected. So I'm going to hit start real time, and as soon as I start moving this null object, you'll see it's going to start recording everything. So we can hit start real time, click on the null, and then we'll start moving stuff. And I'm just like doing some random stuff. And there you go. Once we hit the end of the timeline, you can see we've got a ton of these little keyframes, and they have all been linked to there. So yeah, we've got this really natural, really kind of crappy organic feeling, you know, with our turkeys, which is what we wanted. So what we can do on that is we can throw a tag on it. Let's do a external compositing tag. We'll throw that on there. We'll call this turkey. And then we're going to save out our project. Save that as turkeys. And then in After Effects, what I'm going to do is I'm going to import that same project. Okay, so we've got our turkeys.c4d file, and what we're going to do is we're going to drop it in, and we're going to do extract. So what that does is that extracts all the lighting data and the camera data and our nulls, which we have external compositing tags on. Now, I just imported this. I see that I'm going to have to extend my timeline a bit. Let's go to my composition settings. Let's set this for 120. And then you can see our null object, we have brought it in. So that's great. So what we can do is we can take our turkey. I'm going to grab this null, put it down here so we can stay organized. And then I am going to, let's see, let's find where that is. Let's move this turkey over to here. And I'm going to parent the bottom turkey to the top turkey. And you can see it does not move the same way it should, because it is this turkey is actually a 3D object and this one is a 2D object. So it's not going to line up exactly right. So what we need to do is we need to make, let's go ahead and unlink that. We're going to make the turkey pre-comp 3D object. And then on this position, what we're going to do is we're going to take the first position here, we're going to take here, and we're going to paste that one so that we get the turkey in the correct position. Then I'm going to go ahead and delete that one. And then I'm going to link the turkey, because I think my turkey, well, yeah, it's very big right now. And let's go ahead and get rid of this light so that it's 100% luminous. We're going to scale this down, and we're going to readjust everything so that we get the turkey in the right position. So now that we've got it on the correct Z axis, we can move it to the correct X and Y. So now we've got that, and you can see our turkeys have a much more organic feeling. We can even bring that up a bit so that we can see the stick. Yeah. So let me go ahead and extend these. Let's go into time, enable time remapping, and we'll extend these out so that we've got that. We can see the turkey. So now we want him to kind of turn around here. And actually, I kind of want to rotate him so that he doesn't look so like janky. I want him to kind of be straight up. So what's cool is because we're doing this, we're just using the null data as like the general data, and then we can adjust it from there. So like, for example, here, we want him to turn around, but the null object is actually in the wrong spot. So I'm going to go ahead and hit Y, and I'm going to move this over to where the turkey stick is. All right. And then in our rotation, right about here, yeah, I want him to turn around. So I believe that's on the Y, right? So I'll do that, and then I'll go a couple frames, and I will turn him around this way, negative 180. And you can see he just kind of turns around, boom, and he walks the other way. Yeah, pretty fun. Yeah, so that was the main thing, how we created the turkeys. The other big problem that we ran into, and I've never really found a good way to do this, so I just kind of did it myself. Oh, look, After Effects has crashed. That's great. Turkeys. Let's go ahead and send that report so that they know what I was working on at the time. Okay, I've got everything rebuilt now that After Effects decided to crash, and what you can see here is we've got our little turkey guy, and then probably around 75 frames, we'll say, we want it to start crinkling down. You can see in the video that we did, it starts to crumple like paper, and so I've never really found a good way to do crumpling paper. So I went ahead and did it in C4D, and what I did is I just sculpted everything. So I'll show you that. One thing though is with this, we can't crumple down everything together. So what I had to do, because these are all separate elements in like After Effects and C4D and stuff, what I had to do was I had to take my final project and export out about 30 frames from frame 70 to frame 100. So you'll see, let's hop over to Cinema and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So here I am in Cinema, and what I had to do was I created a plane that was, I do 1920 by 1080, and then I just scale it down, and then I'm going to create a camera. Let's find a camera, and I'm going to go into the camera. I'm going to set that to 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, and then I'm going to kind of zoom out a little bit. Let's make sure that we can see the plane. Let's go ahead and rotate it. And what I do is I just get to a point where I can see the entire thing in frame. Now you may be asking yourself, why are you doing that? And I'll show you. So actually we can take this width and we can set that as our Z distance, I believe. Oh, but we want negative. There we go. Now it perfectly lines up with the frame, and so what we're going to do is we're going to go from a bunch of 3D elements that have been exported out of After Effects to a flat 2D element, and we're going to use that as a luminant texture within Cinema. So let's create a new standard material, and in our luminance, let's go ahead and bring in some images. So here you can see I've got the crumpled images. I'm going to go ahead and hit no. And then in my animation, I'm going to calculate. And then I'm going to drop that on there. So you can see, let me double click on there, go to viewport and animate preview. You can see as it goes along, we've got that flat animation. So I guess on here we want about, 12 frames of crumpling down. So here's the fun part. What I did, one, I want to put a keyframe on my camera so I don't lose my camera. I'm going to go through and I'm going to manually sculpt a crumple down. Let's go into our garage shading, and you can see what I really want some of these pointy details. So I'm going to take it from quads into tris. And then I'm going to increase, let's keep it at 10. So let's make this editable. And then in all of our, we'll select all in our mesh. In our mesh, we'll go to cut and we'll go to triangulate. Cool, so we've got triangles. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go into point level animation, which is down here. If I turn that, you can see right now it's crossed out. That means there is no point level animation. And if I click on that, then you can see that there is point level animation. So let's go into our sculpting tools. Let's do Control C and we'll do grab. So grab will allow us, you can see, to move some of these things. And if we do this, let's undo that real quick. We need to do a keyframe here to start at 0. and then 1, then we can start manually adjusting our stuff. Then we just need to go through and manually move some of this stuff all around, and then I like to come behind and kind of move it out so that we get some of those neat little 3D-esque effects. And add a keyframe, go to the next one, bring this down, and you just go through until you crinkle it all the way down. So I'm going to fast forward so that you can see what this looks like. Okay, so as you can see, I went through and I just sculpted everything, and then here at this point we could just do a keyframe, and we could do from 1, then the next one we could do 0. So that just kind of crumples away. And this is fast, you know, we could make it more art directable and play with it some more, but that's basically how we pulled off the crumpling effect. And I think it turned out pretty well. So yeah, that's my presentation. Thank you so much for watching. If you have any questions, feel free to email me, either matt@nexusmotion.com or matt@mograph.com. Make sure and watch, because Mograph is launching a whole bunch of fun stuff this year. We've also got Camp Mograph. Tickets go on sale here in less than a month, and we're super excited about that. Hopefully we will see some of y'all at NAB and the different events coming up. But yeah, thank you so much for having me, Maxon, Matthias, Paul. Thank you so much. And yeah, that was my presentation. Thanks.
All right, back in the office with the one,
Back
the
in
only.
the office.
Back in the office. Not for long, hopefully.
Not for long,
Okay.
no.
Yeah, but back with Matt Milstead, the one and only. How's it going, brother?
It's good. It's good.
Good stuff, man. Yeah, I like it because it's like classic Mograph.
It is classic.
Like, this is just
yeah, I have not gotten any better over the past few years. Like, yep, it's just like that's the classic stuff you learned from years and years ago, but it still works nowadays.
Yo, rinse and repeat. When it works, ship it, right? Ship it. Who are we gonna ask? So, yeah. So actually, people are getting stuff out of it. So yeah, super interesting.
It's
good. So. In the meantime, as we get those questions, if you guys have questions for Matt and his workflow or anything else, you know, working with clients and stuff like that,
want me to drink
go
more
ahead
water?
And
yeah,
you want him to drink more water? You want him to get his water going?
Right.
Like that's fine. Like stay hydrated. It's Texas, you know.
It is Texas. Yeah, it's very dry. Very dry.
So, but just go ahead and @ me in the comments in the YouTube, and I will get those to Matt, and we'll just get those in the lineup. But until then, why don't you talk a little bit about community? Because we have a number of things coming up in the world of the Mographs. You're actually going to be out here in LA this week, right?
I will, yeah. Going to Motion Plus Design this weekend. So it's my first time going. I'm really excited to meet up with a bunch of people and stuff like that. You know, get to hang out, bring some Mograph hats and maybe a hoodie or two. You know, come find me, say, hey, I saw you on the Motion show. Give me a hoodie.
give me
and if I have one, I'll give you one. If not, then sorry.
And you were there late. You got to find them quick.
Yeah, you were there late. I'll be like,
find them quick.
1,700 other people, or however, 172 are watching right now. Yeah.
So somebody, yeah, there'll be some folks because we're actually sponsoring Motion Plus Design this weekend, and then yeah, so we'll be there. So you should see me as well if you're out in the LA area. Come hang out with us, hang out with the nerd family. We miss you all, so definitely come up and chat. Other things going on. I think the email just went out for Camp Mograph and
Camp we timed it pretty well, I guess. You know, the email for Camp Mograph. So Camp Mograph, for those who don't know, it's our yearly event. It's a chance for motion designers to just get out back into nature, you know, disconnect, have some good times with some libations and stuff like that. And then it's a 4-day event. Let's see, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We added an extra day. Which is exciting. So yeah, it's a chance to meet and hang out and stuff like that, and do some workshops, some fun workshops. And we got some amazing fireside chats. Every night we'll do a fireside chat with like an industry professional. This year we've got Amanda Russell from Cream Studios, John Lepore.
Oh, man, that's awesome.
Yeah,
Oh,
John Lepore
John?
from Perception,
Oh,
and we're bringing
man.
in Freddie Wong. I'm really excited about Freddie.
Wow, that's
you know,
that's a
big
a
O
winning
YouTuber,
lineup.
super exciting. So yeah, that'll be fun. It'll be cool. And Clinton Jones is going to be emceeing the one with Freddie. You know, so that's going to be really fun
got
to
some
see them
history
talk
there.
back and forth. Yeah, it's you go to camograph.com to check out the all the information that we just dropped. So tons of fun activities and stuff. And we also got a couple other things that we're going to announce. Yeah, very exciting. So, you know, it's a very small event. It's very intimate. You know, we cap it out at like 150 people. That's including staff and stuff like that. So, you know, make sure if you're going to get tickets, you get them quickly, because last year we sold out in about a minute, which was awesome.
So, somebody was wondering, do you do any character work? Do you ever work with some of the character tools?
I have done not character stuff. Like I've done a lot of the Mixamo stuff, you know, the standard Mixamo stuff where you export out, bring it into Mixamo, bring it back in. And I really like the updated stuff that y'all did. I think it was starting in 23, where you can adjust the Mixamo, you know, animations and stuff, which is really awesome. But a lot of the character stuff that I've done in the past is like the very EJ Hassenfrott style, where like add like deformers to the thing and like, you know, kind of puppet tools and stuff like that. You know, it's that's the way I do things. Or I'll just get it rigged up in, you know, like in a T-pose using Mixamo and then bring it in, and then I'll animate it from there. Yeah, I've done a lot of weighting. Like the weighting stuff is not a lot of fun. It's time consuming. You know, I think that's what really scares me from doing character stuff.
Yeah, doing the sexy stuff, weight painting.
Right.
Ooh, yeah. Let me see your weight map. Let's see how that looks.
Right.
Show me your weight
I've got
map.
1 point going far away. It's over here. Yeah.
It's always the weird stuff. All right, but another question came in. If there's any AEC4D workflow tips from Matt, making it work closer. The crumpled paper, for example, would Matt render it out as a still sequence or import the .c4d file into AE, I guess, Cineware?
I wouldn't do it where... So I did render it out with that one specifically. I did render out like 15 frames, you know, of the flattened sequence, because I knew that one was going to crumple down. So like I showed off in the presentation, you know, I brought those image files in there and then lined up like a luminant, you know, plane, and then adjusted it from there. You know, I just sculpted it all to look like crumpled paper and stuff like that. Now, rendering it out, you could very well easily bring it back into After Effects, because it's just a luminant material. You know, it renders pretty quickly. But I just, you know, why not stick it in, you know, standard C4D, just render it out real quick. But what I do a lot is I use Cineware all the time for, like, you know, lining up null objects and stuff like that, similar to the way you saw like the turkeys moving and stuff like that, how I brought that in. And yeah, sorry, I need some water because I'm
hey, I think that's the next question. Drink water.
But yeah, I use that a lot, especially to bring in camera data and stuff like that, and then just, you know, extract all that stuff, you know.
And that's, yeah, keep going.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say on that, because I was chatting with Chad Perkins over, you know, a part of our Red Giant family within the house. And that's something that I was working on is because the cool thing with, you know, particular is like you can have lights act as particle emitters and things like that. One thing I've found out, though, is like redshift lights or like cameras, one of the two. I think it might have been the camera. Like the camera data from Redshift by itself doesn't come over in Cineware. So the thing to do is just make a regular camera a child of that, zero it out, and then that data will come over. So just if in case you're getting frustrated, because I was working on a scene a little while ago, I was like, oh, this isn't a thing. So, but Cineware is great for extracting that data, that light data, the null data, and that's something that I really wish would be able to, you know, really integrate. More is just like getting that data over is super big.
I love integrating like particular And so there was a project that I did quite a few years ago where, it was a 3D space and I'm moving the 3D camera and going through stuff. And I didn't want to go through and have to create a bunch of X particles. This was before I knew X particles, and so I didn't want to go through and try and figure that out. I knew particular well enough. So what I did was I actually created a null object that kind of flew along with the camera, brought that data into After Effects, and then linked that null object, using Cineware to my particular emitter. And it looked beautiful. It looked like it was just in the space the whole time.
Yeah, that's a really big one, working with that workflow.
Yeah. And a few of the things that we did for the Madden game, we used Red Giant for a couple of the HUD elements. We had a few things where we had to do some HUD elements, and so we put we took some of those stock ones, rendered them out, pre-comped them or whatever, and then threw them into a null object so they still looked like they were in a 3D space.
Nice.
Just lined up the null object in C4D wherever we wanted them, and then brought that in and just linked them right.
There's your UI stuff.
Yeah,
just know where it needs to go. Yeah, that's awesome. Another question. Someone was wondering what's being broadcast in the background. It's another CGI talk show.
This is our wonderful new project that Mograph just launched a few weeks ago. It's called Mograph TV. It's a 24-hour live streaming network, basically. It's on YouTube. It's also on our site, mograph.com/live/TV. Mograph.com/TV. Yeah. And so you can check it out. We've got a ton of amazing stuff from, us, our weekly podcast. You've also got, tons of stuff from Maxon and previous presentations and stuff like that. It's a lot of fun. Yeah.
And Rick is wondering, why isn't Mograph TV simulcasting the live show?
That's what I'm curious about too, dude. You know what? I'm a big proponent of that. I have already talked to Chris Schmidt about simulcasting, and I want to simulcast this as well.
All right, we got to talk. We got to talk after
Dave's sweating when I start talking about that, but
got to make him work some more. Oh no, oh no. All right. Another question is: using a luminance frame means frame matching was accurate?
Yeah. So with that. So what I did, you saw I brought in a plane and I made it 1920 by 1080, and my frame was 1920 by 1080. And what I did was I set the plane to 1920 by 19 height 1080, whatever, and then I scaled it down. And then what I did was I looked where I believe it was the X coordinate was, or the X size,
1
I copied
or
that
0.5
and then I
or
pasted
whatever.
it into the camera, and I think divided by 2, so that when I had the plane in the center, it was exactly the same amount. It lines up perfectly frame for frame, or pixel for pixel. So you just got to do a little bit of math in order to make sure that lines up correctly. So then once you bring in that luminant material, it matches up perfectly. Plus, I wasn't too terribly worried about it because it's crumpling. So you're going to get one frame of movement no matter what, so you give and take.
Yeah, could be worse. Awesome. Well, that is all the questions that we have for you today. Great job, brother. And I'll see you in a couple days here in LA.
Yeah.
And if not, Matt will also be a couple days. Oh, no, you're here the whole time in Vegas.
I'm like 9 days in Vegas.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know. I was like, we're there for the same time.
I will hate myself by the end of it.
Yeah, no, but it'll be fun. It'll be fun.
Yeah, we got late flights.
Everybody.
We can sleep in the last day. It's
yeah,
fine.
It'll be great. Well, I got to break down. But what we do have for you, if you are tuning in and you want to check out, NAB, and you're going to come join us at NAB, please do. We have an amazing series of activities throughout. We have amazing presenters. I mean, total showstoppers. And maybe a surprise guest or two. So you're going to want to check that out. And we'll go ahead and post, or I'll actually post it now. So the code, just go ahead and get your free code pass. Just go ahead and get it. If you make it, great. If not, you at least have it. Share it with your friends. Do whatever the case may be. And we will see you after the break with our last presentation of the day, another member of our ZBrush family. So, Matt, thanks again, and we'll see you all after the break.
Bye.
Be through, work it out, do you.
Show me just what you got. Turn around. Don't ever let 'em hold you back. Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. I want my baby back. Yeah.
Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you.
Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. I want my baby back. Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. I want my baby back. Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. Yeah.
Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Introducing Mograph TV from Mograph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. Mograph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
Mograph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
Mograph TV, television for the design community, 24/7.
Welcome back to the 3D Motion Show, everyone. We are here at the final presenter of the day. I always want to thank our sponsors. We have Dell at the top, also with Wacom, as well as our prize sponsors. So if you guys are looking to get some amazing prizes, definitely check out 3dmotionshow.com. Underneath the player, you'll see a little place that says sign up. Click there to sign up and get entered to win a number of amazing prizes. Last up, another member of the ZBrush family. Here joining us, Pablo Munoz Gomez. Check him out.
Hi everyone, my name is Pablo Munoz Gomez. I'm a 3D concept and character artist, and I'm really excited to be here just to show you a bit of the workflow and the behind the scenes of my process. So for those of you who are not familiar with my work, let me just switch to my screen. Here we go. Just to give you an idea of the type of topics and themes that I gravitate towards. So a lot of creature character design, some creepy stuff. I like this type of comic style renders, characters, a bit of like, animal creature type of thing. So there's a wide variety of things that I tend to do. And one of the things that all of these works have in common, or most of them at least, is that they're using ZBrush as a starting point or just to create the basis for it. So that's kind of like what I want to show you today, my entire workflow from scratch, and hopefully show you a bit of the rendering process as well towards the end. aside from this type of work that I do, I also teach online. So I have an online academy called the 3D Concept Artist website, and this is where you can find more in-depth courses and workshops. So there's a few things here that you might find interesting. I also run the ZBrush Guides website, and this is just a resource website where you can find a lot of different tutorials, different resources like brushes, materials, that sort of thing. And I also work on a monthly project and share the insights in my 3D Snippets website. So this is kind of like a subscription-based website where it's kind of like being in a fly in the wall, watching the entire process of how I create a specific specific project or a specific character or environment and that sort of thing. So yeah, that's kind of like in a nutshell what I do. But let's go ahead and get started with the ZBrush workflow. All right, so we're gonna work on a character or a creature, more than a character, but it's a humanoid creature. There are many different ways to approach the production or the creation of an asset or anything in ZBrush really, but I'm just going to show you what I think or what I consider to be one of the best ways of setting up something from scratch. So I have a sphere in here, and as you can see, this is just a normal 3D sphere. And by the way, I'm using a custom ZBrush UI, but I'll show you where the tools are whenever I use something that's not, obvious. Other than that, just so you know, because this is something that I get asked quite a bit in my online streams and my classes. This thing that I have here floating, it's called Epic Pen, and this is a tool that I use to explain different concepts or explain things along the way. So I'm just going to be using this to write on the screen, but I know it's a question that gets asked a lot. So this is nothing to do with ZBrush, just letting you know that it's a separate software, so you might not find this in ZBrush if you're interested. All right, so the basics of this workflow is just to use very simple geometric shapes like this sphere here and create the basis of the character. So I use a very limited tool set. So I have a custom UI, like I said, and I can just access the essential brushes. So I'm going to choose the Move brush, and I like to play with AccuCurve. AccuCurve is under the brush palette, Curve, and AccuCurve. So I can just go ahead and do this type of things, and you see the AccuCurve is what allows me to create this pointy effect. If I turn off AccuCurve, just on the other side, you'll see it's a little bit more blobby in that sense. So the only reason I choose AccuCurve is so that in this stage, when I'm blocking things out, it's a lot easier, a lot faster to emphasize certain volumes. So we just don't do that. Turn back AccuCurve, and I'm gonna enable symmetry so that I can work a little bit faster. All right, another thing that I'm going to use is the Gizmo 3D. So the Gizmo 3D is obviously the tool that allows you to move things. This is pretty streamlined version of a manipulator. So what I'll do is I'm going to open up my subtool palette so that you can see all the different tools that I'm going to be using. And I'm going to start with the head of this character. So let's go ahead and just move this up a little bit. And I think I'm just going to turn off the polyframe. So this is going to be the cranium of the top of the skull. And let's go ahead and append something else. I'm going to append a cylinder and just select that from the subtool palette. There we go. And this is going to be the face of the creature or the character. It's kind of like the cylindrical shape. It's a good shape to determine kind of like the jawline. And maybe we can twist it a little bit like that and scale it in the x-axis. One thing that I forgot to do is enable the symmetry, so it's not symmetrical. And this is one of the crucial things about the workflow that I'm showing you, that it's very organic. So don't be afraid of destroying and merging things together and deleting parts. It's all about the design flow and just making sure that you are in that creative zone, and then after that you can just fix it and polish it. So what I did here without enabling symmetry is not a big deal. I can just go to mirror and weld and then just mirror it so that I have symmetry enabled. That would be under the geometry palette, modify topology, mirror and weld for you. And yeah, other than that, we can go ahead and hold Control and Shift to click on the brush palette, and we can select something like the knife lasso or the knife curve, which I already have here in my custom UI. So I'm just going to select the knife tool and hold Control and Shift, and I'm just going to position this. You can hold the space bar to reposition this line, and on the shaded area, on the shaded line, that's what's going to be cutting through the model. So I'm just going to do that. You'll see it just cuts through the model, and I'm going to repeat the process around here just to get a nice chisel jaw type of thing. And that's about it, really. Let's go ahead and continue the process. So I'm going to append another cylinder. Select that cylinder, and this is going to be the neck of the creature. Like I said, I'm going to go for a more humanoid character. So I'm just going to block out what a human would look like, and then I'm just going to destroy it. But at least that gives you a bit of an insight into how to create a human character as well, in case that's kind of like your preference. Yep, so this is going to be the neck. You see, starting to look like something, even though so far there's not like a clear distinction of what this is. Let's go ahead and append one more sphere, and I'm going to use a sphere just to set up the thorax or the torso. So in this case, I'm just going to squish that into the Z-axis, maybe rotated that a little bit. So this is going to be mostly what you can see from the back, like the back itself, and we can duplicate that, rotate that as well. By the way, I'm also having the perspective off so that I can, from this side or from this angle, I can just move this and I know it's doing it on a specific angle. So this is going to be the chest, and that's it. I don't think we need to do more than that. Again, it's all about keeping it super simple in terms of the objects that we can use to block this out. We can even take an existing mesh, like the neck, for example, and duplicate that. And we can use this to do a bit of the abdomen, maybe scale it in the x-axis. So anything that I'm doing at the moment, as you can see, I'm not even using the move brush or anything yet. It's just manipulating the gizmo and the very basic objects to get a shape going. So this is my blockout. All right, on top of this one, we're gonna obviously want to have some arms. So I just want to show you a different way of creating or adding assets here or subtools. So far I've just been using the duplicate and the append tool in here, but you can do other things. So for instance, in the brush palette, we can click on the IMM primitives, and this allows you to insert a bunch of different primitives. So for the shoulders, let's say I want to go for something like this sphere. So I'm going to select that, and I'm going to click anywhere, and it just adds that as an extra geometry. Right now, if I go into solo mode, you'll see that I just added those spheres to the cylinder. So what I'll do is undo that, and here I have this depth, which you can find on the brush palette, depth, which is this one right here, and that allows you to embed the meshes that you have in here a little bit more. So I'm going to push this down a bit more and click and drag. And one of the great things about this workflow is that this is pretty easy to do, right? You can also go to split. Let me go into solo mode as well. As soon as you do anything with the insert meshes here in ZBrush, you will end up with an automatic mask, as you can see here. So I can just go to the split section, like I said, and go to split mask points. And that way we end up with a different set of tools, or a different subtool, sorry. All right, so let's bring in the Gizmo 3D. We can just reposition this. If you want to scale this on the local axis, all you have to do is enable local symmetry. Let me show you what that does. So without local symmetry, if I were to scale this from the center, ZBrush is just going to take the entire volume and scale it towards the center of itself. So if you go to transform palette, it's this one right here. So that's what I have in my UI. I'm going to click on that, and now I can scale on the local symmetry. Something like this. Again, just focus on the silhouette, on the main shapes. Don't worry too much about, whether or not this looks like a human. We'll make sure that we tweak that later on. All right. So now that I show you that tool or that method, let's go ahead and switch back to the move brush, just so that I don't accidentally add a new mesh. I'm going to append a cylinder very quickly. Do this type of stuff. And that's going to be the arm. And I like to set up my characters kind of like in an A pose, so that then I can work on a pose that is more interesting later on, a lot easier. Another way that you can add more geometry is by holding Control and clicking and dragging when you have the gizmo. So if I want to duplicate this section, I can hold Control, click and drag, and you'll see I have a new piece, and ZBrush automatically masks the rest. So I can use this to set up like the forearm, something like that. And if you want to have more control over certain volumes, let's say, the forearm, the wrist is a little bit smaller than this area of the elbow, something that you can do at this stage is click on the gear icon here and go to taper here. And we can just go ahead and taper the arm a little bit, and you can play around with the profile with this cone. Right, so that's a very quick and easy way to set up the arm. Let's clear the mask, Control click and drag, and we can go ahead and select the deltoid, and we can just select it and hold Control and duplicate it, and we can put that sphere closer to the elbow region. All right, let's go ahead and click and drag to delete the mask, and as you can see, I don't have the arm on the other side. This is basically because I don't mind having this as this stage, or like I don't care about having the symmetry right now. And this is just because I can easily work on a side or one of the arms and then just mirror and weld it. So let's go ahead and go into solo mode. What I'll do is I'm going to delete half of this. So, or at least, hang on, with the select rectangular tool, and delete hidden, just the elbow on the other side, right? And we can go ahead and merge these two together. So I can just go to the merge sub palette, click on merge down, click OK. So now if I go into solo mode, I have the shoulder, the elbow, and the two cylinders that we use for the arm on one side. You can potentially get rid of this one as well. Like I said, it doesn't really matter. But this is basically the setup. So this is probably the hardest part to get right. And again, this doesn't look like much just yet, but it's all about setting it up. So I'm going to be moving a little bit faster now that I've shown you how to set it up. So I'm going to show you the technique, and then I'm going to move on into some pre-made assets that I have created with the different steps of the process. So the best thing right now is that if you enable polyframe, right, you'll see that all the pieces have different polygroups or different IDs. If I hold the Alt key and click on the different meshes, everything is a separate mesh. So I use Dynamesh because it allows me to explore designs a lot easier, a lot better. So what I do is I'm going to select, let's say, the chest. I'm going to click on Dynamesh. And right now the Dynamesh, it's a little bit too dense. So those tools for you guys would be under the geometry palette Dynamesh. So I can just take the resolution down a little bit, 48, and Dynamesh that. There we go. And the great thing about Dynamesh is that I can just pull, let's say, something like this, and you'll see all these stretched polygons that are happening here. If I want to, I just hold Control, click and drag, and ZBrush will basically retopologize this to account for the new volumes, basically. So let's undo that. And let's do the same thing for everything else. So select the cylinder, hold the Alt key, cylinder, let's just go back to 40. There we go. So I'm just going to repeat this process for all of them. I'm just doing it a little bit random in terms of the resolution that I'm using, but you can have you can tweak this as much as you need to. All right. Now I left these ones without Dynameshing because I want to show you something else. So if I go into solo mode, you'll see these ones have different polygroups. If you don't have different polygroups, but you have multiple pieces in one subtool, like I do have here, you can go to the polygroup palette and click on auto groups. And that way you have completely different polygroups on this mesh. And then what you can do is go to the Dynamesh palette. Hang on, I have everything open. So Dynamesh palette, but click on the groups switch. So if I click on groups and redynamesh this or Dynamesh it, ZBrush is going to Dynamesh everything, but at the same time keep the groups. So if I were to smooth this really, really strongly like this, you'll see that everything is still separated, but it's the same mesh. So this is great because it allows me to, do things like this, right? And if I want to redynamesh, ZBrush will take that into account, but keep everything separate. So I can smooth things independently or hold Control and Shift and select something like that, invert the selection. This is the type of workflow that I use. Just wanted to show you the tools before I go ahead and move a little bit faster. All right, so now that I have this ready, all I have to do is start tweaking the mesh so that it looks more like a, like a human shape. So let's take the move brush with symmetry, and I'm going to start pushing this. Let's turn off local symmetry. And I'm going to start pushing this in a way that we can potentially see it happening as a deltoid. All right, so at this point, I'm not even touching the sculpting brushes. This is just moving points, just pulling and pushing points, really. And this is a very repetitive process. So that's what I said, that I'm going to show you like a pre-made version of this. But again, this is just to show you the entire process. And I'm just so you know, I keep holding the Alt key and clicking on different tools just to access them quickly. But you can also do that from the tool palette, or if you press the letter N on your keyboard, you can also select them that way. All right, so let's go ahead and move the head forward a bit more and define the jaw. You can also hold the Shift key to access the smooth brushes and just start smoothing things out a little bit. And this is the part of the process, I suppose, that, I enjoyed this quite a bit, but it's the part of the process where you can start to make design choices. So if you're not, if you don't want to do a character like a humanoid character, and you want to focus more on an alien type of thing, you can just select the head and just push it like that and continue working from there. But it's all about setting up the bases. All right, I'm going to select the back and then just exaggerate this trapezius area. Maybe not that much. And then try to set up the muscles here for the back. Obviously, this is going to be a lot better, a lot more defined once we move into the next step that I'm going to show you. But as long as you can sort of define some of the areas or some of the meshes just with the move brush and with basic shapes, I think you are on the right track. So that's what I'm trying to do. All right, so that's kind of like the process. You'll see it just takes time to set up the bases with the different very, very simple geometric shapes. But once you have them all in place with the move brush, it's very easy to just go ahead and tweak it. Now, the final thing that I'm going to show you before I jump into the next step is that, for instance, if I select the arm, because this is a single mesh, even though I have different polygroups, if I go ahead and I want to try to integrate the deltoid area of the arm a little bit more with the move brush, it's very hard to do it, right? But if you select the brush palette, there's this one right here called the Move Topological, and it works in the same way. I have it here in my UI as well, and I can turn on the AccuCurve. So it's essentially the same thing as the Move Brush. The difference is that this Move Topological has an auto masking enable, which means that I can click on, let's say, on this point. Let's turn on symmetry. I can click on this point, and it's not going to move everything. It's just going to move anything that is related, or it's going to respect the continuity of the topology. So because the two volumes right now, they're not connected, I can just do this, and it's automatically going to mask out the rest, or at least not allowing me to tweak it or distort it. I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah, that's basically what the Move Topological does. And so yeah, this is one tool that I can use to do this type of things. Let's push maybe here for the biceps, push that in, smooth that out a little bit, and there you go. So that's just another tool that I'm going to use for the next step. So let me go ahead and bring in something else. So this is the blocking of the creature. I'm going to load that up. Here we go. So this is something that I did previously. As you can see, it's the same idea, the same thing. So I have some Dynamesh objects, some of them have like polygroups, but it's essentially the same thing, right? The only thing that I didn't do in the previous one that I just showed you is that I think I added a tube or a sphere for the nose and Dynamesh that. But as you can see, it's pretty much the same. So the next step in this process would be to merge everything together. So that can be done in different ways. The easiest thing at this point, because we have a set of tools or a set of meshes that are not that heavy in resolution, is to merge everything together. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Merge Visible. And here we go. So ZBrush will create a new tool. This one right here. So now we have a single mesh that has all the pieces together, right? At this point, if you want, let's go ahead and click on Mirror and Weld. And that way we mirror and weld the meshes. But again, they're still separate, so we can use the move topological. And just so that, for the sake of demonstration, let me just go to the polygroup palette like I showed you before and auto group everything. So you can see everything or every single mesh has a different color, a different ID. And I'm going to mirror and weld again, just so that the left-hand side and the right-hand side is the same. Okay, so let's go back to the smart cap gray or the basic material. And this is where I'm going to start kind of like making sure certain areas of the mesh are more, like certain features are more visible. So I'm going to use something, let's do it with the move brush. I'm just going to try to push the areas of the eyes a bit more and start trying to define the facial features a little bit more. And at this point, I'm not entirely sure, if I were to just design this as I talk, it would be pretty hard. So I just have a rough idea of where I'm aiming or what I'm aiming for. Plus I have already prepared the steps. But if I were just designing this from scratch, this is a part of the process that I take very seriously and where I spend a lot of time before I go into details. Because this is the thing, right? In ZBrush, adding details is really, really easy. And I'll show you that in a second. But I'm going to switch, by the way, to the move topological. So yeah, what I was saying is it's very easy to add details in ZBrush. What's hard is to make sure that whatever you do can kind of like reads well in terms of the volumes. So all of this process is just to say that I spend a lot of time here making sure that different volumes and the different primary shapes are working fine. And to be honest, it's a very easy process. All you have to do is just select a move brush and push and pull different parts of the mesh. All right, but to move faster, what I'll do is I'm going to use a clay brush, and this brush allows me to establish, certain shapes a lot faster. So I'm going to start to add or start sculpting really. So let's just go ahead and do the same thing here for the kind of like for the rib cage. And even though I'm still having different meshes, when I use this tool, the clay brush, or you can also use the clay builder brush, ZBrush starts to merge, or not merge, but pull the surface together so that it looks like one. But if I turn this on, you'll see there's kind of like overlapping. Don't worry too much about this. We will tweak that later on. So I just can, I can concentrate on volumes. And I constantly use the smooth brush as well. So we can do the muscles here for the abdomen. That sort of thing. Maybe we can go ahead and merge these as well. Like I said, I'm not necessarily merging things. It just looks like it's merging them, but it's not. It's just kind of like pulling or pushing all the geometry together towards the same area so that it feels like it's more part of the same. But this is essentially the process or the step that I'm using. Just bit by bit, combining all of those super simple shapes into one. Sometimes I neglect the back because as a concept artist, I work towards presenting an idea, and it's it has to do with storytelling as well. It's as long as I can communicate something, I can communicate a concept, an idea. That's all I need. And sometimes I don't need to present the character for every single angle unless it's for production. All right, so this is, you see, it's pretty blobby at the moment, but this is essentially what it is. This is the block out of the character. What I'll do now is I'm going to move into the kind of like the primary shapes and show you how I can move from this to something that looks more like the base mesh for the design that I'm going to go for. So let me load up something else. So this is, again, a similar process. I think this is an older version, but you can see it is the same thing. Actually, that's an older one. 1 second. Here we go. So this is what I have for the character that I'm gonna be working on for the details. It is exactly the same thing. I just spent a lot more time tweaking these pieces, tweaking the the transitions, making sure that the volumes feel feel right. So you can see this is something that potentially can be used for a human character. Same deal. And at this point, if you want to make large proportional changes, it's pretty easy. You can hold Control and Shift. And let's say if I want to make the arms a little bit longer, I can isolate all of these pieces, mask the rest, bring back everything, select the gizmo, and with the local symmetry, I can just go ahead and do this, right? So it allows me to play around with the design a lot more than if I go ahead and just merge everything together. So that's why I like to keep things like this. But once I'm happy with this, what I can do is merge everything together into a Dynamesh. So I'm going to go ahead and load the next one up. And this one has a lot more definition in terms of what the character looks like. And now this is a single mesh, right? Or a single object that is a Dynamesh. So what I do to move from the previous point to this one is actually pretty simple. Let me go back. So once I'm happy with this, with these settings, I'm going to go ahead and redynamesh everything. But at this time, I'm going to turn off groups. I want to have everything as a single mesh. And I'm going to click on, hold Control, click and drag to redynamesh. And you'll see now this is a single mesh. I'm also going to hold Control and W to assign a single polygroup. And yeah, this is just a polygroup, right? So, or a single polygroup. So now I can just go ahead and smooth this out with the Shift key. And now we don't have to worry about, those intersecting pieces of geometry. There we go. Right? Pretty easy. So that's exactly what I did to get to this point. And obviously what you can see in this phase, that's me starting to define the character. And this is still like a pretty low resolution, but if I go back one step, the way that I approach that is with the, it could be with the clay builder brush, just literally with a smaller brush size, trying to define, let's say, the cheekbones, the nose, maybe an area here for the eyes. But the longer you stay within this low resolution, the easier that is going to be to manipulate the design changes that you want to make. And I just want to emphasize that because, if your plan is to design as you go, like when you're sculpting, you want to also have a bit of a play with the design itself. This is the key to get something that works really well. So if you already have a concept, if you already have like let's say a 2D sketch or something like that, then this part can be automated a little bit more in the sense that you can use the reference that you have, the sketch that you have, or the 2D concept, and try to match the volumes a little bit faster. But if you're designing things, this is probably the best way to do it. So that's kind of like the best advice I can give you is try to keep things as low resolution as possible before you commit to add details. So I'm just using the standard brush in this operation here just to add more volume. And I can also use the damp standard brush to kind of like cut through the model. That's kind of like my butter knife tool. So yeah, that's what I use to generate those more pronounced shapes. As you can see, it's pretty straightforward. But if you look at it from the distance, you can see that it's a head or like a face, but you get closer and the resolution is not great. So that's currently what I have in here, just with a slightly more resolution. And I'm starting to define some features that are not as human. So like the wider nose, that's a little bit flatter here and a little bit, higher. It's all about proportions when you're dealing with a creature design and that sort of thing. All right. So remember what I said at the beginning, that it's a very organic process in the sense that, now that I have a single mesh, what do I do now? What's the next step to define the character? This doesn't mean that once I have this single mesh or everything is part of the single mesh, doesn't mean that that's the end of that process or that step. I can just easily go back and cut things up and work in different ways. So that's what I'm going to show you. So let's go ahead and load the next step. Here we go. So you'll see it's exactly the same thing, but the head is a lot more defined than before. So the reason for that is pay attention to these active points. The active points is essentially how many points are in the mesh, in the Dynamesh for each subtool. The total points is kind of like the summary of all the tools. So if I select the head, I have 300,000 points. If I select the body, I have 200,000 points. So that's what I was kind of like referring to. If I select the previous one, if I go ahead and try to increase my Dynamesh resolution a little bit, let's say to 464 and reDynamesh, right? I'm going to have a lot of resolution to play around with, but it is exactly the same thing. Like the amount of resolution that I have is exactly the same thing for the face than for the body. And in most cases, the head, at least for a character like this or a creature, the head is what needs more details, or at least more kind of like finer details, right? So what I did was very simple. I just went ahead and duplicated this mesh, right? So you have two exact, meshes living in the same space. And I'm going to go into solo mode just to show you. Actually, let's go ahead. I'm going to paint it with green, and the previous one, I'm going to paint it with red, just so that you know exactly what I'm doing. And I'm going to take the red one, and I'm going to use the knife lasso to just go ahead and delete the face or the head. So now I have the head as a single mesh. Maybe let's do it again so that I can take into account a bit more of the neck, right? And I'm just going to mirror and weld that. Oops, without local symmetry. There we go. And for the body, I'm doing the same thing, but this time I'm just going to delete everything but the face. So don't worry, I'll repeat this step again. So I'm going to hold the Alt key and delete that. All right, so if I go into solo mode, what I have is the body in one tool and the head in another tool. Or, sorry, a different subtool, but they're within the same tool. So essentially what I do with the knife brush is holding the Control and Shift key to do this, and that will delete an area. But if I do the same thing, and before I let go of the key or the click, I hold the Alt key, I'm just going to invert that idea, that selection that I'm cutting, and that's essentially what I did for the body. All right, so now I can go ahead and, because I have two different meshes, I can work, let's turn off this now. I can work with different resolutions. So the head has 80,000. So I can just go ahead and say, you know what, for the head, I need more resolution. Let's go for this much, reDynamesh. And now I have, well, that's not what I wanted. Let's, again, smooth that out. There we go. So now the head has 280,000 points, and the body, I can just keep it at 400. So let's reDynamesh that, right? So that's the idea of splitting things up. So that's what I said as well at the beginning. Don't worry too much about, if you already have a single mesh or not. It's very organic in that sense. So at this point, what I'll do is I'm going to define maybe the body a little bit more, just with the damp standard brush. Again, large brushes and a lot of smoothing. That's the best way to kind of like define anatomy, or at least that's what helps me define the anatomy when I'm working on like a humanoid character. So I'm just pressing softly. By the way, I'm using a Cintiq, Wacom Cintiq, so it's a lot easier for me to do what I'm doing, just pressing softly or harder. But yeah, that's how I can define the anatomy, right? Just pressing softly, and then using the smooth brush constantly to smooth out the area. So for the head, what I did was the same. I just smoothed the whole thing, and with the damp standard brush, I defined pieces of the face a little bit more. So something like this for the lips. We can hold the Alt key and invert that effect of the damp standard brush just to, again, define that a bit more, and then always use the smooth brush. So I constantly use the smooth brush. And let's do the nostrils a little bit as well here, just to get it closer to what I showed you in the previous one, or in the next step, really. All right. So let me show you how I went from this to this one in terms of adding the eyes. And this is something that I like to do very early in the process, just to show the eyes. Just because that gives me like an anchor point, like a visual anchor point of what to do or how to work around it. So in ZBrush, there is this really cool tool or macro called, you can ignore my macros. So this is something that you will see in your version of ZBrush if you have the latest version. If you go to append eyes, ZBrush is basically going to append a couple of spheres, give them a black material, like black color with a toy plastic material. I can use the Gizmo 3D and again just place those in there. So this is just a very quick way to generate some eyes in your mesh. So I'm just gonna position those where I think they should be in relation to the head. And then go back to the head and use, you know, the move brush to adjust that. Right? Again, it's all about proportions at this stage and figuring out what, you know, the transition between one volume and the next. And just to show you again how I achieve this effect, this is just polypaint. I'm gonna go ahead and use the standard brush and actually, yeah, let's use the standard brush. Yep, the standard brush, and I'm gonna go ahead and choose a reddish color like so. And for the eyes, I'm gonna fill object. So all of these tools are under the the color palette. So you can just select your color and click on fill object, and that will fill the eyes with a specific color. And then with the standard brush selected, I'm gonna go ahead and turn off lazy mouse, Z-add, and RGB. Yeah. So basically, those tools, if you have the standard UI, there should be at the top. But if not, you can go to the to the draw palette. And this is what I change. So I enable RGB and disable Z-add. So now my standard brush is not going to affect the volumes, but it's going to affect the color just by doing this. And the other one, the lazy mouse, is just so that, you know, it works a little bit faster, and that is under the stroke palette, lazy mouse, that one right there. So I'm going to select a lighter color, get a little bit closer here, and then just paint like that. And then probably something a bit lighter even. You can also subdivide this, by the way, if you want to have more resolution. And that's it. Let's go ahead and reset the brush. I have it here in my UI, but you can reset your brush from the brush palette. You can go all the way to the bottom, click on all brushes or the current brush. All right, so that's basically what we have at this point. Again, this one is slightly more defined, but just because I spend more time tweaking the volumes, but we're getting closer to, you know, define this as a creature rather than a character. So the next step is blocking the secondary shapes. I would call these primary shapes. So let me just explain that really quickly. So this is what I call primary shapes, right? Because they affect the overall silhouette of the character, right? So that's primary. The secondary forms, it's the areas within the volumes that you can identify very, very easily. So for the purpose of this kind of like walkthrough, I'm just gonna create kind of like a reptile, like a snake man. So there's gonna be a lot of textures or a pattern like this, and that's what I would call secondary shapes. So at this point, I'm not even thinking about the tertiary shapes, which would be, well, tertiary shapes. That would be kind of like the little bumps that you can see in between pieces, like wrinkles, that sort of thing, right? But at the moment, what I want to do is just focus on the secondary shapes, because the primary shapes are done. Like you kind of like, at this stage, you can kind of like tell that this is a human creature, right? And that's what the primary forms should do. And if you want to, you know, do something completely different, that's when you have to, you know, tweak your primary shapes. One little trick to check the silhouette is to turn the preview to flat and go into one of these colors, like either white or black, depending on your background, and be able to judge the primaries. So the way that you achieve that, or the way that you access those, is here from the render palette. You can go to render properties. Hang on, render passes. Where is it? Oh, here. Sorry. The different switches. So you have the preview, and you have the best and fast and flat. So these are the two switches that I have in my UI. If I press flat, that's what it shows me, like a shadeless version of the mesh. Or preview is what you should see by default anyway. So that's what I have in here, just to check silhouettes. Another thing, just as an extra tip, you can enable thumbnail, which is what I have in here. And again, that's under the preference thumbnail, this one right here. So you can turn it on and off. That's the switch that I have in my UI. And you can click the background. You can click on the background and select a black color, and ZBrush will automatically interpret that black color as transparent. So you can click and drag to rescale it. And as you rotate the character, you can see kind of like a thumbnail version of that character in real time, which is super handy. So that's why I have it in here. Anyway, let's go ahead and move forward a little bit. We're getting closer to the detailing stage. So I'm going to load the next stage, which is this one. So quite a bit of a change there, but let me just show you what I did in order to achieve this. So if you think about it, it is exactly the same thing in, hang on, there we go. It's exactly the same thing in terms of what I've done. So we have the mesh for the body. I just added a bit of the head there, but we have the body and we have a version of the head, right? That it's kind of like extruded here to account for, I don't know, I think this is kind of like a cobra type of character, like a snake man. Let's just call it the snake man. And yeah, this is basically what I did. So I just took the face or the head and extruded a little bit or moved it. And then I'll show you how I created this pattern for the secondary forms of the mesh. So let's go back to what I had. So what I did, because you see part of the face is kind of like embedded in the body. I don't know if that makes sense. So from the jaw downwards, that's what I have as part of the mesh, as part of the body. And this is kind of like a mask on top. So what I did was I duplicated the head, right? And I went ahead and merged down the body with one of the first heads. So took the mesh for the body, merged that down, right? So this is now a single mesh. Let's go into solo mode and let's smooth everything out. Let's go ahead and redynamesh. Maybe let's keep the same resolution. What I just did there, sorry, with the Control W, you can assign a single polygroup. But yeah, this is basically a single mesh now. But I'm not interested in anything, above the jaw. So what I can do is with the masking brushes, I'm going to use the mask lasso. You can access the masking brushes by holding Control and click on the brush palette. I'm going to go ahead and hold Control and mask everything that I want to keep, like that, right? And then the rest, I'm just going to use the smooth brush. You can also use a smooth strong if you want. That's a brush that comes with ZBrush. But it's not in, it's probably, I don't think it's in the default settings. I have it here in my UI. This one, Smooth Stronger. That allows you to smooth things a lot faster. But if you don't see it in your UI, you can access it by going to the lightbox, going to brushes, and search for smooth. And it would be here, Smooth Brush, Smooth Stronger. So you can just double click on that and it will load that smooth brush. Just to smooth all this out. Cool, so that's it. And then with the move brush, I just push things that I don't want to see inwards a little bit. There we go. And clear the mask. And now I also have the other head, right? That is, it's like a duplicate of the previous one. And this is the opposite, right? I want to do the same thing. Hold Control and with the lasso. And let's keep all of this, right? So that's, invert the mask, Control click and click once in the canvas to invert the mask. So this is what I want to keep, the mask areas, but the rest I can just go ahead and smooth that out and maybe use the move brush to push that in. There we go. And I'm going to go ahead and invert the mask again, hold Control, click and invert. And now I can just start pulling and pushing. And remember, this is just a Dynamesh object, so it's pretty easy to just pull things like this, distort the mesh, and then just redynamesh things together once you finish with the primary shapes. That's why it's very important to get the primary shapes working. So I think I also pull kind of like the zygomatic arc, this cheekbone area. I pull that as well, just to account for the extra meshes or the extra volume. Sorry. So yeah, pretty much that, and then redynamesh the whole thing. Smooth that out. And if you want to add a little bit of thickness here, you can use the inflate brush, like so. Redynamesh, so on and so forth. So I'm going to select the body again, use the move brush, and kind of like pull this closer. But hopefully you get the idea, right? That's kind of like the setup of what I have in here. A little bit better defined. But let's say things like these areas of the cranium, you can use the damp standard brush or the standard brush, and yeah, just do this, right? And that helps you define those areas a little bit more. So that's what I did there. But anyway, just going back to the secondary forms, right? All of these cuts that I have in here, that's me kind of like defining the pattern that I want to follow, kind of like a flow of details, and that's very easily done with the damp standard brush. You'll see even these scales, the resolution is still pretty low, and they're just like cuts through the model. So if I go back, select the body, and I'm going to use the damp standard brush, I can just go ahead and start doing those cuts like that, right? So I'm just going to try to keep it close to what I did with the other file that I just showed you. But in a nutshell, this is what it is. It's just using a single brush, like the damp standard brush, to cut through the model and yeah, and basically define the pattern a little bit more. So here I'm going to take the neck muscles and I'm going to accentuate those a bit more. And with the smooth brush, just get rid of that extreme cut. And then I also have this pattern here under the chin and the neck, right? And I'm going to replicate the pattern here around the biceps. And I'm going to ignore the back just for now so that we can move a little bit faster here because we're getting closer anyway. And for some of these kind of like, cuts in here, the idea is that I want to create some transition between these smaller pieces that are more like a tough skin armor towards this scale base armor of the kind of like a crocodile type of thing, or I don't know, like a lizard or something. So I'm just gonna do something like that to show you what I mean. But you'll see they're just cuts. They're not sculpted or anything. This is purely to define. These lines are not details. They're just a way to define the secondary shapes that we're talking about. All right. So let's say that you're happy with this. Obviously, this requires a bit more time to get him right. This is the next process, or the next step. It's a bit more repetitive, so I'm not going to spend too much time in there. But the idea is to take something like this standard brush or the clay brush, right, and then just go bit by bit, and then try to add some volume, right? So that is not just the cuts, that they actually have some mass. So the same thing around here, around the neck. And obviously with the smooth brush, I still have the smooth strong, so I'm going to switch to the smooth. In fact, let me just show you another trick. So I have the smooth peaks here, which you can find under the smooth brushes. So smooth peaks. And this one respects, if you hold shift, it's already there. It respects those cuts. So if I go ahead and play around with these volumes a bit more, and then press the shift key to smooth and go over the cuts, you'll see they're not being affected as much. So that's what I use to kind of like add volume to these details or these markings, but at the same time keep everything very, very smooth. Avoid the bumpy surfaces. But yeah, that's it. That's all there is to it in terms of this part of this step of the process. Is really simple. Let me just use this standard brush just to accentuate these neck muscles a little bit more. Maybe this connection in here. But yeah, bit by bit, this is what I got in here. You'll see it's exactly the same thing. It's obviously a little bit better defined because I didn't do it in a rush. But it's that's it, right? Now the next step is to add a little bit more volume to these details, and I'm going to show you a really cool technique to achieve the same kind of like patterns, but in a more controlled way for the head. And I think this is probably the most exciting trick that I'm going to show you today. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to open up the next step. And this is all you have to do. So before I get to that pattern, let me show you what I've done for the body, because you see now there is a bit more, variation here in the silhouette, in the edges. Those scales are kind of like breaking away and breaking that clean silhouette that we had before, right? And it is actually pretty easy. All I did was with the masking brush, I have a custom sharp mask that you can also get. You can download it for free from the 3D Concept Artist website. So let me show you what that is, just in case you want to do that. If you go to resources in the 3D Concept Artist website, you can go and try to find at the very bottom the UCG starter kit from ZBrush for beginners. So if you get the starter kit, a new tab will open up, and this is basically a free combo that I put together for anyone new to ZBrush that allows you to get started with ZBrush. So it comes with a custom UI that I've prepared, similar to what I've been showing you today, some materials like a quick reference guide of like where the shortcuts are, some brushes, custom matte caps, etc. And yeah, so these brushes, within these brushes, you have this one, the one with the M. That's exactly what I'm going to be showing you. It's just a sharper version of the masking brush. So these ones are super simple, but I think they're like a great starting point for anyone that is new to ZBrush. And the character you see here, by the way, and the ZBrush Ultimate Guide, that's part of the more in-depth course. But this part, like this starter kit, is free, so you can just go ahead and download it now. Anyway, so that's the brush that I have here, and what it does is, holding Control, it allows you to define a very sharp mask. I'm not pressing any harder or anything like that. This is literally what this brush does. And I'm gonna go ahead and invert that mask, and then I can just use either the Move brush, or like, let's use the Standard brush first, just to define this area a bit more, and then the Smooth brush. And then I'm gonna take the Move brush and kind of like pull this out like so, right? And then I can clear the mask, and you can smooth things if you wanted to, but let's repeat the same process just so that you can see that once you get the hang of it, like the steps at least, it is pretty straightforward. So just masking an area that you want, invert it, maybe use the Move brush and just overlap it a bit, right? So that's basically rinse and repeat. That's what I did for those kind of like scales that you see on the next step, right? And by the way, this is still a Dynamesh, so at any point you can just click and drag to Dynamesh. You can increase the resolution, and if you want to preserve some of those details or these carvings that you've done, a little bit more, one thing you can do is in the Dynamesh palette, you can click on Project, and this will take a little bit longer to produce the Dynamesh, but ZBrush is going to project the details back into the object, so you can keep those very sharp lines a little bit more. Anyway, that's essentially all there is to it. That's what I did for this mesh for the next step, right? And one more thing that I did that you can probably tell around this area of the pectorals, if I go back, is that they're not as blobby, and that is just so that it gives the illusion that it's more of a reptilian skin rather than I don't know, this could be like an elephant or rhinoceros skin. So what I did was, with the clay brush, I hold the Alt key and then just push things manually like this, just to flatten them a bit. But you can also use the Trim Dynamic. It's a pretty good brush for that sort of thing. But again, it's more of the same, right? It's just, this is the tool, and now you can apply it to the rest. All right, so for the next step, which is pretty cool actually, I'm going to select the head, go into solo mode, and if I enable poly paint, you see that I went through the process of painting just the pattern that I want to achieve in the next step, right? Or like this is the different scales that I want to generate. So this is pretty simple. I just use a standard brush, right? And let me just show you. Let's go back to the previous one, right? And I'm going to show you here how it's done. So again, I'm just going to turn the standard brush into a painting brush and just enable RGB, fill that with a white color and then select black, and then I can just paint, right? If you don't want to have this kind of like very smooth way of painting, you can tweak this brush, or you can do the same thing with any other brush, really. So let me just go ahead and show you how you can tweak, this smooth version of the painting very quickly. If you go to the brush palette, right? So this is the brush palette. If you go to the brush palette, go to the tablet pressure, and in the tablet pressure, you can expand the RGB intensity. So you see this is very smooth curve. You can go ahead and click on this point and push it all the way up, right? And if you do that, when I paint, it's going to be 100% RGB, or 100% of the of the color that I choose. So let's go ahead and start by defining the main kind of like flow. So just going to paint these lines, right? And I think I did something like that. So I like to define it's kind of like the same thing as what I've been doing in terms of defining the primary shapes. So I'm defining kind of like the large cuts that I want to keep. And then I'm going to concentrate on the secondary forms, which are the rest. So this is going to be my primary shapes. Then for the second ones, I'm going to start doing this type of thing. Right, so I'm going to try to create some kind of interesting pattern here. Not going to be the same, but just to give you an idea. And I'm doing this very, very quickly because I know it's boring to kind of like watch me doing this, but this is basically what I did, right? And I like to variate the size to add contrast to the pattern and add a little bit of hierarchy. So for example, around the eyebrows, I just add a tiny bit. Well, I mean, I make the scales smaller. That's what I mean. But yeah, that's the process. Pretty straightforward. So I ended up with this, just doing that. But that's not the cool part of the trick. The cool part of the trick is that I can use a tool in ZBrush called the polygroup to basically assign a polygroup to all of these pieces individually. So if I enable polygroup right now, let's actually hold Control and W. So this is a single polygroup. I just changed the material so you can see a little bit better. What I can do is go to the C plugin palette, and this is a plugin that it ships with ZBrush as well, so you should have it. And find something called the polygroup, right? So if you hover over this and press the Control key, actually anywhere in ZBrush, any button that you want, you can hold the Control key and it tells you what it does. So you just hover over and it tells you what it does. So one of these the difference between these two, the polygroup from Paint and the border, is that one is going to try to create a polygroup based on that border, and the polygroup from Paint is just going to create a polygroup based on on the difference. So in other words, let me just explain that really quickly. If you hang on, that doesn't work. Let's clear that one up. All right, let me move that out of the way. That was probably too big. So if you have something like this, I don't know, this is just another pattern, right? This is what we are defining with simple color in ZBrush. If we use that polygroup, what ZBrush is going to do is look at the medium point, basically, or like the average center line between, the thickness of this, right? So this is the thickness, and ZBrush is going to look at the middle point here. Right? And it's going to do that for all the different lines, or the entire line that we created, right? And based on that, it's going to say, okay, these lines are meeting in all these points, so this is going to be polygroup 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and etc. So that's the idea, the theory behind it. So we click on polygroup from Paint. That's the one that I want to use. We'll just give it a second, and there we go. So now each one of these pieces is a different polygroup that we can use the select rectangular piece and isolate, right, individually, which is pretty awesome. And all we have to do now, I'm going to turn off the poly paint. We don't need that anymore. Or in fact, you can just fill it with full white because now we have what we need. what I need to do now is clean this a little bit. So there's a couple of ways of doing it. The easiest one for me and the automated version would be to go to the deformation palette. And there is this polish by groups, which basically is going to polish everything, but it's going to take the groups. That's why it's called polish by groups. And it's going to smooth that out. So let me get closer. I'm going to click polish by groups. And there we go. So we can do that or run this a few times just until we start to get some nice crisp edges. You can also use polish by feature. And if you turn this little dot on and off, that's just going to go for a more like a stronger version of the algorithm. So if I enable this or toggle this on and off, if I do polish by groups, it's going to be pretty strong. Right? So you see, we get some nice looking pattern. And that's just a couple of buttons, right? Like from painting. So now that we have this, we can go ahead and take it a step further in terms of the design and details. So let me get out of solo. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to load the next one so you can see the result of what I'm going to do. So here's the result, right? So pretty nice set of details, right? And that is, again, very easy based on what we already have. So this version that I have here, I just did it to show you the result, but let me show you how that is done. So in solo mode, what I'll do is I'm going to go to the geometry palette and I'm going to expand the edge loop palette. I'm going to also turn this on and switch to skin shade so that you can see what's going on. So there is a tool in ZBrush called the panel loops, right? And the panel loops is going to look at basically the different polygroups in ZBrush, and it's going to create panels out of the poly loops around it. So just without changing anything, this is should be the default settings. If I click on panel loops, look what's going to happen. ZBrush automatically is going to assign that nice bevel edge around all of those pieces. And if I go ahead and smooth, holding shift, sorry, you see that all of these pieces are actually separated, right? So that's what I want. Let me do it without color so that you can see better, right? So we're nearly there, right? I'm gonna smooth this, and you see this is what I get. So this is a fantastic tool that allows you to produce these type of patterns really quickly. Now, before I do that, and this is something that I should have mentioned, before I created this panel and actually smooth this out, I actually duplicated the face or the head, right? Just because, you know, if I do this, if I run this the polygrouped, sorry, the panel loop is, if I run the panel loop in this, that's it, right? I don't have any other head. So before I do that, make sure that, or if you're following along, make sure that you duplicate the original face that you have with the details, and then do this process in a separate or a duplicate. But yeah, that's basically it. Like if you want to do a bit of tweaking, you can change the polish, and this polish is something that is applied at the time of the panel looping. So ZBrush automatically polishes the surface. If I increase this a lot and go to panel loops, you'll see it's kind of like hard to see, but it is applying a lot more polishing. You can also change the thickness of the beveling, and you can also change the bevel type. So this curve here, let's go ahead and do it just to show you what it does. And I'm gonna isolate this piece. Just give me 1 second. I don't think I isolated everything, but all right, I think this one should show it a little bit. So you'll see the profile of every piece that was created with the panel loops. It follows that shape that you have here in the profile. So you can do any weird shape that you want, and then all the pieces are going to have that that profile. You can also, like I said, use the thickness, and that basically how thick this panel is going to be. You know, when you play the panel loop process, how thick these panels are going to be, and that's pretty much it. So let's undo that or go back to what I had. So I just undo all that. I'm going to reset this. So now I have a flat line, and I can click in the center to add a point. And now I have this very smooth surface. Let's go ahead and click panel loops. Whoops. Let me undo that once again. Let's do it again. There we go. I'm going to polish it a little bit more. All right, so I can just smooth all of that. But again, you can do it a bit more automated. So I'm going to go to polish by groups. Or sorry, not polish by group, polish by features. And probably polish is going to be a little bit faster. There we go. So with polish, it's a little bit faster. And we get that nice kind of like smooth, but at the same time, inflated surface, which is working really nice. One thing that I like to do, because again, this creates polygroups everywhere, is to go back to the polygroup palette again and click auto group. And there we go. So now we have a different polygroup for all these pieces. So what's left in terms of tweaking this part of the process is deleting whatever you don't need really. So for instance, this part, this polygroup is useless. So I'm going to hold Control and Shift to isolate it, invert the selection, and do the same thing for the eyes, the nostrils area. I think that's about it. The rest is pretty useful. And then go to Modify Topology. Again, that's under the Geometry palette. Let me just collapse everything because I have so many of them already open. All right, so in the Tool palette, go to Geometry. I'm going to collapse this as well. And expand Modify Topology, delete Hidden, right? So these are the ones that I've hidden. Delete Hidden, so now they're not there anymore. If you want, you can just go ahead and mirror and well. I'm missing a few of those here, but probably don't need them anyway. Delete Hidden. And that's about it. Like we now have this piece that we can go ahead and continue, polishing. We can go for a bit more polish just to split them or separate them a little bit more. And then you can use something like the standard brush. I'm going to reset that brush. Holding the Alt key just to push things in. Or vice versa. If you want to accentuate this line, you can use the normal effect of the brush over all of these meshes, which is pretty awesome. So yeah, that's a really fun trick that I use to produce. Where am I? To produce this guy. Here we go. So, one more thing that I did as well is I duplicated the face or the head and I merged it back into the body. So now I have the actual, this is a single mesh, as you can see, and it's just having those kind of like scales on top as a kind of like as a mask, right? But yeah, once I have this, we can go ahead and move on to the next step, and we're getting closer to finalizing this. It's just loading up. There we go. All right, so the next step is adding details, and I just have a bunch of them. Here we go. So right now, there's a lot more detail. I'm going to switch to a different material so that you can see this kind of like a nice set of high frequency details, like skin details all around. Hang on, sorry. There we go. Yeah, a nice set of details like scales all over. But in order to do that, what I like to do at this stage is essentially convert this mesh into something that has quads or that is quad base. So because with Dynamesh, if I go into solo mode, what we have, even though we have plenty of resolution, I'm going to get really close here. You'll see there are lots of triangles because ZBrush needs to create those triangles in order to produce the geometry, and every time that we Dynamesh, that geometry is going to be there. So what I like to do at this stage is essentially, let me go back, press F to frame model, is to convert this into a usable mesh. So that's what I've done in here. And I have multiple subdivision levels, right? So I have level 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and obviously this is the highest subdivision level with more resolution. I have 3 million polygons in this mesh, and that's where I'm gonna apply the details. And the same thing goes for this other mesh, right? So I have multiple subdivision levels, right? I have a nice set of, a relatively clean set of pieces in here, and then I just subdivide them to add those details. So the way that works, or this process works, is again very simple with ZBrush. It's really automated. So I took this mesh, the Dynamesh. So I'm just gonna give it a red color so you know exactly what I'm talking about. And the new ones, I'm going to give them a green color. So red or orange means Dynamesh. And the green ones means they're ready to go. Okay. So this is the final version. I'm going to go ahead and turn that off and enable the Dynamesh one, right? So what I'll do is duplicate this mesh. So I'm going to duplicate that. That's what I did for this. And to this one, I'm just going to give it a blue color just so that you know what I'm doing. And I'm going to do the same thing for the Dynamesh head. Duplicate and give it a full blue color. So now I'm going to concentrate. I'm going to turn everything off and I'm going to concentrate on only one. And then, yeah, that kind of explains the process for the rest. So I'm going to use the body, because that's probably the more complex one. So this is a Dynamesh, and I'm just going to use symmetry and go to the geometry palette, go to ZBrush, and I'm going to click on adapt, or I'm going to leave adapt on. It should be on by default. And I'm going to click on either half to, you know, achieve half of the points, or I can set a polygon count, like a target polygon count. So for instance, you know, I can just set it to, let's just leave it at half. It's just probably easier. So yeah, within the ZBrush, half and adapt, I'm going to click on ZBrush, and I also have the activate symmetry enable. So what this process does, again, is pretty automated. Is generate a quad base topology that is gonna analyze the volume. So we're just taking a look at the entire volume, and is going to create a new set of a new topology, a new base mesh, and that's what I want. And the reason I prefer, or that I need quads instead of triangles, is because I'm gonna go for the subdivision approach, and subdividing a triangle can cause like artifacts, and it's not ideal. All right, let me turn this on. As you can see, there's plenty of resolution, but at least now everything is kind of like quad base. So what I want to do now, just in case there are some like weird areas like this, you can manually smooth them out like so. But just in case, I just want to run a polish. So deformation, just quick polish for everything, just to smooth things out, and run the same thing again. So I'm going to remesh or ZBrush everything again. And because I have the half switch enable as well as the adapt, is basically reducing the amount. So right now I have 120,000 roughly points available. I'm going to do it one more time. I want to reduce it quite a bit, just to show you that this process is, you know, very simple and doesn't require too much effort. So now I have 54,000. One more time, just in case, and we have 25,000. So that's plenty, and we kind of like kept the silhouette, and that's what we want. Obviously, to do that, or as you do this process, you realize that we lost a lot of the details, right? And we don't have subdivision levels or anything like that. So that's the next step, which consists on subdividing the model. So I'm going to subdivide it a few times. So I have 1 million. Let's go for, well, that's too much, but 1.6 million points for the body. So it's really smooth, right? But this is when I'm gonna go ahead and turn on just the body that I created, or this remesh body, and the one that I have with the Dynamesh. So again, the orange one is with the one with all the details and the Dynamesh. The white one right now, or the blue one, sorry, is the one that is with the nice topology. So just to double check, this is the blue one, right? This is the blue one with the nice topology. This is the orange with the details, but it's a Dynamesh. So let's go ahead and select the new one, the blue one, and make sure that only those two are enabled or visible. And I'm going to click on Project All, which for you would be under the Project palette. I'm going to click on Project All. No, I don't want to project any polypaint. Go into solo mode. Whoops. Let's go into to the highest subdivision level and Project All again. So what ZBrush is doing right now is looking at that Dynamesh sketch that we had with all the details, and it's looking at the topology or the new base mesh that we created using ZBrush, and essentially projecting all those details. That's it. It's pretty cool, right? So now we have all those nice details from the sketch, but in a piece of geometry that is a lot more useful. By the way, at this point, you might realize that I haven't bothered with the hands or the lower part of the torso, just because I know the final concept or the final image that I'm going to go ahead and do with this character is, it's from the waist up, and the arms are going to be down. So yeah, I'm not going to worry about that. But again, the process is exactly the same. So now I have subdivision levels, and I can go back to the lowest subdivision level where I have control over large proportional changes if I want to do them, or to the highest subdivision where I have the details. So that's pretty much what I have in here, right? So the way that I achieve those details, all of these ones, let me actually do it on the Dynamesh version, and the previous one, just so that you know what I have. Yeah, I'm gonna do it on this one. So again, with brushes in ZBrush or with details in ZBrush, it's really easy. You can just use the standard brush, and this takes time, so you can just go ahead and do this type of things just to generate, I don't know if you can see that, but just to generate a pattern, I'm just pressing and creating this kind of like noodly effect. And then you can use something like the smooth peaks to smooth that out, and that it starts to create that nice noise surface and details, right? You can also use alphas. So for instance, let's go ahead and change these. So I'm going to go to the stroke palette, click on drag rect, and go to the alpha palette and select the alpha 08, right? I can just click and drag and then start building a lot of the details like that, right? You can press Alt to push things in, and then go back with the smooth brush, with the smooth peaks brush, and that generates that very nice set of details. So it's pretty easy. So that's the point that I want to make, that it's really easy to do details. So don't rush into making those details. Focus on the primary and secondary shapes. That's kind of like the key. But in order to do those details, have a set of custom brushes just to speed up the workflow a little bit. So I'm going to go to my brushes. I'm going to go to creature skin. Yeah, let's go to creature skin. So I'm going to use something like this pattern, and I'm going to show you what this one does here at the back. So this brush, what it does is it creates these bumps, and then you can go over the areas, and it also follows kind of like the flow of your brush stroke. So I can do this type of thing, and it kind of like has this flow. So I like to use this in certain areas to produce these bumpy surfaces, and it's quite automated. And you can also use the alternative version, so you can hold the Alt key and then generate these very thick pores, for instance, right? And that's just one single brush, and that's from a pack of brushes, the creature pack of brushes. I will show you later on where you can get them if you're interested. But it's just a way to speed things up. I mean, having those brushes not necessarily going to save you the manual work that you have to do, but it definitely can speed up the workflow, as you can see. So it's just adding some more intricate details for a concept. But you can totally do this manually. This is my point. Like, you don't have to resource to these brushes to achieve the same result. It's just at the end of the day, it's just a tool. So it's about speeding up workflows. And for me, this detailing process is really where these brushes shine. But yeah, that's how I add those details. Just to show you a couple more, let's go for this one. This is the one that I use for the back, for most of the back, and it just has a pattern that you can build with scales. So yeah, as you can see, this is, if you have the secondary forms ready, the primary shapes working, this is very easy. You can just follow those secondary forms that you have, and it becomes a really simple process. One more, just to give you an idea. So this is from a creature pack, but I do have another one for skin. So this is specifically for skin. I'm going to use this one, which is for the lips, actually. So that's how I created the details for the lips. right? I'm doing this very, very quickly, but you get the idea. But I can use this brush not just for the lips, but I can add some kind of like wrinkly areas here to the biceps. And the way that this brush works is it has a tileable texture, or alpha, that allows you to sort of like follow the path as well. So yeah, this is something I use to add, you know, kind of like wrinkles and additional folds on top of the shapes that I have already established. But yeah, that's essentially it, really. I'm gonna add a few more here just for the fun of it. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and load the next step, which is almost the final one. Now it's loading up. And this is the final one, actually, the final sketch. So that's, let me just bring in the color one. So let's use this one as a reference anyway. So at this point, I have everything that I want. Oh, I remember now what I wanted to show you on this one. So with the move topological, you also see that I have like these nice kind of like spiking things up a little bit. This is just using the move topological. Again, this mesh has different polygroups, right? So it would respect the topology. So all I need to do is, you know, position my brush, let's say around this area, click and drag, and that will create that sort of spike because it's only moving the first polygroup of the first object that I clicked on. So that's essentially what I did for all of these spikes that you see in here. The one for the shoulder that are slightly similar, that's just the normal move brush with the AccuCurve. But that's about it. So let's go ahead and do the poly paint really quickly, just so that I can show you the rendering time, and we are pretty much ready to go. So I'm gonna use the standard brush. I'm gonna turn off Lazy Mouse and Z-Add, and also enable RGB. There we go. And I'm also gonna change to the Skin Shade 4. And this is a material that I prefer using so that I don't get that much influence of the kind of like the material itself. So this is a perfect material so that you, you know, if you want to do painting or poly painting, this is perfect. All right, so now that I have this, I'm going to start with, you know, a base color. Could be something like this, you know, very snaky. So fill object, same thing for the body. In fact, if you want, you can just delete them. What I like to do I like to keep the originals just in case. So I like to create a new folder, OR, just for originals, and I'm gonna drop that in there, and I'm gonna hide it so that, yeah, just basically this is what I'm using to finalize the concept. So the body, I'm gonna click on compute. This button that I have here is from a plugin in ZBrush that also comes with ZBrush for the ambient occlusion. So what it does is it is using ray tracing to calculate the ambient occlusion. So if I go to the plugin ambient occlusion, this is the button right here. So I just press that with the default settings, and now I can invert the mask, holding Control, click, and invert that mask. I'm gonna hide the mask. So all those tools are in. Let me bring in the masking palette. This one right here. So I can invert the mask from here. I'm gonna do that and hide the mask. So view the mask in order to see the colors a little bit better, but still there. And let's switch to color spray or spray. And yeah, this alpha seems to be fine. I'm gonna use the same color, but I'm gonna tweak it slightly. Just go darker and fill object. So right now I'm just filling the areas protected by that ambient occlusion mask. So I'm gonna fill that again, clear the mask, and that gives me a nice starting point to play around with the values. And I can do the same thing for the head. Select that, compute, and just wait until ZBrush produces the mask. Invert the mask, hide it, and fill object. There we go. So pretty simple, and now we have a nice palette. So what I want to do now is establish kind of like the chunks of color that I want to use. So it's kind of like establishing the primary shapes, but just in palette or in color. So I'm going to play around with this a bit more. So I want to go for a lighter color for all this front area of the body, and perhaps like a darker greenish tone, desaturated for the top. And all these scales, or the rougher area, or the rougher part of the skin. Switch to the head, to the details. Do the same thing. So yeah, basically you see it's really simple, really basic color blockout, but it gives me a rough idea of what I need to follow, right? Or what are the main shapes of color. I think I can also change the eyes. I think I did that for the final one anyway, to like a red color. I'll switch back to the normal behavior of this brush. Just add a bit of tint in there. Right, so that's that's my snake man. I'm gonna go ahead and bring in the final color so you can see the difference. Here we go. So the main difference really, I'm gonna hold the Shift S just to drop this model into the canvas. So now it's like a screenshot in there, and go back to the previous one. Right, so it is exactly the same thing. The main difference, exactly the same process and workflow. The main difference is that I use a more contrasted version of the palette, and a lot, the saturation is a lot less than what I have here. But in order to achieve all of these like smaller contrast or variation in color, I use automated mask in ZBrush. So one thing you can do is with the body selected. So again, I'm using this tool. With the body selected, I'm going to click on Adjust Color, and that for you would be under the Polypaint palette. So let's go to Polypaint, and it's this one right here, Adjust Color, and that brings in this new window. And in here, you can just tweak things like, if you're familiar with Photoshop, basically, change the color, reduce the saturation. That's what I did. Add a bit of contrast, maybe. There we go. Something like that. It's not the same thing, but you get the idea, right? You can just tweak those colors very easily. Now, I'm going to clear the canvas and show you how I did the additional details. So if I go back to the masking palette, I can go ahead and click on these peaks and valleys, or mask by color. There's a bunch of different options in here. So I'm going to click on Mask Peaks and Valleys, and ZBrush is going to mask the difference between the peaks that it detects and the valley. Yeah, and the values of the mesh based on the coverage and the range. So you can play around with this, maybe a bit more of the range, so I can spread it a bit more. And that's it. This is an automated mask, and it creates this nice, almost random colors. I can hide the mask, and I can use a lighter version of this color just to paint something like this, right? And that's exactly what I did to add those details, right? And because we have that automated mask, it just gives me this nice sort of variation, and I can clear the mask once I'm finished. So that's what I did for the color. And to wrap it up, I'm going to show you how to do a quick pose for this character, because right now this looks boring. So I'm going to work on a pose that is going to sell the character a little bit better, like the idea and the background story. Maybe it's a tough guy, right? So fortunately, we have subdivision levels. So I love using this plugin in ZBrush. Again, it comes with ZBrush, that automatically sends everything to the lowest subdivision level and creates a single tool that allows you to pose everything at once. Because right now, if I wanted to move, let's say with the gizmo, the body, right? If I want to move the body like this, it's only going to move the body and not the rest, right? And I can use this icon to move everything at once, everything that's selected and visible, which is great. But it's really hard to do it when you want to just move portions of the mesh. So anyway, that's all to say that it's a lot easier to go to the Z plugin palette, go to the Transpose Master, and we can go ahead and click on T-Pose Mesh. So T-Pose Mesh is going to look at the lowest subdivision level, and it's going to merge everything together into a temporary subtool. And this is the mesh that we can go ahead and pose. So I'm going to rush this process, but this is another process that I take, that takes me a little bit of time just to make sure it's the right one. So if I want to move the arm down, I hold Control and mask that out. I'm using the mask lasso, and just make sure that I grab what I need to grab from the arm, invert the mask, and I'm going to hold Control and click on the mask just to blur it a little bit so it's not super harsh. And then I can bring in the gizmo, right? Let's turn this off, and I can hold the Alt key, and that basically allows me to unlock the gizmo. Or you can click this icon, but I'm pressing the Alt key just so I can position this in a better place. And just for the sake of demonstration, I like to change the direction or the rotation, sorry, of the gizmo. So I'm gonna place this roughly around this area where the shoulder is, the acromion process in here, and I'm gonna place that in the right place. So I just spent some time tweaking the rotation and position of the gizmo, so that then it's a lot easier to go ahead and do this, right? I can just move it like so, move it a little bit, and that's it. So that's what I want to achieve, like the shoulder a bit lower than that. And of course the polygons are stretching a little bit, but that's where I can just go ahead and use the move brush to try to compensate. But don't worry too much about it. I mean, when you're using this technique to pose the character, it's really hard to, I mean, things are going to be distorted anyway, and this is like the next part of the process. Once you have the actual, pose that you want, or roughly where you want it, you still have to tweak it a little bit. To move things with the head and these details, I'll probably use the same technique. So let's just go ahead and mask this out, maybe this area, and then hold Control and click on that mask to blur it. Something like that. Maybe that's too much. So I can place the gizmo roughly in that area, and I can just rotate it, to do whatever pose I want. So yeah, I'm not going to spend too much time on this. Instead, I'm just going to show you the final result with the pose and the polypaint. Again, let's wait until ZBrush saves and loads the previous one. Here we go. Oh, one thing I forgot to say is once you're happy with the pose, in order to go back to what you had, is go to the you have to go to the ZBrush C plugin palette and click on T pose to C tool, or C pose to subtool. Sorry. So it's basically taking that tool that has the pose and it's going to apply that pose to every single tool. I'm not sure if that's going to do it properly because I just loaded a new tool, so I might confuse ZBrush. I know, that's all good. So you can see it just goes through every single tool or every single subtool, and it applies that tool. So you can just go back to the lowest subdivision level or to the highest subdivision level and continue tweaking that pose. So here it is, the final mesh. So very simple pose, but this is kind of like what I'm going for, and that's the reason I said, I'm not too worried about like showing the hands or the lower torso, because this is the only thing that I had in mind to show you for the concept, and this is the final creature. All right, so just to wrap it up, I'm going to show you a very sped up version of how I approach the rendering process in Keyshot. But at this time, you can do anything that you want, as in export this mesh in any format really, and push it into any rendering software that you want. So I just gonna use the Keyshot briefly, because ultimately that's what I have integrated here myself in ZBrush, and that's what makes it a lot easier. So I just enable Keyshot. I'm gonna press the PBR button just to send this over. And that's going to take a while because it's going to send about 4 million polygons. I have a relatively good machine, so yeah, that's pretty quick. All right, so now I have the mesh. And the first thing I do is work on the camera. So I'm going to set it to 85 perspective, get closer. And I'm going to click on a new camera, Keyshot. Let's name this, right click, rename, call this render. And let's find a better angle here, something like that, right? And let's save that camera, and I also want to lock it. The other thing we can do is change the materials. So because we come from ZBrush, it comes with the matte cap attached to it. So we can just search for something like skin shade. Let's go for skin in the materials. And if I just click and drag and drop it in here, it's basically going to replace that poly paint that we did. So I'm going to undo that. And instead, I can hold the Alt key and drag and drop it. And that will respect the matte cap. I'm going to double click on the matte cap. In fact, let's just apply that to the top of the head as well. And let's use a plastic material with a reflection, something like this, holding Alt, and I'm going to apply it to the eyes. So we have a nice sharp reflection. And I'm going to double click the skin. And I'm going to go to the textures, and I'm going to upgrade to a new node. And I'm not going to apply the matte cap. So now I have like pure color without the influence of that matte cap that originally that we brought from ZBrush. Let's do the same thing for the hard plastic. Texture, upgrade to new node, disable this. Once I have this ready, all I have to do is just start working with lighting and refining the rendering really. So I'm gonna bring in some custom lighting scenarios that I have. So I like to work with some dramatic lighting. I'm gonna go to the environment tab, go to the color, and just go for a clean, simple black color for the background. And then holding Control and click and drag, I can rotate around just to position that the key light in an area like so. That's gonna give me the first, the focal point really. That should be the strongest point really in the image or the composition. And let's go to create a new one. And this is just the point light. Wherever I click, Keyshot is going to place that perpendicular to the normal of the mesh. So I'm just gonna go ahead and increase this quite a bit so that you can see really what's going on. And I'm gonna give it a red color just so that you see what this light is doing. Maybe reduce the radius. So if I click here at the top, ZBrush Keyshot is going to put this light perpendicular to that surface. So all I have to do really is just try to get the glazing angle, kind of like the edge of the mesh, and that's how I can place in the nice rim light to highlight the details of the silhouette, and that sort of breaks it breaks apart the model from the background nicely. Let's click on done, and now that we know where it is and what it's doing, we can go back to the scene, and let's change this to a color tone. And we can increase the radius a tiny bit more and play around with the brightness intensity so it's not as intense. And yeah, that's the process. I mean, the whole point is just to go to concentrate on the design area first, and then all the technical aspects can be done in anything. I mean, you can export this as an FBX and just run it to a different render engine, but the core idea of the concept is in there. Other than this, let me just actually show you the final composition or the final render. I'm just going to drag and drop it in here. And I'm just going to open file just so you can see everything that I've set up for the final version. I think the only difference is that I added a new piece of geometry and added a light. Yeah, so it's slightly different. Let's go to the free camera. And I also use a 3D connection space mouse, so that allows me to move around like this. So I'm not using the normal mouse. And this free camera, I'm also having the depth of field enabled, so that's something else that you can add. And we can also turn performance mode if you want to see things faster, but I think it just works. So if I move back a bit, what I have is like I just showed you, I have the background, I have a pin light, although this one is not even enabled. Yeah, so I think I enabled it for the final render, but I have the pin light, I have the background, the environment that I just showed you, the pin light, and this one right here, I'm going to show you how I've done that. Turn it off. All right, so in order to add that kind of like a spotlight, there is another way of lighting things in Keyshot. You can do it from ZBrush. You can just bring in a piece of geometry, but it's pretty easy to just go ahead and click on Edit, Add Geometry, Cube. It doesn't matter what type of mesh it is. I just added a cube. I'm going to put this up like so. And in the material section, I'm going to type lights. Oops, sorry. Light. And that's pretty much it. I think, actually, just gonna go into the light section and I'm gonna find something like this one, right? This is spotlight 120 degrees. Click and drag that into the cube. It's similar to the one that I added, and you kind of like tell where that is. So if I go back to the environment and temporarily set it back to 0 and toggle off the other light that I have, this is the influence of that spotlight. So it's not very visible. So let's go to the material, double click on that spotlight, and we can change watts to lumen. Oh, hang on, that's not the one. Oh, sorry, I'm gonna accept that and double click that light. I think that's the one. Nope, maybe it's this one. I have to go back to check what's the right one. Yeah, this is the one. So I'm gonna increase the power, and you see, as soon as I did that, we have more light coming in. We can change from lumen to watts, so we don't have to apply that much. So I'm gonna go for 3,000 watts. No, that's too much. 1,500 watts. It may be even lower than that. All right. Yeah, something like this. We can now go ahead and change the radius of that source, so that is going to give you a more diffuse shadow, so it's not as sharp. But yeah, this is basically an object that if you want, you can just go to the scene, select it, click on the move tool, and reposition that whatever you want to, so you can light up a scene like this and make it, you know, pretty dramatic lighting. And that's really all there is to it. One more thing that I did with the camera, just for the final render, is I selected the camera, went to the depth of field, and you can click on this select focal point, and then just click wherever you want to focus. So for a character or a creature like this, the main point of interest, or what we read as humans, what we read first is kind of like the expression and the eyes. So I'm gonna click on the eye, and that's it. And yeah, then you can just play with the f-stop to increase that depth of field or decrease it. And once you're done, you click done, and there you go. That's pretty much it. So yeah, it takes a while, but it's all about building the foundation, building the basis of whatever concept, whatever creature you want to do. And of course, you have the ability to polish this to a level, a production level, right? I work a lot with concepts, and what I care about concepts is that it kind of like express the idea and it communicates the idea or the design. But you know, once it's done, I still have the once the concept is done, I still have the 3D mesh, so I can just move into production or send the base mesh and the tools that I have in ZBrush to someone in a production environment, so that they can do a proper retopology for animation or that sort of thing. So hopefully this has been of help. I don't know if there is any questions, but yeah, I'm gonna leave it here. Hopefully this has been of help, and we'll tackle some questions now.
And we're back, everyone. Here I am with the man, the myth, the legend, Pablo. Man, that was amazing. I feel like it was like a master class on just character from 0 to 1. So, damn, man, that's excellent. For those who don't know, I got a little bit cold, so I'm just putting this on. So I'm just yeah, don't worry. I still got my logo. I'm still logoed up. It's okay. It's okay, folks. I'm all right. So, man, questions. I think like you were so thorough in your presentation. There wasn't a lot of questions coming in, but I did have some questions kind of behind the scenes. And if you all online have questions, just go ahead and type them in the chat. We have a couple, but I definitely have mine. One of the question was, this was a simple one, but do you always start modeling with primitives, or do you sometimes have like base meshes that you start with, or yeah, what's your starting point? Or is it different per project? Very cool. Someone just mentioned that we're having some sound trouble, so hopefully it's just a little laggy, and we'll come through here. Okay, Maxon audio is gone. All right. Yeah, we're working on it, folks. We're working on it. Hopefully, can you hear me? Give me the thumbs up, thumbs down. No, you guys can't give it. Pablo's speaking too low frequencies. Can you hear me though? That's the question. Can you even hear me, chat folks? Can you hear me, or am I out as well? Okay. So I'm still good. We're gonna keep working on our end. So just bear with us, folks, a little bit as we get Pablo's audio back here. Okay, we're getting it's good now. Yeah, it looks like it's good now. Yay! All right, thumbs up. We'll keep going. All right. So yeah, if you want to reiterate, and that's do you always start with primitives? All right, Pablo. You know what? One more time. It looks like no Pablo. Wow. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna have him try and jump off and come right back. So just a little bit of technical difficulties. You know, he just blew out the wires with his presentation. It was just that good. That's just gonna happen sometimes, folks. So until then, it's just me. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh here too. So just give us 1 second. Okay, let's see here. Maybe he's back. Hold on, folks. I think we might have him. All right. We're getting him. Let's see here. Can we try another microphone? Yeah, let's see that. So they so want to hear you. And I feel your pain. He's saying great things too, because I can hear him just fine. Let me tell you, he's saying just like all the things that you want to hear. And we have a bunch of great questions lined up, so we're going to figure it out. Yeah, for sure. So we're going to go to a quick commercial break and try and work it off air, and we'll be right back. Give us a couple minutes. Hang tight. All right, welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your patience. I have to say you are the most patient, pleasant, and amazing creative audience anywhere on the web. I think our numbers went up actually when everything broke down, so I appreciate your support. Pablo, let's see.
All right, testing audio.
Let's see. Yeah, we got thumbs up. Give me a thumbs up, audience. Let me know. Pablo? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking all good?
Yeah.
Come on.
I think there's a slight delay.
Yeah.
Let's go back into it, but I think it's good enough. All right. So we'll dive in and let's go back to the question. Do you always, the third time, you always use base mesh or primitive? Do you start with a primitive or what do you do?
Okay, so again, the simple answer to that question is it depends on the project. So I would use primitives if I'm designing my own thing, if I create a concept art, basically like a single, like an original piece, basically, similar to what I just showed you today. If I'm working for a production asset or something like that, and I need to feed, let's say, a specific rig into a specific mesh or a specific volume, I will use that as a base or a starting point to work from that. Throughout my career, I've sort of like managed to collect a series of assets or build myself a series of assets. And within those assets, I have a set of kit, an IMM kit. So it's like an insert multi-mesh brush. And what that allows me to do is I have primitive basic shapes like a forearm or the head or like horns, things like that. And then I can just put them all together and create a quick base, similar to what I just showed you, with a little bit more definition just to speed up the workflow. But essentially, yeah, I just use, I try to keep things very, very simple because my primary goal is to get, like I said in the presentation, the primary shapes working. So the silhouette, how it reads on the screen, and that you can actually understand what the picture is, basically, what the model is. But yeah, I can show you later on in a different time.
Yeah, no, we'll definitely have you back. I mean, that was phenomenal. The whole process, like it was a pleasure to just watch everything. It was easy to follow, like step by step. Like the whole ZBrush family coming together with the Cinema, Red Giant, Redshift, the Forger, like the whole family. Like so far, everybody has been amazing, and so happy to be connecting with more of the creative community and all under
likewise.
One big happy family. So it's super exciting. With that, so it's almost like you build your own kind of kits to kit bash things with.
Yeah, that's what it is, a kit bash kit. If you want, I can show you basically what I have just as a good reference. Probably take like a minute.
Yeah, we can definitely do that. We do have, so you can go ahead and pull that up. And somebody was wondering though if the requirements for full character. Oh, somebody was wondering, and while we pull this up, if you want to start showing that, just if you would approach things different, if you were going to rig a character with a full speaking mouth, or the character was going to be animated. Do you do anything different with like the facial geometry for modeling out like a cavity, or do you just model it as it would be accurate geometry, or what's your approach?
Yep, that's that's funny because I was going to do that with the character, so I have that ready. I can show you what that looks like if you switch back to. Can you see the screen?
Yep, we can see you.
Cool. So let me give you a quick example of the kit bash thing. If I start with something like this, I have, let's say for creatures, I have these brushes in here. They're custom brushes, kit bash kits. This is something that I collaborated with a few other ZBrush artists, including Mike Pavlovich as well, just to create this type of thing. So I can just go, and they all have their names. So let's see if Mike's is here. I'll use mine just. So I'll just click and drag, and I already have a mesh, like a character, or like a face, right? So that's the face, and then I can switch to another brush that has like torsos. So I'm going to use Michael's, there we go, Michael Pavlovich torso, which is like a weird creature, right? And I do the same thing with the arms. Let's go some weird arms from Mike provided a lot of different things. He's a machine. This is mine as well. All right, so I'm not going to do the entire character, but you can get the idea, right? It's just you pull all these things together, and then you can start sculpting.
You've done enough. We're not going to make you build a whole other character, but that's amazing. So you can build your own kits, and that's wow.
And it's super easy. You can just select a cone or whatever you want, build your thing, and then click on the brush, click on create insert mesh, and that's a new brush that you can just do this, like whatever you want. Cool. So for the other question, this is what I was going to try to do that with a with a different character, well, like a different stage of the character, but it's the same character. So for that mouth pack, if I want to keep that for rigging or for doing something more for like production, at this stage, before I retopologize or anything like that, I would go into what's called booleans, something that I didn't mention, but I'm sure Mike probably touched on. So the booleans are fantastic in ZBrush. You can have two meshes. In this case, I have the head. So that's the head, and I have this piece that is just a Dynamesh object that looks like the inside of that mouth. And all I have to do really is select this icon here, which is to subtract that geometry, enable live booleans, and then you have that mesh kind of like creating that mouth back. So at the end, once you have this, you can process it. But the cool thing about the live boolean factor is that you can move this around, tweak things and see it in real time, how it affects that extraction piece or subtraction piece. And then once you process, you can go to this folder, click on boolean folder, and the resulting mesh is this thing. So this is already a single mesh, and I can smooth things out, and then you already have the mesh. And another really cool thing about this process is that once you do this boolean, this has different polygroups. So it's probably not easy to see, but the head has green and the other one has a different ID. So when I run a zero measure process to retopologize this, I can tell ZBrush to keep those groups. And that way I can come up with something a bit nicer that has polygroups. And then like one of the brushes that I showed you at the beginning of the process, which is this move topological, you can use it to close the mouth or mask an area and then close the mouth like so. Right. And subdivide the mesh, make it smoother, and there you go. And it has a mouth back. So if I close or hide half of it, it's there. That's kind of like the process that I use, but there's many ways of doing the same thing. This is like what I think is easier.
Yeah, that's
so. Yeah, hopefully that answered the question.
Yeah, I think that was pretty thorough. I think that was a very thorough way to answer the questions. So awesome. Another question. Someone's wondering, what criteria do you use when you're deciding whether or not to subdivide or Dynamesh? They're beginner and they're just trying to find rules of when to use one versus the other.
Right. Pretty much what I showed today. That's the process that I use for anything. Dynamesh is a fantastic tool to explore shapes. That's how I see it. It's kind of like sketching directly in 3D. So with Dynamesh, I would say keep the resolution low as possible, so that you can build those shapes, block things out. Once you're happy with the block out, you can increase Dynamesh resolution, keep adding details like I did in the presentation. And once you're ready to move into a more polished state, once you're happy with the design, that's when you move to the subdivision approach. And that's just to say that Dynamesh is more like when you're designing directly in 3D, sketching in 3D. If you already have, let's say, a 2D sketch or a concept that you're following, you can create the shapes and straight away do a retopology with cleaner mesh, and then use the subdivision approach to add the details because you already are comfortable with that primary shape. So the simple answer would be Dynamesh for sketching, designing, subdivision once you're polishing and want a clean geometry and the ability to go back and forth between high res and low res.
So would you say then primary, like most of the primary is done using Dynamesh, and then when you go into secondary or tertiary, then you start going into the subdivision levels?
Yeah, I would say up to secondary forms, but it's mostly about whether you are designing in 3D, like you're coming up with the concept as you sketch. That's 3D. That's Dynamesh. Or if you already have like a reference, even your own sketch, that's when I would probably go with subdivision straight away. For me, subdivision is just the final stage. Once I try to go into subdivision at the end because it allows you to polish things a lot more and just cleaner. But Dynamesh is just fantastic to sketch, and even Sculptris Pro, which is very similar.
To really block things out,
Mm-hmm.
get all your forms. That's
Right.
awesome. Well, one thing I wanted to talk about, because this is something that Michael showed earlier. A little bit on Toon, some of the Toon stuff. So what do you have as far as resources? I've been trying to share, because you have a lot of resources, been trying to share some of that in chat. But resources, the Toon process, because we've seen some really cool stuff with that. Can you walk us through that? Like if you're an illustrator and you're trying to get an illustrative look.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. It's really fun in ZBrush. If you want to switch back to the screen, I can give you a taste of that. And it's funny because I build that resource, which is an ebook for comic artists, basically using ZBrush, that allows you to follow step by step, what to do to create a material and an illustration in ZBrush directly. And that's just an ebook with some bunch of resources. And then Michael Pavlovich, he actually took that and he converted that into a set of mini video tutorials following my PDF. So
nice.
If it's up to you how you're comfortable watching content or just reading it. So you have the two options there, but it's ultimately the same technique. So yeah. Just to show you how easy it is, this is the same character, obviously. What I'll do is I'm going to turn off the polypaint because this technique works a bit better without the polypaint, just because the toon shading that I use is based on a matcap, or is based on an image. So all I have to do is let's switch to a white color background, right? And I already have this here in my UI. It's this one right here. If I click on this Pablander's super comic material, not great with the names. So if I click on that, that's it. It doesn't look great just because maybe I'll just do. I'm going to go to AA half, so anti-alias half, so that you can see crisper version. But this is essentially what I do to generate like an outline. That's it. Like there's nothing else. You just apply the material and you can rotate around and create your own graphic novel, comic novel, and you can export these and then just add the color in Photoshop, or you can literally use polypaint to paint over this material. I call it the super comic because it has more attributes. So if I go to the material palette and go to the modifiers, this is how you can modify that. All of this is covered in that PDF if you're interested. If I enable this S3 or shaded 3, that is giving me these harsh shadows, right? And if I go to the lighting, I can move the lighting and the light would react, or the shadows obviously would react to that lighting. So if I move this around, it would react once I render, sorry. This is kind of like a face shadow. So if I go in here, you'll see this is the image that I use. So it's just a sphere that you put into the material, into the image slot here. And then you can do things like increasing that depth. So you'll see it just sharpens those shadows, or you can increase that. But it's ultimately just manipulating that image, right? Change the intensity of that. You can go to the first material or the second material and change the cavity detection, so have less details. So there's a lot of things you can do, and that's just one material. But then I have a bunch of them that are free to download in the ZBrush Guides website. If I go to material, comic, these are the ones that you can get from the ZBrush Guides website. So yeah, if I want to do something like a Batman type of thing, I can maybe load this, right? And that straight away gives you something different. And that's all you have to do, really. Like, this is kind of like a Wolverine type of thing. Yeah, there's not much to say other than it is a fantastic way to build, this type of stuff.
That's phenomenal. That is phenomenal. So yeah, I just tossed that in the chat for everybody. So yeah, if y'all are tuning in, the ZBrush guides and those different shaders are there. Mm-hmm. So man, if you needed any inspiration, as if there wasn't enough already to start trying and start working with ZBrush, like definitely today, if I'm sold, it's like I didn't need to before, but now it's like, okay, I definitely need to pick this up and bring it into my workflow. Look at that. So this is, just like that.
Just like that. And literally what I do, I don't know if I mentioned, but in the ZBrush for Illustrators course that I have, is walking you through this process as well and building an entire scene just within ZBrush. And then I can just take something like Photoshop, just doing this very quickly. But you can export this like a nice document, high res, set this to multiply. That's your outline really. And then, just paint.
Go from there.
So that's it.
Awesome. And if people wanted to find that ZBrush, is that on ZBrush Guides as well, or is that course on your?
That's in the Academy, in the 3D Concept Artist. Yeah. So you can go to either or. So if you go to the ZBrush Guides website where the resources are free, there's a link at the top right that says courses. You can click on that, and it will take you there. I have it here. Hang on.
Yeah, and I just tossed in the 3D Concept Artist, so then you can just go to courses up there and check that out too.
Yeah, that's right. So you go in there, and it's an intensive course. I did a live workshop, so this course right here is kind of like the edited recording of that live workshop. So it's an intensive course, but I basically walk you through the entire process of creating this image. The Harvesters is just a fake cover for a magazine or for a graphic novel, but everything here is done in ZBrush, and this is the outline that I generated with combination of those shaders that I just showed you. This is the actual model, and let's say that big spaceship thing is literally a few bits and pieces of insert brushes that I put together and created this abstract thing. And all of this is in ZBrush. This is kind of like the process.
Fascinating. That is phenomenal, man. So much good stuff. Like so much good stuff. So I've just put in the chat as well. It looks like you gave us a 50% discount for everybody tuning in. So that's awesome. Thank you for that on all of your super reasonably priced brushes. So if you all are looking to get a nice collection, that's available for you. That's in the chat as well. Also scrub through those different links from ZBrush Guides, 3D Concept Artist, so you can check out some of his courses, as well as those amazing Toon Shader material packs. Other things is I'm going to be typing in one more time for you the NAB guest pass. If you all can make it out, would love to see you there in person. We have our pinball party. We have a whole bunch of other things going on. And join us if you can tomorrow. We have our Ask the Trainer series and everything else. I'll have my team toss in all the different events. You can go to maxon.com/events. Check out our events lineup. We have a whole bunch more. Pablo, I cannot thank you enough for being here and sharing your wealth of knowledge, tools, techniques, giveaways. There's just I feel like I have so much to catch up on. I have to go back and review. But we would love to have you back in the future, brother, and hopefully I get to make it out to Australia sometime, pay you a visit. We can do a user group or something out there sometime. Yeah, absolutely. I think that would be just phenomenal. You're more than welcome to come here. Welcome to Australia. But thank you so much for having me. This was really, really fun, very different as well. So I'm always in the lookout for doing this type of presentation shows, and I think it's just really refreshing. Really awesome. Like it. Awesome. Well, until next time, folks, we'll be broadcasting live from the NAB floor. So check us out here in the next couple of weeks. Stay tuned. We have news and announcements, and you'll be seeing some more announcements from us. So make sure to go to 3dmotionshow.com. Click on sign up right under the player so you can get updated for all our cool news, announcements, events, and any other news that you just want to be in the know about in the world of 3D animation, visual effects, and everything in the Maxon family. Until next time, I am your host, Matthias Omatola, aka Major VFX, and I will see you next time. See you. Thank you, guys. Bye.
Heard me on the stereo.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Introducing Mograph TV from Mograph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. Mograph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
Mograph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
Mograph TV, television for the design community 24/7.
Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you.
Show me just what you got.
Shake it up.